welcome to Hot Button's Game of the Year 2024 Deliberations. We've got 8 lovely categories for you guys. Most positive, some negative. For today and for next week. Closing it out with our collaborative top 10, of course. We skipped coverage of the Keeley Awards this time, so we're just going to get right into it. I am Randall Beatrice, here with Austin Blakesley.
Hello.
Sean Chambers.
Hey.
Matthew Nudeboom.
Hello there.
And joining us online, Mr. Andrew Banks.
That's me.
Yeah. Let the arguments commence.
What a season.
Yeah. And we figured we would just consolidate into this. Otherwise, we would just be repeating conversations. Kicking it off with one of my favorites, though. Best aesthetic. Remember, we got to pick a winner and 2 runner-ups. So far, we've narrowed it down to The Plucky Squire, Buckshot Roulette, Mouthwashing, Metaphor Refantazio, Children of the Sun, Indica, Mullet Mad Jack, Persona 3 Reload, Helldivers 2, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, UFO 50, Dread Delusion, Arzette the Jewel of Faramore, Thank Goodness You're Here, Angerfoot, Harold Halibut, Fallen Aces, Diesel Legacy, The Brazen Age, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, and Arctic Eggs.
Sorry, do we want to say at the top what our rules are for spoilers and such?
Yes, but this category doesn't have many of that. That'll be more for when we
this
get
category
into...
doesn't, but this
day
episode
does.
Probably will.
Yeah,
this day.
Yeah, so for
some
we
foreshadowing.
want to put that disclaimer up front.
Yeah, will be narrative.
Yes, we have narrative, character, and moment or sequence are the next 3 categories. All of those
way spoiler heavy.
Will be spoiler heavy. And we will try our best to alert when we're going to get very spoiler heavy for a certain game, but we don't know how long we're going to talk for, so we can't really give you a warning to jump ahead.
We'll spoil things if we have to.
If we have to. If we don't have to, we won't. But, like, narrative, I mean, you know.
I mean, there's a couple things that a few of us alone are all in the middle of. Like,
correct.
I have not completed Indiana Jones, and Andrew is working on a Metaphor. Matt just started Life is Strange.
I did, yep.
So,
would you believe that I played Metaphor for about 45 minutes today, and it wasn't enough to finish?
Wow.
Knowing from what Austin has told me, I'm not.
How long did that game take you?
70.
It's not as that means it'll take me 130.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
the great thing about
accurate.
the Persona Teams games, I should say, is that they're on a calendar system, so you really can't like take too much long. Like there's not a wide between like completionist and regular playthrough. There's not a wide margin of hours.
You said the epilogue though is like post that.
Well, yeah, that game does have a false, like 3 false endings, like Lord of the Rings: Return of the King.
Sorry, back to aesthetic though, and you were quantifying it, Austin, before we recorded, of just like the perfect marriage of art style, like visuals and sound and setting and music and just vibes. And looking, so there are 22 on here. And
no
one felt passionately enough about like Crow Country.
There are 21. You're counting the
or anything
title thing. Also,
and 20 because we accidentally put Lorelei and the Laser Eyes on here a second time.
I'm fixing that.
I only read it the first time because I saw it there.
I did that by accident.
I know. You.
I accidentally copy and pasted. That was supposed to say Balatro.
Oh, okay.
So add Balatro to the list of games, because I was like, why the hell did only I nominate Lorelei? I didn't even play it. And then I was like, oh, Balatro's not on here. So that was supposed to be Balatro.
Okay.
So add that to your list.
All right.
Any easy cuts out the gate?
Yeah,
I got a couple.
I'm the only one that put this on. I put it on towards the end, and I don't think anybody else has played it.
I've seen it.
No,
if you're
what
talking
is
about
Arctic
Arctic Eggs.
Yeah, so out of the 3 low poly, like PS1 era vibe games, what I would consider is Buckshot Roulette and Mouthwashing and Arctic Eggs.
And Dread Delusion.
There's
4.
I was playing Arctic Eggs, but like for a little bit recently, and when I jumped back in, I was like, oh, it's very similar to Buckshot and Mouthwashing and Dread Delusion, even though I didn't play that. But yeah, it's it's a depressing world, and the music that's playing is very depressing. What people are saying is very odd and strange. Pretty much every aspect of the game is meant to confuse or make you feel like, I don't know, I wouldn't say uneasy, but just like uncomfortable.
Dreamlike, is it? Like
kind of like people's faces are like waving, like
it's a weird fucking game.
Okay,
like water.
This is probably gonna be hard to describe.
Yeah, and then like
I know what it looks like.
there's some like half of the people have this like oxygen tank like on their nose, and for no foreseeable reason, it's never talked about. It's very basic. The conversations that people in the world are having are odd. One
who made this?
I don't know,
guy.
some weirdos, but
Yeah.
it's a game about like frying shit that people give you.
Yeah.
And like the whole mechanics around it is like flipping the pan so you get both sides. But everything is odd.
This is a cool trailer.
Even the core gameplay mechanic is odd.
Yeah, what the fuck?
And every aspect feeds into that more. The dialogue, the environment. It's like you're on top of these buildings with these catwalks and.
Well, I mean, it's up to you if. Wait, are they cooking cigarettes?
Yes,
Wait,
it enhances the flavor.
What is this game?
It enhances the flavor.
It's called Arctic Eggs.
It's very.
It's up to you if you want to fight for it or not.
No, it's very fun. It's very strange, and I think it has everything going for it in this category. But without reference, I don't think you guys are gonna understand maybe what sets it apart from games like Mouthwashing, which multiple of us have played.
That's fair.
I want to shout out a game that I did not put on here, Clickholding.
Oh, I forgot.
I forgot about that
Get
game.
back to that.
Because an L and an I look like a U, so it's cuckolding.
I was gonna ask this. Like,
Yeah.
isn't that porn category?
It's you play. It's first person. You have one of those clickers that that you just click and it goes up by a number. But there's a dude in the corner of a hotel room in a cuck chair, just staring at you, asking you to click more.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know what you're doing.
What the fuck?
It's a weird fucking game, dude. He pulls out a pistol at one point, threatens to kill himself.
But with that being said, I will say, it's weird and it's not unsettling. It's just jarring, I would say. And I also scrambled to play Buckshot Roulette within these last couple of days, and I would say overall, that has a more impactful feeling because of what goes on in that game. So, it's a dope ass game. It's very short. It's very weird, but I think there's a lot of juggernauts in this, and I just wanted to give that a shout out because this thing, all it's got is its aesthetic.
I gotta. So do you want to cut it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Can I, Andrew?
Yeah.
You're at a mouse and keyboard. You want to handle like striking through stuff as we cut it?
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, please, because we're all on touchscreens and it's
find
harder.
Also, if either of you guys need to follow along on the list,
problem.
you can use your phones, but that's what I'm doing.
It's funny we were just saying it's like all that game's got is aesthetic. I feel that way about a number of games on here.
Me too.
There are going to be some very difficult.
There's one in particular.
Very difficult cuts on this list.
I have a very easy cut.
I have an easy cut. Do you want to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
The Plucky Squire.
Yeah.
I think it's cute. I think the 2D, 3D thing works relatively well.
It's in a book.
I think that the game was a lot more childish than I thought it was going to be. I thought the aesthetic was going to be that it was childish, but it was like a little bit more.
I associate a lot of Devolver games with at least having kind of an edge, and I was like, oh, this skewered a little longer.
And I was like, oh, this is just like a child's game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we can cut Plucky Squire.
Yeah, but is that the aesthetics fault or just the game?
I
mean, at that point, it's personal taste.
It is personal taste, but I think that like
I thought it was a little too.
It's just
Tweeny.
really good looking art, but like I don't think there's anything spectacularly original about the art. I think it's just kind of like children's storybook.
All right, is anyone fighting for Plucky Squire?
I don't think so.
Nah.
I don't think anybody feels strongly about that.
Okay.
I got two cuts.
Because it sure impresses at
sure.
First blush.
Makes for good trailers. So I'm gonna get rid of Angerfoot.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Which I describe it as like a 3D Ren and Stimpy.
Yeah.
And how you do everything from vape to like cuddling with your girlfriend using your feet. The way that enemies twerk over your body when you die.
That is
good.
Yeah.
And just the ragdoll and those like strings of like purple blood. It makes the hit registration very satisfying.
You know, I skipped over this. I need to go back. Sounds good.
It's a bit disappointing, but
a lot of things I do in real life.
Yeah. I like
vape with your foot.
The stupid thing that makes me laugh the hardest is the SWAT shields just say fuck. In the same act, like that's as an acronym. It's in the exact font, and I don't like.
So okay, now
it's dumb, but
I played Angerfoot at PAX East actually. In fact, Andrew, I'm fairly sure you were there.
Kicking doors,
and
down.
I had a fairly good impression of it. It was very fast. It was a lot of fun.
It impresses in short bursts,
sure does.
And in long bursts, it's not as impressive.
Yeah, and
as a complete product, it.
In another category, we'll get to it, but let's say they make you replay levels in order to progress.
It's aesthetic, while funny, is wears a little thin.
Well,
I think
if it's repetitive, you're right. It's like nothing destroys humor more than just repetition, like the same joke over and over again. So yeah, that makes sense.
I think if that game were just a little shorter and a little easier, the aesthetic would hit harder. But
yeah.
I'll say Angerfoot and one other game on this list both can make me physically ill.
I know the other one, but I love that game, so I'm keeping it.
Yeah, listen, if you want to fight for that one later, we can go for it later.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't look at it in motion for too long.
So
wait, what game is that?
He's referring to Mullet Mad Jack.
A Mullet Mad
Oh,
Jack.
Just my game.
Right.
You can probably Mullet Mad Jack out of my cold dead hands.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to pry it out of your hands. I'm just saying I can't look at it for too long.
Well, no, I get it. But we'll get to Mullet Mad Jack because that game
slaps. And as far as first-person shooters go, while we're with it, we can get rid of Fallen Aces, which I guess I might have fucked up in that technically it launched in early access last year. Its first real episode was this year. I like the choppy hand-drawn models.
No,
of the gangster.
Early access launched this year.
Oh, okay, so right? I was right. Okay, then it was the trailer.
But the thing is like. Yeah, like we've got like there's going to be like two levels in what exists today, right? And then there will be a more fleshed out game. It is my understanding.
That game is very
we'll have
incomplete.
A whole lot more of Fallen.
Forgive Me, Father is a better version of that.
I mean, this also has a lot of mooks and let me
Whoa,
tell you,
that sounds racist. I don't know what that means, but you might be canceled.
I was gonna say
they've said that on Hey Arnold. These mooks. He's safe.
Well, that's when
it's like
they had hair on their balls.
Yeah, it's a lot of gangster imagery and
toadies,
why Iota and yeah.
It's funny when you grab them and they like the way that you see their facial expressions before you like throw them through a wall. Pretty good, but not enough to hang with the rest of the stuff here.
We'll see some of those motifs in Diesel Legacy as well, but
but better.
But yeah, I think there will be a lot more of Fallen Aces when it is more done, and I do like what they started.
All right,
agreed.
Does anybody have any more easy cuts?
Easy cuts.
I'm out.
Yeah. Okay.
Easy ones, not really.
I
have one that I know me and Randy are going to argue about.
Okay.
I have one.
Oh,
this is best.
I know what.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got a cut. And Andrew and Randy, you're welcome to defend this. Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. I don't feel very super passionate about that. Listen, I beat that game, and it's like I don't really feel super passionate. I don't know what I would nominate it for. I don't know. I would nominate that game. It is a very well designed puzzle game. I don't know if anything else about that game really stands out to me. I couldn't stand the story. I'm sorry, I didn't.
I like
I mean the story was fairly dreamlike and stuff, but also it dances in and out of several different aesthetics, as you know, having played through it, right? And several of them are reminiscent of the PS1 era. There's a lot of that going around this year.
It'll go back from that monochrome look to like being more Gothian film noir.
You know what? Okay, I see where you're going.
Emphasize certain colors.
Exactly. I do really like that about it, but yeah, where I might cut Lorelei though is just that it's like there's a lot of stiff competition on aesthetic.
That's how
this
I
year
feel.
Is really what it comes down to, I think.
I mean, I got no horse in this race, so.
Yeah, I do think it's got a strong aesthetic. It's just like
I'm willing to let it go, but I
commend
commend
this
it
year with strong aesthetics.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Same.
All right.
All right.
Go on.
You know what? Fair.
May I suggest Indiana Jones gets cut?
I am
on
all
the
for that.
basis of-
My argument against Indiana Jones is that I think where it succeeds in aesthetic, Outlaws also succeeds in aesthetic, and I didn't nominate that for a variety
Does that
of
game
reasons.
have a 1-to-1 Harrison Ford?
No. Indiana Jones: The Great Circle looks far better than Outlaws. I just want to say that up front.
But
it's
the
just
source
like
material.
It's
on.
Like the little quirks of the film franchise
I will say
being inserted into a video game.
Like they nailed the vibe of those movies, and when the like the iconic theme cuts in and out, the switches to third person are great.
I like originally when this game was coming out, I had no faith. Zero faith. It looked okay.
I did,
but
it's machine games.
No, right. Well,
yeah.
I just thought that it's uncharted territory in a genre. What? God damn it! I didn't say uncharted territory. In a medium in which this type of game has literally been ripped from and then repurposed, and you have your Tomb Raiders and your Nathan Drakes and whatever other adventurous type games, but for them to then come and like leapfrog all of them is pretty awesome.
Well, I wouldn't go leapfrog.
It depends
all
in
of
what
them.
way. The scope of the outdoor areas and the attention to the smaller detail, like because there are a variety of backdrops to the vistas, but like as far as if you're gonna funnel it down to like art direction and animation and maybe like set piece design.
In the shadow of those games that have made their identity in its DNA, I just think it coming forward and maybe not leapfrogging entirely, but it's awesome.
I mean,
we get that vibe, that feeling.
We can get into what Uncharted does better.
Yeah,
on the next episode. But
we can let it go.
Yeah,
for now.
But what I will add to that, though, as far as like what this does really well, because a lot of it is just depicting realism really well, which I appreciate. But then a lot of it also is like the exact way that they like kind of direct like slapstick sort of moments in the game. Like, oh, here's a fight scene, and everybody's like, I'm gonna whiff this punch by about 4 feet, and then swing around in a couple of like a huge arc. Like, I do think that feels like.
Huck a wine bottle into the air and then smack it with a shovel.
Yeah, and like in addition to looking like real people, I think they do a really good job of capturing the way those movies, look. But if we're capturing things that look like movies, I think Indica does that better on this list.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Speaking of prying it out of my cold dead hands.
Well, that's not. Yeah, I don't think anybody.
Just real quick, lifting the torch.
Lifting
the torch to actually illuminate the area is probably one of my favorite game mechanics.
I was very impressed. I mentioned to you beforehand that it's so nice playing a game on the Series X or PS5. That's just like on console that is 60 FPS and 4K at all times. And when you're in Cairo and you see like the heat waves like and the train going by, and then after that when you're in the jungle like and then you can the water and looks and when it's raining in the sky and moon, the way the moonlight shines in, great stuff. But
all
right. Do you want me to argue with you now?
Who?
Sure.
Okay, Harold Halibut, I think we should cut.
It's the sole aspect of that game that's good.
And I'm not saying that we should cut it because the game is boring, because good Lord, the game is boring.
Oh my God.
And the writing is awful.
It's not good.
But I also I remember playing that game and thinking my settings were turned down. I turned them all the way up. Frame rate be damned.
Yeah.
I don't know why that game took so long, because it doesn't look like stop motion. It looks like animation trying to fake stop motion, and if it wasn't for the trailers showing me that they made that shit in stop motion,
behind the scenes stuff where you actually see the little dioramas that they built.
I wouldn't think that they did that.
So
I would have thought it was trickery, because the models look so low poly and bad for something that was captured with photography.
I think it depends on because it does a lot of depth of field and things like that.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. All that stuff looks like trickery to make me think that it's stop motion, and I'm asking why not just model Harold and make it look like stop motion? Why did you take 10 years? It probably has something to do with
how it animates and controls. Because it's
it controls like shit.
It does, but it's like the tiny the props and clothing like that looks.
I know.
I mean, this is already such an incredibly rare feat for the medium. I just
I understand why you put it on here.
Even the score with it's like that cartoon video.
But I think that game fails on fundamentally every level, including showcasing stop motion. Like I've seen stop motion video games that look better, and they weren't.
Skull Monkeys.
Sure.
Or Neverhood.
They were way earlier.
Yeah. It's just, I think you can see, at least in the early stages, that how meticulously crafted everything was, and maybe you're right that it sort of fell apart. It did take a literal decade. It's art. I wish it was in service of a better product.
And what I'm saying is that it doesn't look like it took a decade. If you're gonna take a decade, it should look like you took a decade. And
optimization is an issue, and I would cut it just for that.
Yeah, but
because it hitches.
But it absolutely hitches. But you used photography, right? Like you used a camera to take a picture of a model. Why does it look like something from a PS2 game?
Why there's Vaseline on the lens?
Yeah, well, Vaseline on the lens to trick your eye into thinking you're seeing something.
Here's what I think fucked it up. They put digital shadows on stuff that's physically there. Yes. And I think that was a poor choice.
I heard towards the end they added AI.
everything looks like it is made in Unity to mimic stop motion. And if it wasn't for those behind the scenes videos, I wouldn't have known they actually did stop motion.
Maybe they did. Maybe they
they went through. There's the behind you could see they went through so much effort for such little.
They actually they put in the effort to make the behind the scenes video, but actually they were just
it was all a lie.
Yeah. They only did just enough to make the behind the scenes.
I still think the backgrounds look great. I'm
Listen,
I said I'm willing to strike this one out just because of how bad it runs.
If we're cutting Lorelei and the Laser Eyes because, as Andrew said, there's so much competition, Harold Halip, you gave it its dues, but it's not.
Well, that's the only dues it's getting.
Yeah, I was going to say
it's not fucking. It's not beating half the shit on this list.
I was going to say I think there's more deserving games than Harold.
All right, does anybody else got to go?
Let me see. Let me take
because I have a question.
Take a gander.
If we're nominating Metaphor and Persona 3 Re,
okay, you just got.
I was just about to say.
You just got to what I was about to talk about. If no one else had anything to say,
are we striking stuff off these lists? Because
Andrew's doing
it.
I've got it. Yeah.
I think we can sum this up, and I'll let you take your time. This is going to be short. Persona 3. Ran so Metaphor ReFantazio could walk, or however the saying goes.
You had it flipped. Yeah. Okay, so you didn't play Metaphor.
Oh no, but I did for an hour or two. But in the grand scheme of things, that's basically not.
And Andrew didn't play Persona. Okay. So I'm the only one who's put in time with both.
Why do they put both of those out in the same year?
Because Atlas needs money. So
all for Royal.
Here's the thing: if we're as you said at the beginning of this category, if aesthetic is art direction, it is vibes, it is music, it is style,
audio, UI.
Then I'm gonna say Persona 3 over Metaphor.
Oh,
really?
Okay. Yeah.
But if it's straight up art direction, Metaphor wins in art direction.
There's
Metaphor
menus,
absolutely wins in UI design.
Which one is a better, more rockin' soundtrack?
Oh, Persona 3.
Persona 3.
Don't make me play one of those songs because I will have to get up and start dancing, baby.
Yeah.
I spent 110 hours with this game, and the soundtrack did not wear, even for a minute.
That's interesting because I will say I think the soundtrack in Metaphor is fantastic, but I am 40 hours in and I think they've got 35 hours of music or maybe 30 hours worth of music. You know what I mean?
So Metaphor has the disadvantage of being a fantasy game, so the soundtrack is orchestral.
Not a lot of vibe in that.
And
it sets a stage.
And I think, yeah, like, again, like, the music that they do have in there is fantastic. It's just, it is a limited set of tracks, right? It's like, for any given activity, there's, like, one.
It sucks, because I'm torn, because I'm like...
But imagine jazz fused with R&B, fused with rap.
Fused with... And then there's some pop with rap.
Yeah.
And it's the angelic, female vocals with the...
And none of the people singing speak English natively, but they're all singing in English.
Yes.
It's perfect.
I'll also add here, too, that this is maybe further in Persona's favor, is that Metaphor's menus look really nice, like transitioning between everything. However, in the functional aspect, sometimes things are a little confusing.
Which Persona 3's menus are cleaner.
Yeah.
Are cleaner. Yeah. Continue.
Okay, so like that's what I figured. Like, because like, yeah, if I want to adjust something about my archetype in Metaphor, which would be the personas in Persona, is how I understand it. There are like several different screens that you need to be on depending on which thing about it you want to change, and it's like, why? Why did I have to go back here to do this? Like, there are a good number of cases where either you don't see the information you're looking for because of the way they stylized it, or the menus don't make sense because of how they stylized it. They're not. It's not the most frequent problem in the world, but if Persona doesn't have that problem, then I think Persona.
I will say,
but you played both.
Yeah, I will say within the few short hours that I spent with Metaphor, regrettably, I had that issue.
Yeah. So, would you be with me in picking Persona 3 over Metaphor for aesthetic?
Honestly, I'll say this. The only thing that has Metaphor pulling me was the preview that I saw that got me hyped for the game. The fucking menus are beautiful.
They are beautiful.
Oh my God. The time and effort spent, because you're in the menus a lot.
Yeah.
And this is like the first time that like a company goes, okay, we get it.
Yeah.
We'll give you something pretty to look at.
But again,
I would say
both of their menus are nothing compared to Persona 5's menus.
Right. And I don't have the reference there, but
this might not be relevant, but it's
don't
Persona 3 Reload, it being a remake.
Right, but the aesthetics are all new.
Okay. Refreshed. Okay. Yeah.
Everything is
I
rebuilt.
didn't put Silent Hill 2 on here, but I also think it has worse aesthetics than the original.
Yeah.
Everything is rebuilt from the ground up in Unreal. The music is all redone.
Yes.
The voice acting is all new people. So
okay.
Yeah.
That's why
it's a total remake.
Metaphor.
Or a reload, sorry.
Okay, so we're keeping Persona. Yeah. We'll strike Metaphor. Metaphor will get its dues later. Trust me.
How do we feel about, at this point, right, which I think is worth stressing because there's a lot of strong stuff on here, either Children of the Sun or Helldivers?
I was going to say Helldivers.
This is a serious question. What is Children of the Sun?
So, Children of the Sun, you watched me play a little bit, which, if I was choosing my top 3, I think it would be in there. It's a combination of Super Hot, Killer 7, and Sniper Elite. It's that puzzle game.
Puzzle sniper game.
Yeah.
Yes, I did
it has
watch
this very bright neon look to it. You're fighting a cult. And one of the things I love is that when you find the right, the trajectory for your bullet, it has a dynamic percussion kind of soundtrack with it, where like the drums will crescendo and then a cymbal will crash when you hit their head, and it explodes like a piñata. And all this blood. All the tutorial levels have these like deeply psychedelic backgrounds, but it never takes away of the impact of the cult stuff. Like, it's a seriously creepy game. I like it a lot.
Now, I don't think we should cut Children of the Sun. I think that's a serious contender.
Okay.
For aesthetic. What about Helldivers 2?
I got some cuts after this.
So
too,
it's Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
Obviously, but I think
they nail that.
They do, but they go so all the way.
Yeah.
Just like the flavor text and the uniform with your cape that blows around, and just the look of the bugs and the Terminator androids, like the trumpet theme, like it lends itself to just such an abundance of like a slapstick comedy of errors too.
And just the
like,
just chef's kiss on the ragdoll.
Yeah,
It's perfect enough to be stupid, but not perfect enough to look
like,
broken.
Yeah,
it's
you know what I mean.
And the environments and nature effects are pretty neat. Like you know,
yeah,
like
the fucking fire tornadoes and the meteor showers.
Runs great.
For a theme, honestly, pretty catchy for
the heroic,
mission.
I think, in terms of
even the way it launches you down through the atmosphere,
the fake commercials.
Yes, yeah,
no,
that opening CG.
They nailed
democracy.
They nailed the theming 100% perfectly, and they even dialed it even more in a little bit in certain areas,
which is so insane that some people can't.
They drilled it in so far they stripped the screw.
They did. Yeah,
even when you choose the name of your ship in the beginning.
Oh yeah, dude!
I forgot about that.
Yo, the Fist of Democracy. Yeah,
the Ombudsman of Liberty. That's mine.
No, I think my favorite was still Conroy's. He's like the something of family values.
The something of family values.
What it is. Yeah. But
oh my god.
That said, like it is, they nailed it. But
I'm trying to think of what I'm trying to think of what I would put Helldivers 2 over that's left, and the only ones are the ones I haven't played.
There is one other game on here that. Well, I guess there's two technically.
Wait, I got some cuts here. Okay. So
do we agree on Helldivers?
Cutting it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's brilliant though.
It is brilliant. Okay, so let's talk Buckshot Roulette real quick.
Yeah, I wanted to get into this because it has a chef's kiss aesthetic, but it is kind of just Inscription.
It's just Inscription.
And it is really just copying Inscription.
So it's not like it was stolen. He was like, I was inspired by this.
Yeah.
But
and the two guys who made the two games are friends.
Yes. Yeah.
Because of this.
I might have recency bias.
I think I just love that it's set above a nightclub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a strange opening.
You can hear the music pulsing through the walls. Yeah. It's great. And the chunkiness of the sounds, like all the devices that keep you alive and tell you the score.
Oh yeah,
like it's great. Even just like this, like when you saw off the shotgun, it makes this hard clang.
Or smoking a cigarette to get your health back, or drinking a beer.
Yeah. The floating masks are really fucking weird.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't.
They went real creative.
Like I said, it might be recency bias, but you can't feel this unless you've played it. But the idea of taking a gun and putting the barrel right to your POV, right underneath of it, and going click, and then not knowing if it's going to go lights out or...
Yeah, just hearing the click and not having the green go, you're just,
I also love the way if he does it hard cuts to black, and then you just hear the...
the capacitor's charging up.
That's what I was saying about with Arctic Eggs. It kind of cohesively all works in just a weird way.
Yeah.
Whereas with this is unsettling. And then what it's asking you to do is even more unsettling. So that feeling of like I said, just putting that barrel, or knowing that you're going to get a shot, and then just going,
how satisfying
eat this fucker.
It is. Yeah, did you try the multiplayer?
No,
that's
no. I there's something
so
even though it's so super short and it really didn't take me very long.
No, that's why I loved it.
It was when you die, there's it's pillars of like what look like nails, like landscape or building sized nails, and it just says there's an achievement you get for losing, and it says it's raining nails here, or it rains nails here, and then there's just shit coming from this white sky with all these like angular like nail like pillars, and then it's just you are dead.
Austin sold me on that game in like 30 seconds, if that. It was like 15 seconds where it was just like, you just wake up in a bathroom and just immediately walk onto a table and start playing.
And what does it say on the wall? I forget. I only saw it twice, but I was like, that's afraid. It just says afraid. So interesting.
But it's got, I think there's too much else on here that
I agree.
We can cut it.
For.
Next up on my scope, Balatro.
I knew this was coming. Balatro. Listen, I get it. Similar to Buckshot, Balatro is a masterclass in nailing the little things. It's just like the card shuffling sounds,
feedback that you get,
the ambient music, the animations, the pings and
the tings when your jokers go off.
Yeah, the little flame sounds that when you get really high scores, like.
And you mentioned the music. That soundtrack's fucking weird. It's like a bizarre time signature.
The Joker art.
Is there any more than like?
There's like 2 songs.
Yeah,
but it never
for the
gets
amount
old.
of hours I've played that game, beating it with all the decks and everything.
Yeah,
I still hear it and I'm like, this is
like
soothing.
The amount of ways that you can take a basic Joker from a playing card deck and spin it. There's like 400 Jokers in that game, and all of the art is brilliant, and none of it is similar.
Right.
Like the rookie card Joker is just a baseball card with a Joker with a baseball bat, and then they have like the fucking like the gross Mikel banana that goes extinct way faster than the Cavendish banana Joker. It's just like
that's funny.
We can cut it, but trust me, I will die on the Balatro Hill much later in this podcast. But
the game I probably played the most of.
If it's just like a harmony of
everything being right,
of one guy just having a vision and nailing it, like that's Balatro.
Yep.
Yeah.
I find it even more impactful knowing that he's like doesn't play roguelikes, or had not been exposed
and yet
to
he
roguelikes.
Created one of the best ones ever made.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just nothing poisoned the well. This all came from him, and like that's like the cherry on top of this beautiful roguelike sundae.
All right. Do you have any more?
No, I don't think.
Like how Matt's become the executioner.
Yeah. Well, I'm about to become the executioner. I'm gonna throw it right back in Matt's fucking face, trying to get Balatro from me. Yeah. Tell me about Thank Goodness You're Here, because I played Devo and I could not stand it.
Really?
Yeah, I thought it was like offensively British.
It was. You say this like it's a bad thing.
That's funny. I find it generally inoffensive.
I'm sorry. I thought this was America. I thought we hated the British here.
It didn't bother me.
I think the character models and voice work is hilarious.
Yes,
I love the faces and the sight gags, how it animates. They're able to pretty seamlessly splice cutscenes and gameplay together, like without any loads, which makes the pacing of like the humor and the jokes work. I have other quabbles with the game, but as far as the aesthetic isn't one of them. But for me personally, there's other stuff that ranks above it here. But if anyone else wants to try and fight harder for it, I'm all ears.
Probably its biggest
fan. Narrative.
I'm a big fan of it. I think that's the problem is I see other games on here that probably deserve more than it. I would say, the best part about the game is the humor. And so it's like, but there's no, it's like if I could nominate it for like funniest game, but it's
moment or sequence character, those
that's actually
it will come up again.
It'll come up again, and I think it's like I think the characters stand out very well. And I saw you had added some characters on there.
Yeah.
The characters are wonderful. The humor is good. I see better things on here for aesthetic. Yeah.
But all the squishy faces.
Next up,
all the faces that are pushed.
I get it.
And the skin lines are so big. There's
it.
You pop out of a fucking huge
If Balatro
pie.
can't win, then the stupid British game can't win, okay?
No, I didn't put it on here. I think it is very funny.
Why can't you just make the pies?
Listen, man, Balatro, I'm going to be gunning for Balatro for...
I know.
Don't worry about that.
They're both gone.
All right, now I want to talk about Arzette. Because I did play Arzette.
It's so... Dude, it's so extremely specific. I mean, if you... Because not even if you have, I don't know who has nostalgia for the CDI.
Only you.
But just the memification of those shitty Zelda games and like Hotel Mario. And this is that to such a T, like the bad rotoscoping and the cheesy writing and like the vocal performances, the like even the simplicity of like the tile sets and you play the way the audio badly loops.
So let me ask you a question.
Well, wait, we were watching a friend of ours, Randy, one of your roommates, we were watching him stream the game, and when this was the first time I ever heard of it, I was like, okay, this thing doesn't nail this bit unless they do weird zoom-ins on the people during
the
conversations.
Awkward zoom in and zoom
and then like a second later, it does the weird zoom-in, and I was like, okay, 10 out of 10, they nailed it. Right?
You know, so Randy, you and I must have very different recollections of those games for the CDI. Did you play them?
Yeah,
I have them.
Okay.
He has them.
All right.
I don't have official copies. I have a CDI and
every single
CDRs.
thing I know about
like
those games
from YouTube poops.
No, even better. YTMND.
Ah, yes. Okay.
YTMND.
Yeah.
So I have no idea what the storyline is, other than Link's gay.
You should take a look. You should take a look at these sometimes. Me, Matt, and our roommate Alfred, we got to the last world of Hotel Mario and just could not.
Yeah, we could not do it
anymore.
No, it was agonizing. I would describe that. Actually, we were on there were some levels we were on one level for like an hour, like that long. It was agonizing.
Is this a style? Has this been labeled a style by?
That's why I said it's so niche. Like this is.
It exists. I want to know the original animator or artist for those games.
I heard someone talk about this because it did come up in similar Game of the Year proceedings, and it was they outsourced the animation to some dude out of Russia or something like that, and it kind of back in the day, not this one, right? But the original inspiration back in the 90s. That was a weird outsourcing deal, and nobody else really did business with him, so it kind of only exists in those games. And from what I could tell,
he made his own
aesthetic. It looked like in the credits for RZ, they had consultation with one of the guys from Digital Foundry, probably to make sure they got the look right.
Oh wow!
Which is also fascinating. Yeah. And listen, I would say even to a fault, they nail the aesthetic.
Because it's an ugly, CGI, an ugly art style.
It's a very
ugly.
Yeah,
it's
off-putting. No, it's the goal was this joke only works because these games were so bad, right?
Yes.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
And it looks exactly like you would remember that, and probably not exactly like that because we're on higher res screens, but
sure.
Still,
no, they're dedicated to their
absolutely.
badness, having played these back to back. Yeah.
This is one of those where the entire game is the aesthetic for sure.
Yeah.
This is up to you guys. I was just bringing it up because
here.
We can keep it.
We can, keep it.
It's hard.
I say keep it for now.
It's just so funny to choose. It does what it's setting out to do, perfectly, but what it's doing is also
bad.
Yeah.
This game,
but it also
it requires, but it's just the right
requires
amount of
a level of dedication to do shitty right. Could
You're
you
right.
imagine if somebody tried to remake The Room, the movie?
Right. Yeah.
You can't do it.
No.
So there's a level of artistry in recapturing that bad almost to a T.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. It can stay for now.
Andrew.
Yeah.
What is Diesel Legacy and why should I care?
Diesel Legacy is an awesome 2v2 hand-drawn, hand-animated fighting game. It kind
gorgeous.
Of rocks absolutely. It rocks a 1920s sort of steampunk-esque, of course they would call it diesel punk, aesthetic. There's a lot of mafiosos and flappers and
just look up Eleonora's idol animation and you'll get all you need.
Ne'er-do-wells.
She'll come up as best character.
Yes. But the stages are visually it's got
Tomfoolery.
it's got so much attitude, the fluidity of the moves too, and seeing how they're telegraphed, it's pretty stunning.
It is impressive looking.
It's one of the best. It's some of the best fighter designs ever.
Yeah, I'll say working against my own argument, because I'm not sure if this would make my top 3 for aesthetic, but it would be cutting it close, right?
I think it would be my 4.
Yeah, slightly slightly arguing against myself, I will say a lot of stuff that this game does well is this game has a lineage with Skullgirls, and is also stuff that Skullgirls does well.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Not all of it.
There's some, so this is the Skullgirls team.
No, it's the guy.
No, it is at least the game director on this game was one of the main 2 guys on Skullgirls.
I gotcha.
And so I'm sure that a lot of decisions that they made, including the artwork, were probably no, we need to do it this way because, trust me, people will respond to it.
Yeah, I mean, Skullgirls stands out.
It could be.
In a sea of fighting games because of that reason.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anyone else on the team. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Randy. Is I think that game probably is in my 3. I don't think it's my number 1.
It's not my number 1. I think it is my 3.
it is going to be a harder argument to make with just you and I fighting for it. But boy, like the one thing I'll say, you know, if people are begging for us to put it on the chopping block right now, the one thing I'll say is that it reminds me that we used to have 2D hand animated movies, and now we don't anymore. Because like that's how good the animation is in this game.
Yeah.
All right.
I know.
We can keep it for now.
We're
just gonna go through and talk about it, and then we'll get to the cuts.
Where does everyone stand on UFO 50? Because I put that. I mean, it might have come across a bit of a cheat.
I am
since
literally
it's directly influenced by the graphics of the NES and old PCs.
We have a little thumbs up system here. I am the only person who did not put their name next to UFO 50. Okay. So I feel like that's a strong contender, but
they did a killer job with showing how their fake company like subtly made changes as the technology improved throughout their history, like not just like through the beeps and chirps, but like the motifs that are carried over game to game and the range and style of like their sprite work. Like
I didn't look through these menus very hard. I was playing this was a game that I sadly looked over even on the Steam sale.
Yeah.
So I ended up picking it up because it was on a couple of our lists, and I
digging into it.
It is very cool. One of the things I have to ask, and it kind of maybe will kill the veil or lift the veil a bit, is this is an aggregate of a bunch of indie developers.
Yes.
It is not actually cut videos or video games.
No.
Like one of the descriptions said 1984 didn't make its way to store shelves because of the demonic artwork.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So that's all flavor text and flourish.
It's fake.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, still, I think it's funny to give off that auspice that these are games that never made it to store shelves.
It's like their own version of Atari 50, but like but not real. I love this game, but there's things I'm going to bat for.
Very samey throughout, but very different. Like a lot of these games definitely have
Randy's saying,
their own identity.
It stops at the early 90s. Like,
deliberately samey.
Yeah,
like it's trying
it tells the story.
It's trying to maintain a specific style to make you believe the illusion.
Right.
Essentially.
And which I had known or seen that this was just an aggregate, but then I looked through like some of the descriptions, or like one of them in particular, and I was like, wait, is this real?
Yeah.
So, but
Well, you see the evolution of their fictional timeline, right? Because it's like we wanted to build what games would have looked like in the year 1983 or whatever, right? Like based on where they're at. Yeah. And then the way that they evolved their art style in the subsequent fake years in their timeline was what we would have been doing in real life in that point in the 1980s. And I think it's great that they stick. Yeah, I think it's great that they stick to that. I think they nailed the assignment on making games that feel like they came out of the 80s. But also, I don't think the 80s had a ton of variance.
No.
And I do think it was pretty limiting. And unlike RZ is mimicking like 3 video games on Earth ever that like no one will ever do again. Right? But
yes.
UFO 50 is mimicking a style that was quite prevalent for an entire decade. So
and
we've
we'll
seen
continue
plenty of games like this, right? Like,
yeah. I don't think
we will continue to see more games like that.
Yeah.
All right. So UFO 50 is getting next.
Yeah.
That sounds like.
I think so.
Yeah.
I
agree with the logic that it's just like it's a good style, but it's not exactly the most. It's like
original.
Yeah, it's not super original. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We've got a good short list.
While we're here, I think we can get rid of Persona 3 now.
Really?
I'm looking at what's left, unless you disagree.
No.
I'm looking at what's left, and it doesn't hang.
I mean, honestly, it fucking kicks. It rocks tits.
Yeah, it
Persona
does.
3
it's
rocks
so good.
tits in every aspect.
Hold on, real quick.
Yeah. This is
That's it.
Yeah.
If you
I mean,
know,
the music
you know.
is always good.
Yeah.
If you know, you know. And you know that it rocks.
I'm
tits,
just looking at what's left on this list, even the stuff we haven't talked about yet, and like Persona 3.
And Persona is those guys definitely they're following their own kind of aesthetic from game to game, so it's not something that kind of stands out in in a room, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly.
So.
And this is also Persona 3 Reload is kind of a safe version of Persona 5 Royal.
Okay.
In terms of aesthetic.
Right.
Royal really
goes
into it.
All right.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, Matt and/or Andrew, tell me about Dread Delusion.
Yeah, I was waiting for us to get to this, and
All right.
also,
Yeah, I was gonna ask which ones we haven't actually discussed yet.
Okay,
We have
so-
not discussed Dread Delusion, Mullet Mad Indica, or mouthwashing.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So, first of all, Andrew, I'm glad you nominated this. So I presume you played it
Yep, I finished it.
and you finished it. Okay, what were your thoughts?
I mean, that's outside. Let's just keep it to aesthetics for now. But
Okay, so I mean, what do you? I mean, it's got a good aesthetic. I describe it as like it's like okay. First of all, everybody called it Morrowind. Like it's nothing fucking like Morrowind. I would describe it more as like a PS1 RPG.
I'm gonna look this up real quick.
Yeah, go for it. It's got a good aesthetic though, and it's like
it's at least a little bit of Morrowind, right? Like a lot of the UI elements and RPG systems
what's
and
it
stuff.
called?
That
I already
are
like
Dread Delusion.
Dread Delusion.
Yeah.
Dread Delusion.
Yeah, it sounds like a horror game.
So it is at least a little bit of Morrowind, so I get it. But also, yeah, I think it is leaning way harder on 5th gen consoles.
Yes,
like
it is
PS1 and
way
N64.
more 5th gen.
But imagine you had one of those, like, because a lot of these environments look like something you would have made back then. But imagine it's like you've got all these really like standout biomes like you would make back then, except they're all visible at the same time with no kryptonite fog.
Yeah, with no kryptonite fog. Yeah.
Exactly. It's like it makes you imagine that era without the draw distance limitations. And also it's, once again, kind of like RZ, it's like not truly limited that way because it is made for higher resolution displays and of course better frame rates.
I'm gonna say
but yeah,
I think it stays.
It nails.
I feel like it stays. I feel like there's something there. I feel like there's something there. I don't think it's gonna win, but I think it's gonna be there. I think it's something there.
What's this one note pink sky bullshit?
Let me see.
What?
All the pictures and the images on Google just show a pink sky in the background.
This is kind of cool.
Yeah. Oh, it's got a very
Is
Yeah,
there
the
like a
sky
looming
does look a little
apocalypse
different depending on.
going on with this.
Yes.
I get what you're saying.
the apocalypse has already happened. Actually,
I'm calling it a one note pink sky.
All right, we'll keep it for now. We'll get into the cutting in a bit.
Randy, I actually feel like you would enjoy this as an RPG
He
because
doesn't like fantasy stuff.
Yeah.
No, this is less.
There's a steampunk aesthetic to it. It's a fantasy punk almost.
That's a good
There's a fantasy
punk.
Stop
It's
trying
fantasy
to
punk.
Are there other corporations that are taking over the world? Is it
I don't know,
anti-corporate?
There's a
because it's
trading
not
company.
punk.
Yeah.
Is there an establishment? Because you can't be anti-establishment without an establishment.
Yeah, and you can't
Fine.
side.
Diesel core. There you
There
go.
you go.
That's the word.
Core is the word you're looking
And
for.
Diesel core. Yeah.
Another turn off for Andy is you can't cyber with anything in it.
Oh
bummer.
boy, I hard cut off. I only do things where I can cyber.
Yeah.
All right, who wants to geek out with me first, Sean or Randy? Because we're saving Indica for
Let's
last.
save you and
okay.
Randy. Wait, which one first?
So we're doing mouthwashing or Mullet Magic next. Which one of you wants to go?
I'll go for Mullet Magic.
Okay.
All right. As we've kind of described a little bit earlier, it is
Did you do
like
your notes
a
have the story?
barrage of-
Because the story is part of the aesthetic.
It is. The world behind it's amazing. A famous influencer is kidnapped by robot billionaires, and you have to rescue her to win a pair of sneakers, right? And
Are
then
you a bad enough dude?
you live stream the entire thing, and in a crank-like fashion, the tips viewers give you to keep you alive.
When
Yes. Because
you get a kill, you
Like
get
a like.
You get likes.
yes,
And the likes are hooked up to your heart, and if you run out of likes, your heart stops beating.
if you're not entertaining enough, you die from a lack of adrenaline.
Yeah, so you have to get a kill every 10 seconds.
Oh my god.
Or your heart stops beating and you lose the run.
Okay.
That's why it's so fast and kinetic. And like every stage opens with the phrase, "Let's kill some billionaires."
All right.
Yeah.
So tell
This
me,
is incredible.
tell me how this is different from Condemned in the future. Make an argument.
Less drugs,
And
Oh.
as-
but not no drugs.
And the way I described it to Randy is that there is so much information on the screen, and you need about 5% of
yeah,
it.
you were like, I love how the it's purposely decorated with shit, but you
Yeah.
said it's mostly superfluous. Like
Yeah,
which is
chat.
true.
There's a chat on the side that's all in Japanese and doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
There's you're not the streamer. The streamer is
yes,
feeding you
An
information.
entity, yeah.
yeah,
Oh, it's like another anime girl.
yes.
And she just like laughs every time you get a kill.
Yeah.
And she's just in the corner of the screen. She doesn't matter. And like you get a
you
kill.
You said it's more chaotic to watch than play.
Yes.
Like you know what's going on. But.
And you can kick, you got weapons, there's swords, there's pistols, there's SMGs, there's shotguns, you can upgrade them.
We should also say it's very 80s design with the cars and the outfits, but the cell shading is so well done. And the soundtrack is dope. All the melee kills up close look great.
Yeah.
The animations.
Is it real songs in the soundtrack? Is that why you love it so much?
No.
It's not, no, but is Carpenter Brute on there? They might be.
Oh, that is so
maybe.
game.
But I think it's a lot of original stuff.
Okay.
Also,
it is original stuff.
In a similar vein to UFO 50, you are playing an unreleased game from the 90s.
Right.
And in the menu, you can read a full manual that they made for this game that never came out. And this studio is called, Hammer 95 or something like that?
Yeah.
And so, like, the whole thing is, like, there's a fake PC box that you can unbox, and then you can read the manual and see the disc. And then the way that they, to spoil a little bit, when you finally beat a run, the way that they extend it into an endless roguelike is that you don't actually win the sneakers. You win the right to enter the building where the sneakers are, and then you have to go up floors consecutively till you get the sneakers.
So is there any aspect of this game...
and there's a flow to it. Your character practically feels like you're on roller skates.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what I was going to say. Neon White captured me for a similar reason.
I think you would like Mullet Magic.
There's a flow state.
Yes.
Which Randy actually put as moment or sequence entering the flow state of Mullet Magic.
There's something very hypnotic about it.
Okay.
This is either my number one or my number two.
Yes. You've kind of sold it to me with the let's kill some billionaires. I'm not gonna lie. That actually sounds hilarious.
And it tells you their net worth.
Yes.
Every time you kill one of them.
Damn, what a timely game to come out in a post Mangione world.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty funny.
So I would like to keep that.
Yes.
Now let's talk about
this is gonna be heart-wrending.
Mouthwashing.
Because the list
exact
is opposite
of Mullet Magic.
With how slow and melodically miserable.
So the story aside,
which we will get to.
Which is absolutely
we'll get to for narrative,
everything is maddening about this game.
Yes.
This is I was gonna put my little note for this game, a descent into madness on the truest level. Okay. I mean, without talking about the story.
I know it's hard to do because it's very connected.
The atmosphere, the feeling of hopelessness,
the descent in, you see the ship when it's working.
Yeah, you
doing
see
the ship
flipping.
Post-crash, and then you progressively see the people going mad in the ship, destroying pieces of it. There's
while jumping back.
A perfect example is that the company who you're doing deliveries for, the Pony Express, they have installed a giant TV wall that is meant to mimic looking at the outside. Right. It can show you trees. Nighttime. It can show you a beach.
Daytime.
Yeah, and that the screen starts out working, and then panels of it stop working, and then you get to a point where it just says emergency because the ship's crashed, and then somebody smashed an axe into it, so now that part of the screen is completely broken, and pieces of it are it's just every little bit of the ship has different modes for when everybody's fine. Now everybody's starting to go crazy. Mm-hmm. Now everybody has fully gone crazy. Now half these people are fucking dead, and the rest of them have gone completely batshit insane.
Yeah.
And then that's not even to get into the aesthetic of the last third of that game,
right?
Where you just go there's just eyeballs and vaginas everywhere, and it's
I like this game more and more.
So the particular
it's also we'll spoil it in narrative anyway. So it's called mouthwashing.
When you find out why it's called that is incredible.
So
well, wait, does it affect the aesthetic vote? Because maybe we just save that spoiler for
later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, two things I want to say. One, there is a part in this game in which everybody's kind of flying off the deep end, and you are supposed to walk into the health, the the health room or the medical room, and then there's actual like in-game artifacting that is utilized to kind of convey this message of like just blurring out something that you're not seeing. So
it looks like your screen is fucked up, but it's only fucked up on the parts that they don't want to show you because something has happened. And
also to that point, your scene transitions from being pre crash and post, crash or whatever. The way that you transition out of these things, it's like a hard cut, like your game froze.
Yeah.
So that kind of like, it's an indicator, but it also makes you feel like something's gone wrong.
Yeah.
Like you've done, at first it makes you feel like you've done something wrong.
Also, there's a statue of a horse that is the mascot for the Pony Express, and he slowly becomes more and more fucked up as the game comes on, and then he may or may not come to life.
Okay. And then to this point, there is a sequence in which you're basically traveling down this very long stairwell into darkness. And then when you get down there, you have to traverse these catwalks in the cargo area. And while you're doing this, there's no music, there's no ambient anything. All you hear are heavy boots on the metal catwalk. And that is that's also
hooves, really.
Right. So, and then you hear yourself clanging on this catwalk. And then the only indicator that you have to basically tell you, because it's a sequence in which you have to like start and stop when you start to feel like the thing that doesn't see you but hears you is getting close to you.
Yeah.
And listening to that fucking thing.
A little PT like.
Yes.
A little bit.
That fucking thing is like if 1,000 charging horses are coming after you. And based on just audio cues, you have to like kind of discern where it is and when it's safe.
Different from PT. The only way to get it to go away is to like look at it.
Oh, I just ignored it. I thought it was the opposite.
You can look at it.
It's
horrifying.
It's fucking frightening. And it's just like it's an image of like the front of a horse's face if it was crazy.
All fucked up.
Distorted,
and like
static
melting.
and distorted. Yeah.
Randy, me and you should play through this game.
Have you played
it? I was like halfway through it. There's some things mechanically that I think are a little kind of wonky, but the story,
it's not the perfect game, but
that's not what we're here for with this category. Yeah.
It's
so it sounds like that stays, and then I think what we should do is describe a little bit of Indica, and then maybe we'll go around and choose what.
Okay,
top two.
Yeah,
top three.
Top three.
Oh,
just see where like the gauging the temperature where everyone's at.
Are we doing top three this year?
Yeah. Well, there was always a winner and two runners ups. But the runners
I always like the top three better because the two selectors, it's too much. I can't.
I was more or less saying so for what we could cut if we do like around the room like we did last year, where what's your like out of everything that's here, what are two you can't part with, and then we can kind of pick from those.
Oh, okay.
Like we did before, or not. I don't know. This is a pretty divisive category, so
yeah. So real quick with Indica, I mean that's. The direction of that, like just the intro sequence,
more creative filmmaking than most of the films I've seen in the past decade.
It's some of the most just
batshit insane,
like camera angles and the use of fisheye, where it's almost like you're watching a GoPro.
They did the dude from the train dude angle. You ever see those TikToks?
Yeah,
where there's a guy that's obsessed with trains and he has the GoPro looking down. Yeah, and it's a 360 camera. Yeah. They did that angle
in a game.
Yeah, it's fucking it's fucking crazy.
And then it's like there are like pixel art sections that really shake it up and it's kind of weird.
Well, I think that's worth mentioning is that like that game uses its retro pixel art as like filmic language for a flashback.
Yes,
right. Like which is a very interesting decision, which also ties into narrative stuff later.
It does. It definitely does. But it's very deliberate, and it's like chiptune music and 8-bit UI, and
and other than that, it's just so dreary.
It's like alternate Russian or like Ukrainian, like it's very. I mean, there's that steampunk bicycle,
Eastern European.
Yeah.
Not only that, but it's like when it's not doing the retro thing, it is some of the most beautiful like realism, but not just the realism because
they got the teeth right
here and we cut it.
That's hard to do.
But it's it's realism combined with their religious abstraction, but also combined with this this understanding of how to frame a scene. And I do think all of that stuff is better than just going for realism.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
Plus the language with the flashbacks. I think all of that together is why I feel so strongly about it.
That's what it's like. It's realism, but it's realism in the same way that like. I mean, it's a film, so obviously it's realism, but like Everything Everywhere All at Once or something like that is realism, where it's like shit's happening that
heightened
reality. reality.
Yeah, it's like, funny. Like even
but
when
through
you're
the language
away,
of video games and the language of film at the same time.
Like when you're running away from that monster and they just casually referring to it as a dog.
Yeah,
and it's just like. Yeah.
So I would also like to point out, I was a big fan of the non-Euclidean spaces in that. This is especially prevalent in the city, where you will go through an entire section and it's just like, you will enter a building and it's like, you'll like climb to the top of something. And then when you leave the building again, you are somehow suddenly at the bottom of the building again.
Well, did you also turn around? Because that's kind of a spoiler in that game.
Whoa,
during the non-Euclidean parts where if you turn around
the level in the two different, like,
you can see yourself in the past, which is the devil.
And you look like a fucking horrible
Yeah.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Yeah, you can see yourself.
God.
It's hard because it's only for a couple footsteps of where you're standing. And if you go too far, you can't see it. And if you don't go far enough, you can't see it. But if you get a glance at actually...
Yeah, there's like angles where you can see yourself chasing yourself.
Demon. No way.
Through the loop.
The loop. Oh my God. Yeah. That is it's creepy.
Very cool.
That's creepy as
fuck.
Yeah,
we're like, what the fuck is that? You're like, oh my God, it's us.
So as the only person here who intended to play it but never actually got to it,
you would really dig it.
With a small conversation between Austin and I before recording, I need to play this, and with the passion, with the four of you talking about this, I think this is pretty much like a definite top 3.
Yeah.
Yes.
In some way,
100%.
shape, or form.
It might be number 1.
Okay.
For me.
Yeah, for me, I think it might be number 1.
Yeah.
Now I will definitely be playing this based on just these.
Yes, you should.
Descriptions.
Okay. Do we want to go around the room?
Sure.
3 choices each.
Do we want
from what's left?
3 or 2?
Do we want to read them off?
I say 3.
I feel like Indica's a lock, so we'd only.
I feel like Indica is also a lock.
I feel like Indica is a lock.
All right, so you want to lock Indica and then do 2 more?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
All right. So who wants to start?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Mouthwashing and Mullet Mad Jack.
I will also say, oh man, Mullet Mad Jack, you've convinced me. That sounds great. I'll back up Dread Delusion, though. Quite frankly, I think Mouthwashing. I have not played it, but it sounds like it'd be wonderful.
Andrew.
Yeah.
Dread Delusion and Diesel Legacy, with the caveat that I have seen absolutely 0% of Mouthwashing.
Okay. I am going to parrot Sean and say Mullet Mad Jack and Mouthwashing.
All right. I'm going to say Mullet Mad Jack. And I want to say Children of the Sun, or I could team up with Andrew and go Diesel Legacy.
Oh, that's your decision.
That's your call.
I'll say Diesel Legacy.
Okay, so Arzette is
gone.
Arzette and Children of the Sun are nobody voted. So
I'm surprised you didn't go for Children of the Sun.
I wanted to, but I thought I figured I was losing that either way.
I'll put it to you this way: if it weren't for Mullet Mad Jack, Children of the Sun would have been.
See, I said if it weren't for Mouthwashing, I would have said Children of the Sun. But
it's too late now.
So now we're at it, and I think we're kind of. Are we all? Is Mullet Mad Jack a lock in at this point?
It sounds like
Indica is for sure a lock.
Indica is a lock.
Yeah.
But we also had 4 votes for Mullet Mad Jack, so it sounds like the last spot is flex.
Okay, so the last spot is either Mouthwashing, the Dread Delusion, or Diesel Legacy.
Yeah.
I only have one horse in that race, and it's Mouthwashing.
So we're kind of at a standstill now, because here's the thing: it's like I have not played. I haven't played either of the other 2 games. So it's like we're kind of at this standstill now. How do we resolve this?
Yeah,
It's 2 Mouthwashing, 2 Diesel Legacy, and 2 Dread Delusion.
Yeah.
All right. Here's what I'll say. If I had to pick between the games I haven't played, based on your arguments, I would go Diesel Legacy.
Oh wow!
I mean, I played demo for Diesel Legacy, but I feel like the hand drawn aspect of it is something that isn't as represented here. Whereas it's
That's
like
true,
even though I do like it, like the PS1 style graphic, like I can name other games that do what Dread Delusion and Mouthwashing do, not as well.
Yeah.
But
you're not wrong.
But Diesel Legacy is like the hand drawn part of it is like it's something special.
All right, yo, I respect that opinion.
Yeah.
Austin. Usually it's like you've got a good judgment. Yeah, a good judgment of these things. So I'm happy. I'm happy.
I really just have to trust. I just have to trust everyone else on Mouthwashing because I'm also told that's the kind of game where I should see nothing of it before I.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
100%.
also the same thing where it's like I haven't seen anything.
Who knows when that'll be, but I haven't been too tempted
It's
to
a
look
one.
at it
It's a one sitting game.
For sure.
Oh, shit, I might go play
And it's like $12.
Right.
Yeah.
I might go play that. Just go play that
It's
tonight.
Highly recommended. But is anyone opposed to Indica, Mullet Mad Jack, and Diesel Legacy?
Hell no.
That sounds
my top three.
That sounds pretty good.
For the
The
I
top
am
three.
greatly
Well, 2 and
outvoted
3.
here.
There's no second and third. It's
No,
just
yeah.
2 runners up.
Yeah.
No, I'm greatly outvoted here. This is definitely a game in which I can't explain it to you.
I only say the other peek behind the curtain. The other reason I give Diesel Legacy over Mouthwashing is because I'm gonna push hard for Mouthwashing in the next category.
Yeah.
In narrative.
And I will say,
And like Diesel Legacy doesn't have narrative. It doesn't have,
right.
It does, but it's not worth writing home.
Outside of narrative, style, or aesthetic and mechanics, if a fighting game has great mechanics and it doesn't matter with the story, but the aesthetic is kind of like a heavy part of what draws people into fighting games. I could say based on Andrew's passion for it.
Andrew said you should try this demo, and if it didn't look the way it looked,
striking.
I
Yeah,
would
awesome.
have been like, "What the fuck's this guy talking about?"
That's what hook. Yeah,
But
got me
I
for sure.
How's the
played like
soundtrack?
3 hours of that demo. I mean, it's good.
Yeah.
All right.
Yo, let's call it there.
All right. Congratulations to Indica and runners up Mullet Mad Jack and Diesel Legacy. Something of the something. I forgot the
Brazen Age.
The Brazen Age. Sorry. Thank you.
It really would be better without the subtitles.
It doesn't
if we're
need
being
it.
Totally honest,
Yeah.
but
What was
Yeah.
the something diesel or diesel something?
Diesel Punk.
Diesel Punk. Oh no, I said Diesel Core.
Diesel Core.
I described Dread Delusion has a bit. It's got like a bit of a Diesel Core.
Okay.
It's got like that Industrial Revolution sort of thing going on in some of the places going on there.
There's a place
Bioshock
literally
Infinite
called
Core.
the Clockwork Empire.
There's a Clockwork Empire, and it's very. It's got that. Yeah.
Clock Core.
Clockwork Kingdom. Sorry.
Yeah.
Empire
Clock
Core.
Core.
Clockwork Revolution coming out. So now we're on to best narrative, or in other words, storytelling. So wait. What is the policy on spoilers here? Is if we have to, and
If
with
we have to,
warning.
with warning.
Okay.
Damn.
Gotcha.
But if you are like, I got a big backlog from this year, maybe skip
Okay.
because we're gonna have to spoil
Or just
some
get
shit.
to
Some of
the
these
wins.
hinge on their ending more than others. Some of these hinge on their characters more than others.
Yeah.
We can also upfront say what the list is, and then you'll know if you care about spoilers.
Yeah.
Right,
Listen
yeah.
to the
Like
list of
48.
games, and if
Okay.
you care about spoilers for those, maybe.
We have
off.
chosen. Yeah. We'll put time codes in.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Persona 3 Reload, Indica, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Mouthwashing, Metaphor Refantasio, the Thaumaturge?
Thaumaturge.
Thaumaturge.
The Thaumaturge.
Sorry. The Rise of the Golden Idol, Life is Strange Double Exposure, and Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
There's 2 Indiana Jones games on here: The Rise of the Golden Idol and The Great Circle.
Rise of the Golden Idol really
No,
does.
Rise of the Golden Idol is not an Indiana.
No,
Jones.
I'm joking.
It's-
Andrew.
Okay.
I know
It
exactly
sounds
what
just
that
I
game
want
is.
to. I want to address something up front.
Yeah.
Get the temperature of the room. Persona 3 Reload story is the same.
Yeah.
So this is technically a story
cheater.
from 2006.
It didn't stop Silent Hill 2 from getting nominated at the Game Awards.
I know it didn't.
Well,
still a good story.
It's a great story.
It's amazing.
like
you guys call the shots here, though, right? This is your world.
It's our world, but I want to get the temperature of the room.
I think I agree. I do not like the fact that we are retreading.
Me either. Unless it was subverting it in the way that Final Fantasy VII Remake does.
If only you understood how like kind of dark the story is for such a flashy, colorful.
Oh, I remember Persona 3 back in the day. That's fucked up.
I will concede here. However, I'm not gonna let you guys cut it out of character or moment or sequence for the same reason.
Right away.
How about that?
That's fine.
All right,
sure.
That's that game where they shoot themselves in the head.
But yeah, if you have not played Persona 3, this is the best way to play it. And
the story is so
incredible.
nice they had to tell it twice.
Yeah, exactly.
I say we first get into the games that we haven't discussed at all yet today.
How about one that has one vote? Which Andrew?
So probably my two. Yeah, my two.
No, let's just start with the thaumaturge.
Yeah, I want to hear more about this.
Because I like that word.
I didn't know until playing Metaphor how much of Atlas's homework this game copied, but
it
also
looked like Persona,
didn't, right? Because, well, it's like, I mean, okay, so he has these monsters that hide behind him a lot like Personas, and I was like, well, that's pretty surface level. But then when I found out how more of the combat systems work in Metaphor, I was like, oh no, there's a lot more in common here than just these monsters hovering over their shoulders in combat. But that being said, it's not like you're just playing the same game over and over again. It is, and narrative-wise too, it has a lot in common with The Witcher, but also it's set in 1905 in Eastern Europe, right? As the Russian Empire is redrawing boundaries of different countries.
I'm looking at a trailer right now. It's pretty slick.
Yeah, it's done in Unreal 5 on, like, comparatively a shoestring budget, sort of like Indica, right? But they do have a full animated and voice-acted conversation system, right? Which really helps the presentation. Yeah. The story is plainly unlike anything I've ever seen in video games, which I really appreciate, and that is why I do think it stands out on this list. I don't know that it wins. But I was very impressed with how little I've seen anything like this game. So it is about, like, and here's the other thing too, is that the story is about one of a couple of different things depending on the choices that you make. And so the choice that I made was, we are going very much down this route of what it means to be a patriot for your country, which in this case, I played my character Victor as though the most important thing to him was, standing up for Poland, basically, right? But you can also go down this route of whether or not your family means more to you, and that manifests in your sister, who is still alive, or your father, who is dead, and you kind of start the game kind of like with a middle finger raised to your father, right? Like, you did not have a great relationship with him, but there's more that you didn't know about him.
I just look up a summary. It says you're a detective. So you're looking to investigate the death of your father?
I've got
kind of. Yeah, you are sent. Yeah, you're sent back home because your father's died, and you're there to attend the funeral and the will reading and stuff like that, right? But and also the supernatural part of the story is a thaumaturge. It's like spirit magic or whatever, and so basically there are these superstitions manifesting that control people's emotions based off of a character flaw. How that results in magical powers is basically you get Jedi mind tricks, right? So that is the gist of it. It also has a really cool combat system, rather, but as far as narrative goes, it manifests in these demons called salutors, right? Controlling people's emotions. But I do think the thing that is fascinating about the narrative is how many different directions it can go in. It also has this whole religion angle. Rasputin is like your best bud and drinking buddy and like a major part of the story.
Oh, wait a second. I'm starting to recall what this game is. You said Rasputin. I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah, it's like, man, there's, again, like, I think that's what's fascinating about it. The setting I have not seen in any other video game.
You talked to me about this.
I really appreciate the way that it, yeah. Well, let me just tell you, Matt, this is very much a you video game.
I think you mentioned this, I think, because we talked about this, yes.
How was Like a Dark and Infinite Wealth?
Like a Dargan, huh?
I think that so me and Sean were talking before recording, and I've been suckered into JRPGs now.
Same.
But the problem is that we have a friend who's super into them, and he lent me like 7 more of them, and I played all of them, and I was like, this is dog shit. So it's pretty much just Like a Dragon, Final Fantasy, and the Persona team.
Right.
And like, here's the thing. I don't want to dissuade people from my chances for other games in this category. But if I was going to pick between the 3 categories we have left this episode, I think Infinite Wealth is best in story. I think Metaphor is best in character. And I think Final Fantasy Rebirth is best in moment or sequence.
That rings true.
Yeah.
I can't kind of chime in. There's a lot of best. I wouldn't say best, but there's a lot of great moments and sequences in Final Fantasy.
Yes.
And then as far as character goes, I'll turn to you as far as Metaphor goes. But
I mean, Metaphor and Persona 3 Reload both succeed in character.
Right.
Those people are very good at writing characters.
I think what stands out about Infinite Wealth is you have the former main character, Kiryu Kazuma, and the new character, Ichiban, I forget his last name.
Ichiban Kasuga.
Kasuga. They've been married into this crossover, this handing off of the torch. And their personalities, Kiryu is a larger than life character from, I can't even name how many Yakuza games. And then you have 12. This icon of a character for these games, handing it off to what can only be probably described as the next best main character for the Like a Dragon series.
Yes. And also the game does a really good job of weaving that into a crime story.
Yes.
So essentially, Ichiban gets a tip that his mom lives in Hawaii, and he's never met his mother.
He's orphaned.
He's an orphan.
Because half the game is in Hawaii, and the other half is like back in Japan. Right?
Yes.
That's the
issue. So basically, he gets a tip that his mother lives in Hawaii. He's never met his mother. He's an orphan. At the same time, Kiryu gets a job. Kiryu has cancer, and he is dying. And his last job with the Yakuza is to go find a woman in Hawaii who just so happens to be Ichiban's mother and bring her back to Japan. Yep. So, and they know each other.
Yes, from the previous game.
But not really.
Right. They haven't really gotten, because it was towards the end, they haven't gotten acquainted, but real respect, when they meet, Ichiban looks at Kiryu and goes, hell yeah. And then Kiryu looks at Ichiban and goes, hell yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like this kind of like.
But also, Kiryu is like a legend.
Yes.
And so Ichiban is like fangirling the entire game about being with Kiryu. But then you also have the cast from the Yakuza games, the cast from Like a Dragon, and then the cast from the new cast from Infinite Wealth. And then the way they weave them in and out to eventually, as you said, later on in the game, when you get to like the back half of the game, you're splitting time between Kiryu
on his own with a group of
the people from the last game who he hasn't met, and then Ichiban with the new cast in Hawaii, and they keep people keep going back and forth.
Right,
that's fun.
Yeah, actually they share like main core characters. Because Kiryu goes back with some of the Like a Dragon people, like the guard, or like the security guard guy, right?
Yeah.
And then Ichiban. So this is, I feel like, much like Persona and Metaphor, this is like a masterclass in storytelling. Like before playing Persona, I was not like less Persona than the Yakuza games or the Infinite Wealth. This is why I understand now why this game is so heralded and is so revered and is such a long-stretching franchise and really doesn't seem to miss a step when it comes to a game coming out and building on the previous story. And this transition from like kind of ending a story going into a new story and kind of, like I said, passing the torch,
right,
is so beautifully executed, and so you are endeared to these people,
interwoven as well,
right,
because there's the story of you're looking for Ichiban's mom. Turns out Ichiban's mom is part of a cult in Hawaii, kind of unknowingly, like they're secretly a cult. They're more of a religious group,
right,
and she is missing. But also the reason that they're a cult is because in the end of the last game, the Japanese government passed some law to basically outlaw the Yakuza.
Right.
So the Yakuza all went to Hawaii to basically start underground crime, and that's why they started this cult.
It's so good.
It all interweaves in this way.
So perfectly.
And there's like twists and turns and backstabs and betrayals and
you know
all the shit you want out of a crime story.
And there's Kiryu's aging.
Yeah.
Not only that, but spoiler alert, he gets diagnosed with cancer.
Yeah.
So it's
I said that already.
Oh yeah. Spoiler alert for when he said it. And it's like it's watching this character of which I don't have 12 games of.
They do a really good job of
kind of bringing you up the story so far.
Taking what is essentially
hard to compete with Ichiban, so
taking essentially what is one of the most revered strong guy masculine characters and just basically being like, you're dying.
Unkillable?
The unkillable Yakuza.
Yeah.
I know another game that does that.
Yeah. You
just might be with tuberculosis.
Yeah. Exactly. It's pretty much that, where it's just it's like Ichiban looks up to Kiryu and Kiryu doesn't tell him about the cancer, and then Ichiban has to realize that his hero, the unkillable Dragon of Dojima, is actually human. And every time they get into a fight, in the beginning, Kiryu's the one that saves Ichiban, and then by the end, Ichiban has to be the one that saves Kiryu because
I like that.
And
dynamic.
then Ichiban's no nonsense, his ignorance and his optimism and his never give up kind of mentality, even when it's like the chips are down, the cards are down, inspires Kiryu. He starts to kind of come out of his shell, and it's like, I don't know. I when I think of storytelling, this is this is not to.
Easily,
this is a short list.
I mean,
this
easily
is
top 3.
Okay, you convinced me. You convinced me.
Yeah, you convinced me. Yeah.
I like that. And they've always done a pretty fantastic job at balancing tone, with humor. And
God,
yeah.
there's so much funny shit in this game. Yeah. You fight another giant vacuum, but he's gianter this time.
Yep. And the shark jumps on the boat.
Yeah.
And you have to kill the shark.
Yep.
Giant shark.
Yep. I'll go through Final Fantasy real quick because I think I'm going.
That's hard. That's hard to do.
I will
considering the length of that game.
I don't need to spoil it.
Yeah.
And I don't. If I get a dragon into the top 3,
this is for best narrative, not most. But
well, okay. So here's the thing. We've been over on this podcast before what a mindfuck the Final Fantasy VII quote unquote remake is.
Yes.
Rebirth is. There are multiple timelines. It turns out that the hooded figures in the last game were run by magic, and Sephiroth is sapping the magic, so then the timelines are converging again, but Cloud is the only one that can see both timelines, so
Correction, this is for best narrative, not shittiest narrative. Just
no,
saying.
It's great.
It's good.
It's great, but I will say it is the Empire.
What?
The Dark Middle Chapter connects.
It's the Dark Middle Chapter where the ending of the game, you're like, what the fuck is happening?
Right.
And you're just you have to wait for part 3.
It'll recontextualize 2 even more.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I get
we can cut Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Okay.
As a person who never played the original, I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah. As a person who religiously played the original multiple times as a child, I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, it's a lot, and it's very heavy, and it's dense, and it's engaging, and it's
we will get
awesome.
And like I said, we will get to the good parts of how they handle this whole thing in character and moment.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. What about Rise of the Golden Idol? I know, Matt, you played you were a big fan of the first one.
I like the first one. I can't speak to the second. I can tell you that the first one, it's very well written. I don't think it has any bearing on how good the second one is, though.
No, I knew that you were interested, Andrew.
You know, it's so funny because
Yeah.
it's like I'm a big narrative guy and I haven't played any of these games yet. Mostly because they're big, very long.
Yeah.
I am surprised that you haven't played Rise of the Golden Idol. And yeah, I'd recommend it. If you like that first one, you will like this next one.
Yeah,
and I think what was interesting about the first game is that I had no idea what the rules of the game or the story would be, right? I didn't even know that there was a story. I thought they would just be bespoke cases, and I think it was a bit of a surprise in the first game when at the very end they're basically like, through adding a little bit of extra context, you realize the way that all of those different cases were connected. So it was like, you know, a fun surprise at the end of the first game when you found out that, there is this contiguous... Okay. There's like a pretty in-depth through line, and it's not just like one character, you know, was in the previous scene and now he's in the next scene, which is how it appeared. But in this one, what they really did is they make sure that at each step of the way, you are putting together what the story is so far. So you are keeping track of a lot of different characters' motivations and such. And it's going to be extremely hard to talk about this one without spoiling it, because telling you more about the story is giving you the answers to the puzzles, which robs you of the experience of playing the game.
Yeah.
So this is... I've had to think long and hard about how to talk about this game, and I think this is the best that I can do without spoilers. I do have a best moment or sequence nominee from this game that will ruin a single puzzle, right? Like even like a single piece of a larger puzzle. But I think I can get away with this one without ruining any puzzles. So basically the gist is, whereas the previous one took place in an analog for the American Revolution, this one is, they find the Golden Idol from the previous game in the 1970s, and they are researching how it works. And they get some things wrong and some things right. And the different people who have found out different things about it, their lives keep intersecting. Meanwhile, a company is trying to do something with it, right? There's just some mysterious project. That's the most I can say about it. None of that is a spoiler for any puzzles.
Okay.
And yeah, I did really appreciate it, especially the fact that they're like, okay, now that you know that there's a through line here, we're going to make sure that you understand it as you go along. And they I think they put more effort into it this time too. But I also don't think it's going to hang in a top 3 on this list.
Okay. I was going to say, for me and Matt's sake, do you think it's better narratively than the first one? Or worse, or about the same?
No, I think gameplay-wise, it is mostly the same as the first one, which is to say, excellent.
Yeah.
But narrative-wise, I do think it is better than the first game.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
So, with all that being said...
but yeah,
we can cut it?
Yeah, we can cut it.
Okay.
Yep.
I might do something similar.
Yeah.
I might make a self-sacrifice similarly with Life is Strange.
Oh.
Because I know. Which would be in my top 3, but I think it's going to be hard to overcome Indica or Mouthwashing or Like a Dragon. So it's like, I think I would rather fight for that game harder in characters and moment, because the actual setup to the story is kind of like a mirror of the original, intentionally so, that I do have issues with its ending. There's a bit of, not to spoil anything specific, but there's a bit of sequel bait. So there's some kind of lost potential with its connection to one, but all the character stuff is fantastic. It's elevated heavily by their massive overhaul in facial capture and animation and direction. It's the best performances they've ever had, sharper writing in the conversations.
And just like Life is Strange has always kind of suffered from like a reverse shot syndrome.
Yes, and they finally do like full blocking.
This is like,
double
framing,
exposure.
Yeah. It's like a camera, yeah.
Which is actually, if you play it, a great name. Because
I think it is very clever knowing what I
You are
know
hopping
now.
between 2 different parallel dimensions.
Yeah.
And I like that the way that both of those universes has its own change in art direction and tone between them.
What was that Don't Nod game? The mirror one?
Black Mirror.
Twin Mirror.
Yeah.
I forgot that.
It's just like, if you liked the first Life is Strange, you owe it to yourself to play this one.
Yes.
It is the best Life is Strange thing, in my opinion, since the first one.
Since the first one, yeah.
Yeah.
I think
which
I would
was
agree.
big.
Yeah.
It is. I loved True Colors as well.
I love True Colors. I love
this
Before the Storm.
Before the
2
Storm.
Can Die in Hell.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like,
two sucks
Tell
ass.
me why I can suck ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's incredible, and I will be right behind Randy's back, pushing for it harder in character and moment. Yeah.
Grown up Max rules.
Yes.
And again, we'll get into this.
She
next
didn't know
category.
Damn.
The way it portrays also LBGT people and those on that difference is it's so refreshing.
Yes.
Like it is. They
it wasn't.
They avoided a lot of tropey bullshit in that camp. But I think as far as like Life is Strange, I like I said with this one or with Double Exposure, the hook becomes some of the set pieces and quieter moments more. And, like the central through line mystery is good until maybe the end, but it's like I think as far as like narrative.
I remember you had told me that people were a little off put by the ending, and now I'm very.
It's a shame it soured so many because it doesn't.
Did it sour you?
I don't think it's as bad as people are saying.
Thank you. Okay, that's what
yeah. Well, I'm not gonna say it didn't. I think I found the ending frustrating, but it's not like it takes away from the entire rest of the experience.
Okay,
I still like
yeah.
Like it's episode to episode, I was still having such a great time, and I'm looking forward to you getting back and playing it because like
I'm gonna
we
be
said
honest
earlier,
with you, I'm really pumped to play.
Yeah,
it. And
I hate this word, but I like it in this context. It's very cozy. That game feels like a warm blanket.
And it's a cozy game.
And there's still an intensity.
I would describe Dread Delusion like that too. But anyway, side
those screenshots look really cozy.
I'm sorry,
but I throw myself on.
I want to tag a joke I made. Is Max gay?
Depends.
Oh shit!
Do you want your Max to be gay?
Because I made the joke about overdosing.
You can
it wasn't on drugs. It was on pussy.
You can ever be straight, gay, bi, poly.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
The Rolodex.
All
is
of the
yours.
above.
But addendum, poly through the use of multiple timelines.
Well,
Hey, this is 2025, man. Open your eyes.
We'll get into the ethical quandaries by now.
All right, we'll strike that one.
That hurts me, but yeah.
Tell me about Indiana Jones and the Great Circles story.
You put this on here. I kind of co-signed it. I have a very specific reason.
We haven't finished. Andrew has
Neither
finished
have I.
it. Yeah, but the thing I like about it so much is that it's made to be like a lost chapter in the OG trilogy.
Yes.
Like it feels like a serial episode. Like,
yes.
It's just like and its acting and faithful dedication to that source material places this in the like higher echelon of games based off an existing IP. Like you can tell like they're fans.
Listen,
but
this story already has more things going for it than some of the most recent stories from this franchise.
When you find out what the MacGuffin is, I guess I won't spoil it unless I have to, but
it might come up in moment or sequence.
Yeah, it actually will. But for now, I'll let it. But it's like it sounds silly, but it's like every Indiana Jones the sub name is always like and the something, right?
Yeah.
And then this was like when it got revealed, you're like the Great Circle sounds a little silly.
Yeah.
It's not like but when you find out what the Great Circle is, you're like, that's kind of badass.
Or like the Great Circle of Jerk. Am I right?
Yuck. I was into the reveal of what the Great Circle is, without spoiling it here and now. However, if I'm talking about the merits of Indiana Jones as a franchise, including this video game, I don't really think it's best narrative material. I think it is a fun story, and I think it is a great vehicle for some fun characters and some fun action. I don't know that, and there's a reason I didn't co-sign it on this document.
I still found there to be some problems with the pacing, but I want to ask now if, without spoiling, now that you've completed, does it sticks the landing? Yeah.
Almost.
That was a long pause.
It's really close. Like
okay,
listen,
make that the thumbnail.
There's a very nuanced conversation about sticking the landing for this game, but for the most part, I'll say, like, look, we'll get into this in best game or whatever. Or surprise, I'm not sure, but I
plan to have it done by before.
No, I was really into the loop of this game, but like the story is just a means to an end. You know? So narratively, I think we can cut it. But
cut it.
Let it go.
Listen,
whip
the
it.
fact that it's 2024, almost now it's 2025, and we've gotten a better Indiana Jones video game that arguably, Andrew, has a better story than some of the last couple modern movies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And what the hell Star Wars' problem?
I think it's
where's that great
listen,
bit?
maybe I just want to see that old whip cracker putting his. I shouldn't say that.
We'll get into Star Wars problem.
Yeah,
in worst game and most
Star Wars got
disappointing.
nothing but problems.
So out of curiosity, the Great Circle. So the Great Circle is a Great Circle is an aviation term. Does that have anything to do with what the Great Circle is in?
We'll probably have to get into this in moment or sequence.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Does it have something to do with the aviation?
We'll save it for that.
Yeah.
All right, fine.
It'll come up.
God damn, Harrison Ford's so handsome. Even now.
So's Troy Baker.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask. Okay, Indica. Okay, we just gave it best aesthetic. Does it deserve best narrative as well, or does it hang with the best narrative?
I think so.
I think so too.
I think so.
The soul searching journey you go on with Ilya, and the more you find out about like your past with your father and your first relationship, the way it gamifies the concept of
actually,
faith.
you're
is
right.
brilliant.
It does have a good plot.
You're not Catholic enough. Man.
Yeah.
That's
No,
your
I'm not
problem.
Orthodox.
Yeah, because this is
enough,
like
yeah.
even not getting
That's
into
true, you're not
characters.
Orthodox.
How many nun points did you have, bro?
Not getting into
Is there a nun meter at the end of it?
well,
Yes.
it points out the nebulousness or like the pursuit of blindly following like
religion?
Yeah,
great.
but how they connect that to gaming. Like,
It is a meditation on faith
yeah,
while also being a commentary on video games.
Video games.
how
yeah.
meaningless like getting points
are
the
right.
upgrade system.
and an upgrade system that just
so
gets you
funny.
more points.
I've abandoned religion.
Oh my
and the
God, those
belief of
upgrades are
religion
so
years
good.
ago.
Oh my god.
So let me ask you this point: Does it it pokes fun at gamers
Yes.
while also poking fun at religion?
And
Yeah.
tying the two
Yeah.
together.
Right.
together,
Yes.
yes,
Perfect.
yes,
They're
yeah.
very much unified.
I can't wait to knee slap while I play this.
Yeah, this is a narrative puzzle adventure game where you play a nun who has a crisis of faith.
Yes.
Yes.
And
Perfect.
And they play with that.
And you hear the
through
voice
some
of the
puzzles here
devil
and
in your
there.
head.
You hear the voice of the devil, and whether or not you listen to him affects whether or not you can complete the puzzle.
Yeah.
Listen,
It's
listen.
It's amazing.
This game could have been named Dread Delusion based on your description right there. So,
I will. It also somehow manages to tastefully tackle some heavy shit.
Oh, yeah.
like topics and situations while also counterbalancing it with dark humor. Like it has moments for it.
The
Yeah.
bucket, bro. The bucket.
The bucket, yeah. And the actual dialogue and voice acting is top notch too.
It's got a very bleak ending. I'll just tell you
It
that.
sure
much.
does.
It's a
So
very
upset.
bleak
We'll get
ending.
to that.
I am so upset I didn't play this earlier. I wish I could be here with all of you. But it sounds like Indica is staying.
Yes.
I think it does.
There ain't no way.
I think
It does
Indica's
have a good
number
plot.
one for me.
It is for me too.
It does have a good plot.
But if you guys, this is the mouth washing or infinite wealth.
I
Well,
think
hold
Austin-
on. We have two left.
We
and
do.
They're both me, technically. Well, Sean's with me on mouthwashing.
I can't speak to metaphor because, as you know, it's
Nobody can speak to metaphor except for me.
Right, metaphor. Sorry,
Right.
I forgot. Well, Andrew's
So-
pretty
so
far
can-
and
through
we
it.
had already said
Can I-
originally that metaphor.
Can I speak to
character?
Yeah, can
Yeah.
I speak to metaphor versus the thaumaturge?
Sure.
Because mechanically those games have a lot in common, but also they touch on a remarkably similar set of themes,
Yeah.
like class, religion, and heritage, and all this other stuff, right? The politics of it, and I do think the setting in the thaumaturge is more unique, and I really appreciate that what the story is about changes based on what you want it to be about, and I think that's fantastic.
Mm.
However, if I'm choosing between those two, I think I'm still choosing metaphor.
Oh, wow.
because
Okay.
That game is unabashedly a metaphor about what it is trying to be, and I do think it nails it every step of the way.
I was going to back you up on
and,
the thaumaturge.
yeah.
Huh?
Listen, Matt, I still wholly stand by. You will enjoy the hell
I'm
out
sure
of
I
the
will.
thaumaturge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm not, and I want to be clear here. I don't think there's a wide margin between how much I enjoy both of these games, but I think I have to hand it to
Verified for
Metaphor.
Steam Deck.
So,
Okay.
And I will say,
Add.
metaphor. This is going to be hard to pitch for without spoiling. Essentially, what Metaphor is about is a king dies right in the opening, and his military leader basically assassinated him and assassinated his son. So there is no heir.
Line of succession, yeah.
Yeah. So what do? Well, then the king comes back as
you have a vote.
The king comes back as the moon from Majora's Mask and tells the people that in however many days' time, we are going to essentially vote.
Appoint of king.
The moon knows the popularity rank of everybody in the land, and whoever is the most popular for the king will become the next king. And so
they basically, because the king has like special magic in this world for whatever reason, right? It's like all powerful magic that is granted by being the king. And basically in the king's like death throes or whatever, invents elections. And then this story is basically about like a whole bunch of people in fantasy world inventing every single aspect that goes into a modern democratic election.
Yep, inventing campaigning, inventing.
I did not know
they invent the news media coverage. They invent like okay. They also go along with, well, we're holding this contest, and then certain candidates are like, well, it's not better for me to enter. I'm better off not entering this contest because I'm already popular or whatever, right? And it's like all these other things keep on like it is just a feedback loop of a whole bunch of rational decisions that they're making that we have already, as a society in the real world, arrived at, right? But also, all of these things are happening because they're like, wow, wouldn't this be way better than assassinations and secessions? Like, what if we just did this? We are imagining this utopia. And then the story is about all these ways that it is not a perfect system or world. So... that's what
it took us until now to figure that out.
Yeah.
So it almost sounds like this game has almost a fable or fairy tale sort of quality to it, like almost like Animal Farm. It's like a fable.
Matt, it leans into that in the opening seconds.
Okay. And also, your main character has a book, a fairy tale book.
Oh, it's a fairy tale,
about our world.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
And they keep calling our world the utopia.
Oh my God!
Wow, really?
Yes.
It must be shitty over there.
Wait,
well, they bend some rules.
Is this reverse Animal Farm?
Is there a copy of Osama bin Laden's manifesto?
Yeah, it's reverse Animal Farm, except for democracy. Now I was going to ask, do they invent fascism?
Oh, they started with fascism, baby.
Okay.
No, it's
what's the
funny
metaphor?
because like if you
decode that.
The metaphor is it's an election, but what do you call it? It's so funny. It's so funny because if you go to Steam forums right now, that place is a hellscape. It is constantly on fire because
Nazis
it's just
everywhere.
full of right-wingers.
Yeah.
It's full of right-wingers saying the nastiest shit about everyone imaginable and knowing that they're not going to be policed for it. And then so even in the Steam forums, if you go into Metaphor ReFantastio Steam forums, people are still like, yo, this guy's supposed to be Trump, right? Like, like even they know that this guy's supposed to be Trump. Like, and like, I don't know with the development. I don't know what Japanese... Well, real quick, right? Yeah, the development may have started. Like, here's the thing: I don't know how much Japan cares about
American politics,
our politics,
democracy?
but
they kind of have to. Unfortunately,
American politics in particular, because it sure feels like it is American politics, and maybe their politics are just extremely similar. But if that's the case, I don't and this could just be my ignorance. I don't know who the Japanese equivalent of Trump is that Luis is supposed to be the stand-in for. Like, that's the thing. It's like, it maps so clearly one-to-one that either this is a universal thing, and I don't know who that guy is, or they really are just making it about our politics.
The crazier part is this game has also been in development for 10 years.
Oh.
As Project Fantasy.
Yeah.
So,
Jesus.
Despite the fact that this game has been in the works since the Obama administration, they sure nailed the Trump thing. There were some rewrites that happened.
They guessed correctly.
Art imitates life. Life imitates art.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also what the story is about.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mouthwashing.
Mouthwash.
God, I really don't want to spoil.
Yeah.
Because it's such a short game, and aesthetic and narrative, that's all it's got. There's no mechanics. There's no nothing.
Yeah.
It's just style and grace.
Yeah. I mean, like I said in the aesthetic category, you are the now appointed captain of a ship that has crashed, a cargo freighter in like a spaceship that has crashed.
There's 5 of you
in one playable timeline.
There's 5 of you, and the captain is still alive, but he's all bandaged up, and he's
from the crash.
Missing limbs, and he can't fucking talk.
And you're drugging him up with like
and you have to shove painkillers down his throat every once in a while.
Black
and it's
screen,
real gross.
Yeah. Black screen and
just sounds. Yeah.
Yep. Every time, multiple times.
Yeah. And like you start out being like, oh, the mechanic's kind of an alcoholic, and his intern is like a real go-getter.
Yeah.
And like the
keeps fucking up.
And keeps fucking up, and the nurse is like
bad at her job,
very anxious, very quiet. Mm-hmm. And then you find out why the mechanic's an alcoholic, and you find out why the intern's bad at his job, and you find out why the nurse is, because when you meet the nurse before the ship, she's not as anxious and she's not as quiet, and it's like, what happened?
Okay, yes, what?
Yeah.
I won't say that it's one of the like
Randy,
the worst thing that could possibly happen.
Randy, you said if this game was a book, story-wise, it would have been a good read.
Yeah.
Or a great... That's the story.
It also does something pretty
interactive.
daring that games don't like. It's part of the reason retrospectively really commend The Last of Us Part 2 is that it's told non-linearly.
Yes.
Which is like
it's
unusual.
told non-linearly, and also it's kind of like the unreliable narrator thing, but through first person.
Yeah.
Where it's like
not only perspectives.
Not only do you not know
what's going on,
but you also don't know who you're playing.
Yeah, you do. You should. It just flips back and forth.
No,
you don't know about them.
Yeah, you don't. Okay. You don't know who he is and what he's done, and then you learn who he is and what he's done,
and vice versa.
And vice versa, and there's a pretty big crescendo of that in the end, which I believe you put in moment or sequence. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's that conversation.
No, just in general, whole sequence. When that screen reads that whole process,
and also, I can say this now that we're in spoiler territory. The reason that
why
it's
the
called
game is called mouthwashing.
Yeah. Don't spoil it for me, because now I'm curious. Because now I'm probably like, I feel like I'm gonna go home and play this like immediately. Like I want to.
It is literally like a 4-hour experience. If that.
Yeah,
I think it's shorter. It's like 3.
Probably.
Yeah, it's very short.
And you couldn't get through it. Jesus,
it's fucking.
I don't like fourth stealth sequences.
I don't like horror games in general.
I love horror games.
Fourth stealth,
and I don't like it.
And some of the puzzles are.
When I was sold on this game, it seemed very tropey. It's like, oh, it's a crew on a cargo freighter ship in the future. Like, ugh.
That was my exact response.
And
at the beginning.
I started it and I was like, I don't know. Put it down. Came back and just powered through because it like. Hit a point.
I know, that's right.
Well, you hit a point when you find out why it's called mouthwashing, that game goes full steam ahead.
Yeah, according to friends of the show, Kay and Dave, I stopped right at the part that would have probably pushed you to the end.
Yeah.
I feel like it's the opening like hour is just steps up a staircase, and then where it turns is the step where you fall off of the staircase.
Yep, and it just goes. All right. So
we got 4 left.
Round the room.
Oh, God, I like all 4 of these.
I was gonna say you had convinced me. You have convinced me of all of these.
The only one, Indica, I feel like is a shoe-in for the top 3. Not to be redundant, but
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that if we're choosing 3, I'm cutting Indica.
Ooh.
I was also...
No.
Wow, that I did not suspect.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying Indica is getting cut. I'm saying of these 4, Indica is my number 4.
Wow.
Oh, Indica's my number 1.
Well, okay, let me go. Let me say it this way. Let me say it this way. Indica and Metaphor are tied for my number 4.
Okay.
Wow.
My number 3. Right. I would put Mouthwashing and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth above Indica and Metaphor.
I'm happy as long as Indica and Mouthwashing are there, and I think you guys had a pretty good argument for Infinite Wealth. Nothing against Metaphor.
Yeah, I haven't obviously played Metaphor, or Indica. Indica is very alluring, very interesting. There's just, and I know it's just me in Austin, but there is something like...
I mean, there's support for Indica in the room. And it's like I said, if I had to take...
I would like to lock Indica.
Yeah, if I had to take those 3 RPGs, all 3 of which I love, Infinite Wealth has the best story. Metaphor has the best characters. Final Fantasy has the best moments. It's like I said.
Yeah.
Except for one character in Final Fantasy who I will be fighting for in the next category. But I am okay if we want to cut Metaphor and then just talk about which of the 3 wins and what are the runners up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Andrew,
Yep.
how do you feel about that?
Indica being on this list is more important to me than Metaphor. Although I'm really enjoying the story in Metaphor.
Yeah.
And I have not finished. I'm really enjoying it.
Now, how we shake out this 1 and then 2 runners up is going to be a difficult part.
Let's go around the room and everybody just say what your number 1 is out of these 3.
I think you know me and Andrew's answer.
It's Indica.
Yeah.
Mine's Mouthwashing.
Oh, mine's Infinite Wealth.
Okay.
Okay, and hear me out.
And this is why you've been here this whole time, man.
Guys, dude, God, this is like cock and ball torture right now. I just gotta be the goddamn tiebreaker. Okay, here's my logic.
I mean, it's not a tiebreaker. You're making a tie, or you're...
Here's my logic, okay? I like... Because like the top spot, we have so few top spots, I like to recognize the most games that we can rather than double up. So it's like I would prefer Like a Dragon or Mouthwashing to win number 1 over Indica, even if Indica is on the list, because it's
even
like
if it's less deserving. I'm sorry. All right. Between the 2, between Mouthwashing and Infinite Wealth, which one of those?
Mouthwashing sounds fantastic.
Okay,
it sounds wonderful. You guys have me sold on that story 100%.
I would not stomp my feet at Mouthwashing winning.
And having
Indica and Infinite Wealth as the runners up.
Oh God! I am fully all the fucking way in on Yakuza.
Yeah,
I know.
I hear that you guys when you told me about Infinite Wealth, you guys had me sold on it immediately. I was like, it sounded like it was going to be the surefire winner. I thought
I've played 1, 2, 3 Yakuza games within the last, at the beginning of the year. Every single fucking one made me cry.
I would like to say, by the way, that the reason
I trample over that.
Oh yeah, I know.
Grown man.
Sorry.
Literally, it is heart wrenching how fucking beautiful these stories are.
Mouthwashing did not make me cry.
No.
It did, however, make me recoil in horror multiple times.
It's a different
and
kind of cry.
Not for the typical reason a horror game would, but for the sake of humanity.
Yeah.
The reason I sold Infinite Wealth a little better is because I was trying not to spoil Mouthwashing. If I were able to spoil Mouthwashing, which I don't want to do, I am fully support behind Mouthwashing. It is a game that I should by all means not like.
Yeah,
and I loved it.
Indica and Mouthwashing connect with me in the most because having powerful endings is like the hardest part of writing fiction. And
what the fuck do you mean? We're led to believe that Kiryu has died.
No, I thought that was
and
great.
then we find out he's still alive.
Okay, yo.
I didn't know that was the ending.
Listen, I will be happy.
I know I'm not spoiling anything for you guys because you don't care, but
I was a little disappointed in the ending of Infinite Wealth.
What?
Not from Kiryu's perspective, but from Ichiban's perspective.
If you agreed on Infinite Wealth,
this is a fucking trilogy. You're getting your third
and
final.
When the ninth one comes out,
oh
boy.
Yeah.
Boy.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say, listen, I will be happy if Mouthwashing because you've sold me on Like a Dragon like crazy, and you've sold me on Mouthwashing. It's like I think this is now down to folks.
I can definitely say it's definitely Infinite Wealth above Mouthwashing, but it's a close first and second for me. So, and Indica deserves to be there. based on everything that we've discussed.
So are we mouthwashing?
Yes.
And the 2 runners up?
That sounds
Yes.
like our winner. Yeah.
Sounds like mouthwashing is our
Hell yeah.
the winner of best narrative with Indica.
I was gonna
Pull
pull for you for
There's a lot of special things about mouthwashing that I just learned. The team is super small. They made another super obscure.
What was the milk in a bag
No.
Milk inside of a bag of milk inside of a bag of milk?
Is that them?
No. I forget what the game that they did.
No,
They did a game where you play as a fish. I forget what it's called.
Oh, fish packing or something, right?
Something like that.
It sounds like
I have to look.
I
them
think it's
up.
the same publisher as the milk inside of a bag. I think
it sounds like a slur.
I bought milk outside of a bag of milk outside of a bag of milk on the Steam sale. I'm very excited to get to it.
What is the fish?
Yeah,
pack?
I've been
Oh,
meaning-
it's like how fish is made or something.
Something like that.
I got you.
I think it's
that sounds
wrong
like a slur.
organ.
Bunch of fucking fish packers in here, you know? Just, all right.
I think it's how fish is made.
Yeah, how fish is made.
Yeah, which is a
which
great
is
name.
free.
Is it free?
It is
Yeah.
free, yeah.
Okay.
Are sardines trustworthy? Are you? Do you want to be? That's the first opening lines. So yeah, no. Small indie company. It's kind of incredible to see what type of story they can.
And I want to reward that. I will say in Infinite Wealth's defense, it's already lost, but in Infinite Wealth's I know, but in Infinite Wealth's defense, it is harder to maintain a story for 80 hours than it is for 3 or 4. But you
There
made
was
the
never
game
a
you
dull
made,
moment.
so
Even when I was riding my scooter through the yard picking up like bugs,
yeah.
that not bored.
What about the Animal Crossing minigame?
Nope.
Which we will get to later.
Incredible.
It was awesome.
Oh my God.
I spent so much time playing it.
I was like, I'll come. I'll do an hour tops. Left like 16 hours later.
Yeah.
After multiple times booting up.
So often at times a good story means what? Good characters, which is why the next award is for who of them is the best this year. We have Junpei
Iori.
Okay.
Akihiko Sanada.
Keep going.
Yukari
Takaba.
Takaba.
Yeah.
And the last one?
I guess.
Okay, and that's all from Persona 3 Reload.
Uh-huh.
Then we have
Come on, you got this.
Gallica.
Hulkenberg, Yufa,
Yeah.
Lewis, and Basilio.
Okay, that's for Metaphor Refantasio.
You can do this one.
Well, I know these names. Aerith, Tifa, Yuffie, and
Cloud.
And Cloud, sorry, from Final Fantasy VII.
I would have
Rebirth.
accepted Crowder.
I didn't do their last names because
Yeah, it's all right. Honestly, Aerith Gainsborough, where do they get
I
off?
didn't even know Gainsborough was her last name.
That's why I wrote it down.
It's funny.
Yeah.
well,
God, what an English last name.
Oh, yeah. Well, she's an ancient.
Yeah, she was adopted.
From the earth.
Mullet Mad Jack and the streamer from Mullet Mad Jack. Egon? Or is it
Either way.
Egon?
It's Egon.
It's
Either.
Egon. Okay, from Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, which is the first time that's come up today.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have Felix, Newvin, Sev, Troy, Marshall, and Bill Clinton from Call of Duty Black Ops.
Why did you skip over
Also the-
Savati's last name?
What?
Why'd you
Dumas.
Duma.
Dema.
skip dumbass?
What a commercial. What is it? It's Anya, Curly, and
Daisuke.
Daisuke from Mouthwashing.
Daisuke.
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 Right? It's got to be Daisuke.
Yes, it's
That's how
Daisuke.
usually
It's Daisuke,
pronounced.
yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, do these three
All
as
right.
well.
Eric Tomizawa, Chitose Fuji Nomiya, and Kazuma Kiryu.
From Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth.
I didn't realize you had that in
Where's
there.
Ichiban?
No, he's in there with Kazuma and Ichiban. Are the same.
No,
Then
I didn't put Ichiban.
Indica,
can
Satan,
put
and
Ichiban.
Ilya from Indica. I can read those. I have Adult Max, Vin, Amanda, and Gwen from Life is Strange, Double Exposure. I have the sisters.
His sisters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank goodness you're here.
Yeah.
Yeah, have fun with that.
This is,
What?
I'll help you
Thank
with this
you.
one. This
All
is Victor Shulsky.
Okay. The
And then Grigory Rasputin
Okay.
from the Thaumaturge.
Hey, that's
Thank
not
you.
fair. He's a real person.
Eleonora and Fritz from Diesel Legacy, The Brazen Age. Emmerich Voss and Troy Baker's Indiana Jones from Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. And Dr. Ophelia Oppie Turner and Tobias from Pacific Drive.
From Pacific Drive, yes. I think the gonna start out.
Okay.
Since I am the only person that I think went through Pacific Drive. Certainly a fun game. I would say the standout thing about that game is absolutely the characters and the very well written script between them. It's actually 3 characters, and there's a third one called Francis.
Do you see them, or are you talking back and forth?
No,
like,
never see
like
any of them.
Firewatch?
It's always like Firewatch. It's always over the radio. If I could pick one to just nominate, I mean, Ophelia Turner. She's a scientist. I don't know how much of a spoiler this is going to be, but it's just like they have a lot of history in the zone. Like it's like basically Pacific Drive is you're going into the Pacific Exclusion Zone on the Olympic Peninsula. There's a bunch of it's basically like this is like what happens after Half-Life is over. They basically have contained it, and the only people still left in the zone are kind of the crazies who are still dedicated to what is there. Like they're kind of like they can't leave. It's like they're too obsessed with the mystery of what is going on, and so it's basically. Ophelia Turner is one of the scientists who discovered the technology that kind of caused the cascade, so to speak.
Oh, wow.
And then Tobias is actually a janitor, but he is a paranormal nut, and he is in love with the zone because he can't...
He's volunteering to...
He was a janitor, so everybody fled except Tobias is a janitor, and then Francis is another scientist who, this is a little bit of a spoiler, but is in love with Tobias. They're you don't find out until later that they're a couple, and you're like, oh, that's very sweet. And I feel like Turner is this kind of very embittered old woman. Think Mallory Archer from Archer. Okay. It's just very, very caustic. Yeah. But there's a reason she's very caustic. She has lost much to this zone. I think you're
making this sound pretty good.
No, they did a very, very good job of giving these characters a lot of chemistry. I don't know, who would you vote for? Would you vote for the bitter scientist who caused all of this and lost a lot due to it, or would you choose the gay, lovable paranormal?
I kind of like.
I like gay lovable janitor.
I do too.
Okay, gay lovable
janitor. But it sounds like the dynamics between them also.
Between them are all. Okay. The 3 of them play off of each other so well. And I'm nearly okay. Francis, is like he's more of a quiet nerdy scientist. I swear to God, he sounds like Otakon. He sounds like Christopher Randolph.
Really?
I don't think it's him, but it sounds a lot like. But it's like same personality. He's like a very kind of quiet, like polite scientist dude compared to these 2 very loud other people, Dr. Ophelia and Tobias. So Tobias, keep Tobias. Okay. And you can cut Tobias. Ophelia. Yep.
So do we want to go through the process?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Wait, we're cutting which one of those, Matt?
Cut Ophelia, Dr. Ophelia.
Okay.
Do we want to go through the process of kind of going game by game?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I feel like every game has kind of like a standout.
Okay, let's start with Persona.
Okay.
Okay, so every Persona game has the same
archetype,
general layout of the party members. You have like the guy best friend, the girl best friend, the older guy mentor, the older girl mentor, and then like kind of like the outsiders, and then there's one who's just like not of this earth, I guess. Like Aegis is a robot who was designed to destroy shadows and has some obsession with protecting your character.
For some reason.
And I'll just go over the ones here. Junpei is the guy best friend, the lovable doof.
He's the overconfident loaf.
Yeah, overconfident. He's real dumb. He is just so committed to his friends and committed to the cause. Mm-hmm. And also he has the best love story in the game. Better than any of the love stories that you can do personally.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Which we will get to in moment or sequence.
Yeah.
But he's just like real, like he doesn't read books. He's just real into manga and he likes baseball a lot. Yep. Yeah. He's hilarious. Mm-hmm. Akihiko is the male mentor. He's like a boxer. He's like an overachieving student who's a boxer. And he's like one of the star athletes of the school. But like nothing he ever does is good enough. And he's constantly striving to be better. And he has a really great story with another one of the characters where essentially he's friends with this other guy who's a bit of like a loner, a bit of a dropout kind of guy, and then that guy gets added to your party and then dies. And the rest of the game, Akihiko is kind of struggling with the friend that he kind of lost touch with because he was a goody two-shoes and the friend was a little bit of a delinquent. Just died all of a sudden, and he never got that closure that like, reconciliation. Yukari is just the person I romanced. I don't really, she kind of rules. She's really funny, and her and Junpei have a great dynamic, but I'm cutting her. And then Aigis, like I said, Aigis is, my problem with Aigis, and this will come up again in Metaphor because the Persona team does this a lot, is kind of the born yesterday trope. You know what I'm talking about, Randy? You know?
Yeah. Oh, born sexy yesterday?
Yeah, they're not born sexy.
No. That is the trope. Though.
I know the trope.
No. Yeah,
but
let them have it. Or
it's not necessarily played up for sexiness. It's mostly played for humor. It's a lot of innocence. Okay. It's a lot of like she's a robot.
This is the closest we're ever going to trick him into being a weeb. So
born sexy yesterday.
Yeah, like that. She has like the ignorance.
Yeah, she's a robot. She
doesn't get sarcasm.
She doesn't get sarcasm. She goes to school.
She stares too long. She doesn't understand what school is.
And she's just like obsessed with your character because she's been programmed to be obsessed with your character. But I will say the Persona team does an excellent job.
They're still doing that character in like Concord and shit.
Yeah, the Persona team does an excellent job of like the entire arc of Persona 3 becomes by the end less about your character and more about Aigis. Mm-hmm. Because she wants to protect you.
Yep.
But she's a robot, so she's going to live forever. And eventually she's not going to be able to protect you anymore. You're going to die. And she has to figure out what her own purpose is in life and what, like...
Well, I think, too, like, the threat of imminent danger, like, kind of stops in that story.
Mm-hmm.
So then she's kind of directionless.
Yeah.
So it is, that's kind of how she comes to this realization,
and she has to understand like the meaning of death and why people can't live forever, and like kind of like a child has to discover. But it's really well done.
Okay. Sounds a little like Data from Star Trek. But
what's
like,
I'm sorry, I asked you about this before and I forgot her name. What's the redhead's name again?
Mitsuri.
Yeah. Yukari started romancing her. By the end, Mitsuri was who I was romancing.
Turns out you can romance all of them.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh.
I ended with the older student.
The valedictorian, no less.
Punching above my weight class. And she's rich, guys. So,
if I had to who do you think between Junpei and Aigis?
Oh, between Junpei and Aigis?
Yeah.
I thought you were going for Akihiko. I do like his...
Akihiko and Aigis. That's what I meant.
Oh, no Junpei. I feel like Junpei and Akihiko have like the two most compelling stories. Because like Junpei is a stumble, but
okay. So do you want to do Akihiko then? Because we both agree on that. I love Junpei, but he's just a lovable doof.
No, but I mean his story arc gets so deep with the love interest. Yes, that's why it's like for me, Aigis is kind of like a paperweight. Because I feel like, there is that is an interesting character arc to have to like, whatever.
I was not counting that because I put that in moment or sequence.
I think out of all four of these characters, I think since we both agree on Junpei and the love interest story and him really coming full circle, I think I can agree. I think the most compelling story arc out of the four of them.
Yeah, Junpei. Also, his mechanics in the Persona 4 fighting game were sick.
All right, well, between these four, who is it?
Junpei Iori. Now we move on to Metaphor.
I guess that'll be an easy enough transition.
Yeah. So now we have...
Left turn, Igon. No, I'm just kidding.
And it's another 4.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to say Gallica is... Well, there's 5 of them. Isn't there?
Yeah, there
5.
Oh, sorry.
There's 5 of them. So here's the thing. I am 40 hours into a 70-hour game, right? And I have barely gotten to know 3 of the characters that Austin nominated here.
That's
so,
typically how it goes. That's typically how it goes.
Yeah.
Imagine Junpei for 40 hours was annoying as hell.
The first two here, we've got Galka and Hulkenberg, and I know them very well at this point.
Yeah.
And, both good characters. Galka is not making it to top 3, so I think we can just cut Galka.
That's fair.
Hulkenberg is a pretty damn well-rounded character, but I can't speak of how she stacks up to the other 3. And quite frankly, I've seen, Aerith in the remake, but not Rebirth. I would totally see that going further, and there are other nominees that I have further down that that I feel stronger about than Hulkenberg.
Okay, so just so I cover it, Gallica is your fairy companion.
Mm-hmm.
And she does get a lot better towards the end of the game, but I do agree she can be cut. Andrew went over Hulkenberg. Yufa is everything I said about Aegis applies to Yufa. Yufa lives on an island isolated from the rest of the world, so she only knows about like her tribe's cultures and stuff, but then she comes with you, and there's a lot of humor. And
you're talking about Yuffie?
Yufa from Metaphor.
Oh shit! Sorry,
not Yuffie.
I was sick. By the way, I hate that character in Final Fantasy.
So this is how Randy framed it. The Born Yesterday sexy or
Born sexy yesterday.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
What if she had a third eye?
I didn't invent it. That's
hold on.
Yeah.
Now the two most important characters. Luis is the main antagonist of the game. And
very threatening name.
He is Luis Guillaburn is his full name.
And his best friends Giuseppe and Salvatore.
He is a real piece of shit, and he only becomes more of a piece of shit when you talk about like the fascist aspects of this whole election thing. When Andrew talks about like, oh, I'm too popular already, I don't need to do this whole election thing. That's Louise, and he is just murdering his way through this game, and he is like a Shakespearean villain in all the best ways, and
sounds like a real King Hitler. If I
kinda,
he kinda is. Like it's so funny too because like there are points where like the people writing the story are like, how can we make the player believe that anyone would vote for this guy? And then there's like an aside. It's like, well, yeah, but those monsters attacked that city. Don't you care about safety? And it's like, yeah, of course. And like, also you find out that he let the monsters attack, so that way he has a villain that he can say that he can defend people from. Like,
also, his whole support thing is very analogous to certain modern political figures.
Oh.
You get a lot of looks at like the populace and the way that they're like in arguments between people that support other candidates and people that support him and his candidates. They eventually kind of go crazy and start attacking people. And
so, who's his Elon Musk is what I'm gonna ask.
There's a necromancer. I forget his name.
Oh yeah,
he's kind of the Elon Musk.
Oh shit,
he's way early on. You're right. He totally is the Musk.
Yeah. And then
hilarious.
Basilio is the last party member that you get. Andrew has met him, but he is not part of his party yet. There is. In this world, there are different races, and you, as the player character, are an ancient race called the Elda, which is basically humans. The rest of these people are kind of like half animal, half human. So there's like dog people, and there's goat people, and the goat people are the fascists, and they do not like the dog people, like at all.
Horse people got. Oh, I don't know how the song goes.
So essentially, you find out that. Oh, this is a spoiler. There are two dog people that work for Luis, and Basilio is kind of like the muscle. He's kind of like there's like a tall, muscular one. That's Basilio. He's the muscle, and then there's like a short. It's like a Muggsy and Bogues thing.
He's the brains. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fidelio is the other one.
Fidelio is the brains.
Master Blaster.
Yeah.
What is with all of the like very Italian names, by the way?
Democracy, man. Where was democracy invented?
Of course, Italy. Yeah, sure.
Well, I mean, Hulkenberg sounds very German.
Yeah.
I think they split it up based on these different races, but yeah.
Yeah, and he's just like, without spoiling it for Andrew, he's a bro and he's been through a lot of shit in his life, and I love him. he's my G. But
if you gotta pick one,
Yeah.
Sophie's choice. Let's go.
Luis. Only because Andrew can back me on how much of a shithead Luis
Murphy's
is.
Law, speed it up.
I have seen a little bit of Luis, and I can totally see him continuing to go in a good direction.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah,
that is a bad.
We all know the Final Fantasy VII characters.
Yeah.
Cloud,
keep this weeb train rolling.
They have elevated Cloud to a level I never thought that they would. They have also elevated Yuffie to a level that I never thought they would.
Yeah.
And if I was making a tier list of the anime weeb characters that I am in love with, Tifa is right up there in the S tier.
Yeah, Tifa is great.
However, Aerith is on a whole nother level in these remakes. And in the first one, she's on a whole nother level. In this one, she carries the fucking game. She, like, the voice actress who plays her.
She was nominated, right?
Wonderful fucking performance.
Dilly dally, shilly shally.
And every single thing that diverges from what you know as Final Fantasy VII hinges on Aerith. Because obviously, we're in the section of Final Fantasy VII where Aerith dies. And the whole everybody who's playing the game is like, what are they going to do about that? And they have a lot of fun shit around that. And
I've never played the original. She does what in this
game? So I'm keeping Aerith.
Okay.
I will say as a commentary, because I've more recently beaten Final Fantasy VII. First of all, I am glad to hear that Cloud and Aerith are better, because they are the most boring fucking characters.
They are so much better.
They're so much better.
It's unbelievable.
Tifa will always be like absolute. She's a sweetheart. Even in the original, she's my favorite character. I absolutely love her.
Yeah, she's great in this one
Yuffie can still suck it. Don't care. And then what is it?
They've made her lovable.
What is the other guy's Kate Sith? Is he still in it? Or whatever?
Kate Sith's in it. Red 13's in it.
Vincent
Sith, Valentine's in it.
Kate Sith also. Yeah, Kate Sith also sucks, but the rest of them are all great too.
If I can, you've been talking a lot.
Yeah,
you've had to make your way through. Why don't I take over for the mouth-washing characters?
Okay.
Yeah.
Anya sucks. Daisuke sucks. Curly, compelling. Kind of like the only compelling character. I mean, they are all compelling in their own way. Just the way.
Wait, summary real quick. What are the three jobs of these three characters?
Anya's the nurse.
That sucks.
Yeah. Daisuke's the intern that we said that is always fucking up.
Full
and
energy.
Curly is the former captain, the one that's in the medical bay. That
you're choke slamming pills into this guy's mouth.
Yeah.
And he's being a real trooper about it.
No, you see
he's being a real trooper.
You think Curly?
I was
going to say Anya.
So in the overall arc, yes. But I think because of the
neither one of these are the guy that
no, so he's not on here because
yeah.
But I think between the pre-play and the post-play, I think I kind of where it all ends up, and kind of like I don't know, it's weird because like can't really talk about
I can get behind Curly.
Like Anya definitely because of the reason, but and kind of what happens.
Right, but
I'm dancing around spoilers here.
Yeah, the last part of the game, I can get behind Curly.
Yeah, I think because she becomes less relevant at a certain point.
Yeah. Spoilers, he's not a vegetable the whole time.
No, he's not.
I think Curly is the most compelling because you do play. There's you're playing the pre and post, and the pre is through Curly's eyes. You are Curly. Yeah. Funny name when you see his face. And then the post is this other character that you play as that. The story is ultimately kind of like his story, Jimmy.
Yeah.
But Anya is very compelling for the role she plays. Daisuke, lovable. He has good in his heart. Tragic, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Doubly tragic how he ends up being killed. But but yeah, I think Curly is the most involved, and I think at the end he kind of like because of Jimmy, he kind of hits his he gets his happy end. No, not really happy. It's fucking complicated to say.
Yeah. Happy is one. Well, I mean.
All right,
Curly, second round. Curly second.
Now I'm gonna do real quick 4 cuts.
Call of Duty,
and say that
because I like how long Bill Clinton's been hanging around.
I think Bill Clinton should stay. He's a compelling character.
Yeah, he's actually
he's in the game for 2 seconds.
Yep.
Longer than that.
Yeah,
but he has real life implications and impact.
I will be fighting hard for Call of Duty when it comes
moment sequence.
Yes.
Troy is great. Troy is like the main character, kind of.
Scarface?
Huh?
Isn't that Scarface?
No.
Guy with scar on face?
No, that's Adler.
Yeah.
Robert Redford. But no, Troy is like basically like Adler is like, we don't know if we can trust him, and Woods is in a wheelchair, Troy kind of takes over as the de facto leader of the group.
Yeah.
Woods is so angry.
And he's great. Felix Newman is a German guy. He's the tech guy who fixes all the gadgets and hacks into all this stuff. But also he's a former assassin, and he talks about how he's given up killing. And then every time they need him to kill, he goes fucking crazy. He's great. And then Sev is she's like an undercover operative who every time she's on screen, she looks different because she just does like disguises all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Which is pretty great.
Pretty good.
You can cut all 4 of them. Call of Duty doesn't shine in its characters.
No, but it's a fun group.
It's a fun group.
I wish we could have cut Bill Clinton from the presidency.
Let's narrow down.
You guys are missing Robert McNamara on there.
No, he was in Black Ops 1.
He was.
Oh, he was.
You got to play as him, JFK, Castro, or...
Yeah.
I feel like... I don't know how passionately you feel about these two, Randy, but...
And Reagan was in Cold War.
He was.
Troy Baker's Indiana Jones and Emmerich Voss. Now... While I'll say Troy Baker's Indiana Jones is very accurate.
I know. It's silly having one of the most iconic film characters ever on a list of video game characters.
Yes.
But everything about his portrayal here is so spot on.
Yes.
And it's like, not like, obviously, we said Troy Baker slays it. It's insane. But it's not just that it's the way he delivers dialogue. And it's not even solely on him. It's the writing behind him. Like you said, they understand and know this character better than Disney does at this point.
Also, I will say, I think
he's sexy again.
Probably this deserves more of a nomination for best actor.
Yeah.
Not best character.
He's owed this at the Game Awards next year.
I'll say this, though, is that it's like, if we were looking at Persona 3 and we were like, well, it's the same story from 2006, and you can look at Indiana Jones and say this is the same character from 1983 or whatever. But I think if you're going with best character, like, characters evolve over time, so I think it's totally fine to nominate Troy Baker's Indiana Jones. I do think that they do a great job with how long you have to spend with him.
Yes,
I think you really get to see him flex his character muscles. However, this is a long and competitive list. And if I'm picking one of these two characters from Indiana Jones, it's Emmerich Voss.
It actually is Voss. He's a great foil. He's got similar energy to Mads Mikkelsen's character from Dial of Destiny. But he is the one who has the spiel, that line you're all going about manipulating, what is it?
What is it? Oh, an insecure male.
Insecure male, yeah. and I like the competitive, tumultuous relationship he has with the other Nazi guy. What's his name?
Yep.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name, but yeah, he's like very early on they're rivals, and then not long later they're like he's like
kind of accidental allies. If you come,
yes, but he's like, look how easy that was, like exactly,
and he makes you want to punch him in the face and break his nose.
All right, so cut Troy Baker, keep him.
He's great.
Yeah, it's so funny how much of this game's like just dependency on the source material / reimagining is like just completely shattering its hopes to be in anything in like a top contender position, because I feel like it is so impressive how far
that December release date was fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is like, it'll just be eligible for next year.
I know,
right?
but
really
that's everyone's gonna
forget.
Right then, the
recency.
Speaking of shattering dreams or whatever you said, let's talk about Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Kiryu. Right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So let me just talk about Tomizawa and Chitose. Tomizawa is when Ichiban first gets to Hawaii, he gets a cab driver, And he needs a cab driver that can speak Japanese because he only speaks Japanese.
Yep.
So he finds Tomizawa, who is...
Wait, is the game like half Japanese VO, half English VO if you want it to be?
No. It's in both.
Okay.
It's either the real way, which is Japanese voiceover.
I forgot about it. There was a battle off air.
Yeah. But he's the cab driver, and then while he's driving the cab, you get pulled over and mugged.
Yes.
And Tomizawa just hides, and then you find out later in the game that he actually set that whole thing up and split the money with the mugger.
Mm-hmm.
But because, he spends the rest of the game like mad at Ichiban that Ichiban isn't mad at him for scamming him.
Yeah.
But Ichiban's such a lovable dude who just forgives everybody that he...
Yes. And then that his forgiveness and his belief in friendship is like his North Star. So he doesn't give up on these fucking terrible people.
Yeah.
After time and time again of them disappointing him or ruining something for him for their own personal gain.
Speaking of ruining something and terrible people, Chitose...
Yes, real quick. Tomizawa literally ate the address on a piece of paper. Ate it. Right? Am I not wrong?
Yeah, you're right.
And when they were getting mugged, he ate the address that Ichiban had to find his mom, so he had to use alternative means to find her out.
Yeah.
Jeez. Okay.
Sorry.
So the game also starts with Ichiban starts like a company kind of to set up former Yakuza members with jobs because nobody will hire them because they're former Yakuza. Yeah. So the game starts in Japan, and he's doing really well until an undercover YouTuber, essentially a VTuber, outs him for being
former Yakuza
and for like
uplifting the Yakuza community.
Trying to like reestablish the Yakuza, even though that's not what he's doing. So then that drives him out of Japan because everybody hates him. Then he gets to Hawaii. The VTuber follows him and starts framing him for all this stuff that he didn't do. Then he meets
Kiryu.
And Kiryu too. And then they both meet Chitose, who becomes a party member, and she's like the daughter of a wealthy person. And the whole time she's talking about how she like wants to help take down, even though her family's wealthy, she wants to help take down the people that are making them more wealthy.
And apparently her dad is in bed with these people.
Yeah, and then you find out later that she's also the VTuber, and then it's the same situation where Ichiban instantly forgives her, and then she gets really mad at him for not forgiving
He was like,
for forgiving her.
Say whatever you want, however you've acted. You're my friend.
Yeah.
And friendship conquers all.
Yeah.
He's such a lovable dolt. But it's like, he's
the himbo.
It's literally, he just hammers at him. And then Kiryu, again, his character arc.
We talked about Kiryu in narrative.
It's insane.
Like, he is the legendary unkillable Yakuza, and then he is dying of cancer.
Yes.
And you can kind of surmise the places that kind of storyline goes.
Sorry, you said so it's Kiryu that stays?
Kiryu
stays 100%.
Yeah.
So we can cut the two from Mullet Mad Jack. They're
fun.
They're fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a little aside here on Life is Strange.
Yeah.
So the reason I have a adult Max written rather than just Max is because I know traditionally this category is to make room for new characters, but I love adult Max. She finds like simultaneously feels like a whole new character and an old character at the same time. You get to see so much growth in her, which is difficult to do for an audience surrogate. And like, she's not as church mousy now. Yeah. And you can have her like smoke and drink and be horny and have it still be true to like who she is as a character.
I've never,
like,
in a medium where you don't like, where actors aren't like actually aging with the characters that they're playing.
Yeah.
This is Max 10 years later. And I have never seen a video game age up a character. Maybe I have, but like I used Last of Us Part 2 when we were talking about it with Ellie being aged up, but like rarely do you see a video game age up a character this well. Like it feels like you had a friend in high school and then 10 years later they tracked you down and they're the same friend, but you can tell everything that's different.
And having it be the same actress, like there's so much subtleties in her performance.
Yeah.
Hannah was robbed.
Yeah.
Especially when she had to play somebody else playing her using her. I'm not going to get into that, but the fact that I like that. So she's still essentially traumatized by what happened in the first game, but can't tell anyone about it since it technically was erased from existence from happening.
Yeah.
Which is like, I've never seen that.
She writes in her diary. It's just, or no, when you inspect the therapy poster, she's just like, should I talk about my time travel trauma?
Yeah,
or something
yeah, no therapist.
It's like, or my alternate timeline trauma, and it's just like, the therapist is gonna do something. They're gonna put you on meds. That's what they're gonna do.
Wait a second. I thought double exposure was bad.
God damn it!
Sorry.
So I'm gonna do Vin next, because what's funny about Vin is that much of the Life is Strange community hates him.
Okay.
But that's because those people are dumb and don't understand that being cool isn't the only fucking character trait.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I think the way he's written is fantastic because unlike Amanda, who is the other romantic interest in the game, it's like he has a real role in the main story itself.
Mm-hmm.
And when you meet him, like, he's swarmy and a bit prideful and flirty. Like, he's kind of pretentious but like, which is, I guess, why that first impression didn't work on a lot of people. But like later he comes across way more like sensitive. He's pretty funny. I love how downplayed it is that he's bi. Like, it's never said out loud, really.
Man,
it's not said until you.
Yes, there is a moment that
there's a moment.
Get into.
Yeah, we'll get into.
And I like he takes his L's well when they happen because he keeps trying to do the right thing, but he's sort of like not inept, but like I don't know. It just feels much more like a real character, like in his flaws.
And he has this.
He has a great scene.
He also has a great redemption arc.
Yes,
at the end.
Yes,
yeah,
awesome redemption arc. As opposed to Amanda, who I almost didn't put here because she's a little too hip for school. Like, they overcompensated a tad. Like, she runs a bar, and she's into underground music, and she does stand-up comedy. That said, I really did enjoy the conversations with her, and the moments with her and Max are well done. I just wish she had more agency in the actual
I think
line.
it really... there's a distinct separation where it's like, people fall for people in different ways. And the way that you fall for Vin is very much like I got to know this person, and the more I get to know them, the more I like them.
Yeah.
But like also I need to know this person for other reasons.
Yeah. Exactly.
You know? Whereas like Amanda is just like, your friend was like, what about that cute girl at the bar? And you go hit on her, and then you flirt with each other, and then there's that. Like, there's two different ways.
The setups are
different.
I could have put Moses as well. I like him a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, I like Moses a lot too. I will say for Amanda,
and in the performances in Moses, there's a lot of like very downplayed things about his.
He's very autistic.
He's very autistic. I can already tell that from like the first scene he's in.
Yeah.
But anyway,
it's very good representation of autism. It's not like
overdone. And it's not overdone, but it's like you could tell you're just like there's something. It's like okay, he's on the spectrum, and it's like but. I will say for Amanda, yes, Amanda is absolutely the Life is Strange version of a Mary Sue. She's too cool for school.
Even in the design, that's why I said it's like they like almost over design. They're like, well, the scene's gonna love this, and they're right.
And it's just like they have
to know the demographic.
She hits every cool checkbox. Okay, she runs a bar, like you said. She does her own stand-up comedy. She likes underground music. She's gay. She's like every single thing that these developers love. Let's just dump in this one character.
Yeah.
And yes, I agree. She works as a plot device, but not entirely the most interesting character. Yeah. I agree with you that
go before.
I know. Wait. The characters that I would say I really am leaning towards now are Gwen and Vin. Because there's a bite to them. There's a bite to them that I really like.
That's the funny thing. Speaking of representation, because
Gwen is the best representation of a trans character I have ever seen. I agree. In not even just video games, just in general, like
they do not, like write them that way.
She is nice when she wants to be nice, but she's a bitch when she wants to be a bitch.
They're not afraid to have her be like kind of a dick in the way that she like sort of. Not hates you, but like she's sick of your shit and isn't afraid to let you know, which I find amusing. Like, and she makes some bad choices too, just like human beings tend to do.
Yeah.
Yes, but I agree. Yeah,
but she's tough as she's an English professor, plays punk music.
Yep.
Reminds us of a certain someone.
She's Ada.
Yes. But I love the way she kind of weaves in and out of the main story too.
Yes.
So yeah,
and she has a lot of her own B plots that are really well done as well.
Yeah, I agree.
All right.
And a lot of past because she's a little older, so you can see like a lot of her life. But you're
so
right.
this has been
staying, or
it's difficult for me.
This has been a great episode of Degrassi. So if you would like to pick one to continue, no, I'm kidding. Who's your one and done?
Gwen.
Vin.
Ooh.
Am I? But this is kind of tough for me because I'm the tiebreaker.
Mm-hmm.
You said both.
You haven't gotten to see Vin.
I know.
Prove himself yet.
I don't know what to say. We're only doing this for nominations too, right?
Yeah. None of this.
I'm leaning towards Gwen. I got to be honest with you. I like Gwen's bitchiness. She is. She's kind of a bitch, and I like it.
Yeah. That usually like trans people in media are always represented as being so like vulnerable.
Yes, they're kind of represented and kind of saintly.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Instead.
All right. Unless it's tell me why, in which case you're a huge cock in the ass. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's true, dude. The character sucks.
All right. Gwen can move forward.
Want me to take a crack at Diesel Legacy here?
Yeah.
All right. So we've got
Sorry. Yeah, I was
and,
just
and
scrolling
Fritz.
down. Yes, I like Fritz.
No, I thought we were just I thought we were live via satellite, and that's what that delay was.
Oh, okay.
So,
are we caught up?
Yeah, we'll start with Fritz because
the field.
Yeah, no, never mind. What do you call it? We'll start with Fritz just because he's a much easier cut. He is very cool.
He's a plague doctor that slings potions. It's dope, and he walks like
he is exactly. He's a big old creep. Yeah. He's a backstabber. He flies for some reason because Fong could do it in Street Fighter V. His like as a fighting game character, his mechanic is like
off-footed.
Yeah, his throw is a two-step throw because he is like a Faust because he has like a random potion mechanic. But yeah, like he has a backstab, which is like a two-stage throw. So you throw him once, he gives you a pat on the back, and the second time he throws you, he does way more damage because he just knifes you right in the back. Just it's a very interesting character design. He is just like a jobber, like, you know, oh, I'm a nefarious dude that you shouldn't trust kind of thing. Like that's which okay, I think he's an interesting character up against this whole list. He's not going to hang. Yeah. Eleonora has a much better shot, but I think Randy, we're probably still going to have to cut her after this.
Yeah, it's the quickest I've ever decided on a main in a fighting game. Just instantly cool to look at and play. Every part of her moveset,
the gangster,
so much personality. Yeah,
she's the gangster woman. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, this looks like the animation budget of an entire video game. That's how good this character looks.
It's like she fell out of a comic book that Scorsese wrote. Yeah, with the hands in her pockets. Her idle animation is top tier. You just look at her just sway back and forth with her hands in her baggy pockets, smoking a cigar or whatever.
Does she have suspenders?
Yeah, it's, okay.
Yes. Oh god, I'm in love.
Yes. She's the 20s gangster lady, and then listen, man, her crouching light attack is blowing smoke rings in your face. She's got like,
she throws darts
out the Tommy guns,
dice. Yeah,
she throws darts. She calls a drive-by for her super, and with a whole lot of get 'em boys. And she's got like the thugs that can attack on different lanes because this is like a 3-lane fighting game. So like one will always attack below and the other will always attack above. Yeah. And then not only that, this is perhaps the best, okay, is that she has a special move. Like, she is a zoner, which means she uses ranged attacks, but she has an anti-zoning move to prevent other ranged attacks from hitting her. And her anti-zoning move is like a hostage that they're interrogating tied to a chair. And it's like
a rag in his mouth.
Yeah, exactly. It's like stuck in the middle with you from Reservoir Dogs, but this guy is just taking all of the shots that should be hitting you until he takes too much damage.
Oh, wow, and then, that's really cool.
Yeah, once he takes enough damage, then he's like, oh, I found my cue to escape, and then he like waddles out while still tied to this chair. Like, that is just a move that she has.
It's
like,
so clever.
And her story mode. Her story mode is a lot of, I'm going to run this town, see? And then her falling on her face several times trying to do that. Like, yeah, she's a great character. Top tier fighting game character, I gotta say. Like, she's amazing. But up against characters that have more involved stories and arcs, I think we're probably going to have to cut her.
Do I have the spelling wrong or something? Because this says former First Lady of the United States. Maybe I should put Diesel afterwards.
Who is it? Wait, Eleanor.
Yeah, I just I googled Eleanor. And
all right, so real quick, Matt, you might. I think you might be able to back me up on this one because I'm actually going to argue this stays. Are the sisters from Thank Goodness You're Here, which is my favorite ongoing bit in that game. Basically, there are these two teenage squabbling sisters that help run their father's butcher shop.
No, one of them works
or is it just the corner store?
Yeah, it's the corner store and the butcher shop.
Corner store and the butcher shop.
It's Flo and...
I forget
the other girl's name.
But the joke between them is that every time you cross them, they're both just trying to find more and more elaborate ways to call the other one a bitch.
A bitch, yes. And they are just...
The punchline is the same,
they
but the
always
setups
the
get
same.
longer and longer.
Yes.
And it's... oh, my God.
Okay, I forgot you played it too. Right?
Yeah. Oh, God. And it's just like,
it's fucking hilarious.
Just listening to them bicker horrendously is actually one of the funny... You're right. It's the same joke every time, but it's wonderful.
Not to mention their voices, which is quite something considering Matt Berry is a part of the cast.
Yeah.
Dude, okay.
It's the gardener.
I thought for a second, I was like, wait, no, it's like a little off. It's like somebody doing a Matt Berry impression.
Yeah.
But no, he's the gardener.
Yes.
I fuckn knew it.
Yeah, that's him.
That's okay. Thank goodness you're here is actually a lot better than people give it credit for, Austin.
I don't actually know who does their voices. I love that one is wearing braces. So it sounds like they're spitting.
Yeah, they have a very wet lisp going on. Yeah.
But it definitely tickled our friends, the show, Liz and Becca, who confirmed how accurate this gag was.
Yeah, they were just like, this is just me and my sister. Yeah. And it's just like, this is I want it to stay.
I'm gonna keep them.
I want to see this on a short list, and it's like I know this is a very competitive category.
I do too, but for now I want them to stay. I think it'd be amusing to have like comedy representation on here.
Listen, I want to get rid of both of them and bring the gardener. Listen, Matt Berry,
we're gonna get
idol legend.
We're gonna get into the moments for the big head guy later. So
okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're keeping sisters, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I can make a quicker cut, just because, there's, again, stiff competition. Thaumaturge, I'm going to cut Victor Shulsky. He is a very good character, but I can definitely cut him quicker than Rasputin because he's a little bit of a milquetoast wet blanket at times.
Okay.
The thing that really defines his character is that I mentioned earlier that like the demons that you summon from this folklore or whatever, they are drawn to character flaws, and for Thaumaturge there's no exception, so he has to have a character flaw, and his is pride, and so the moments where he lets himself be kind of a dick because of his pride are where you see his character shine, and in fact there's even a game mechanic to let you choose when to be proud in your answers. And it kind of encourages you to like balance being like, arrogant or not. And people really get fed up with you being arrogant. But again, it gamifies a reason for you to be, because this is a flaw with this character, which I thought was really interesting. But of these two, Rasputin, I think, is the stronger character because it's one of my favorite tropes in stories is that like when a turn happens, they give you enough foreshadowing to feel like this is subtly wrong. I can't put my finger on what is wrong about this necessarily, but something just went wrong here, and now I'm concerned, right? Like, that's one of my favorite storytelling devices, and they do this with Rasputin throughout this story. Early on, he's a healer and, like, your buddy, like, you kind of just get a little bit debaucherous with Rasputin or whatever, and then later on, he, like, starts developing this cult around him, and you're like, oh, what do we do about this? He's kind of like overstaying his welcome as a guest and all sorts of other things. He starts like being more stern and losing his temper with you. And it's like this progression for Rasputin throughout the story is fascinating to watch. So I'm not sure if I want to cut him yet, but I could cut Victor much more easily, I think.
I mean, Andrew, what you just described with Rasputin is just actual Russian history. It's actually what happened.
I know. Well, that's the thing is like well, except maybe the drinking buddies and whatever, but yeah.
I mean, he was a very heavy drinker.
So I have a question for everybody except for me. Except for me. Does Satan make the cut?
Satan always makes the cut, baby.
I'm not convinced Satan is his own character.
I'm not either.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do.
So then I think we cut Satan because he's kind of also Indica.
Yes, because it does represent her questioning. Because I like how they keep challenging each other about the like hypocrisies and inconsistencies of, I guess, faith or Catholicism.
Yeah.
But like, all those exchanges
Satan has
are good.
his own voice actor.
Yes.
Satan has his own voice actor, but it is Indica's inner monologue. That is what he is.
Correct.
Right? It's like, or inner dialogue, really. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's funny because I love Indica as well, like her arc and her performance, along with Ilya. All their interactions together feel so genuine.
I was gonna say, yeah.
And there's this kind of element of like sadness that's just always surrounding them both.
I think
but the problem is for me is like they work as a pair.
Yes, they do work as a pair. Yeah.
So it's like I almost.
And even though the story is about Indica and her journey, like it still is like I don't necessarily know that means that she is the strongest character. Even if personally I felt that it was the strongest story. You know.
Yeah. And I think she's a part of some incredibly strong one in particular moment. But I think we can let them go.
Yeah.
Just a quick question:
okay.
If Satan doesn't have his own voice actor, does he even exist?
He does.
He has his own voice.
No, he does.
No, I know.
He has his own voice.
So it begs the question: is he real or is he?
All right, I got to cut.
Somebody want to tell me about Egon?
Egon.
So
I don't know how he made it this far. We just haven't talked about him.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of discussion around Shadow of the Erd Tree.
There are a lot of characters in Shadow of the Erd Tree, but Egon is
most memorable.
The most memorable because there is an optional boss named Baal, who is like the dragon of all dragons, and he sits at the top of a volcano.
Baal the Dreadful.
Baal the Dread.
Yeah.
If you do a quest while you're climbing up the mountain, you see a warrior who's basically dying, and you go up to him,
paralyzed at the very least.
Yeah, and he says, "Oh, another warrior! Finally, I can take it to Baal." And so he gives you a summon, and the last thing of his quest is you go fight Baal, and you summon him, and he does nothing but yell the entire battle, and he just goes, "Baal!"
That's pretty silly.
And he just keeps getting hit, and he's just like, "Oh, the pain!"
FromSoft has this knack for just like every game, I guess, for the most part, has more or less has like that memorable character.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's multiple, like the Onion Knight.
Sometimes it's the Turtle Pope. Yeah.
Sometimes it's the Turtle Pope.
The Turtle Pope.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I remember someone asked, "Did you find the Turtle Pope?" I'm like, "I'm not sure." And he's like, "Don't worry, you'll know when you find him." And it's like when you run into him, it's like, "Oh yeah, it really is the Turtle Pope."
It's just a turtle with a Pope
and the Pope hat on. Yeah. I was like, "Holy shit, they weren't lying."
Is that a dog?
Oh yeah, of course.
The messages,
yeah. Why is it never dog?
But
still no dog.
But yeah, so I mean, he is the most. I think he's the like kind of comic relief, but also kind of a cool like character and story arc.
Yeah, but he's just a smaller part of a larger game.
Right,
I don't
exactly.
think he hangs. We can cut him.
No, yeah.
He's just hilarious.
Not
awesome.
known for their characters.
All right, to help with visibility, I highlighted everybody that's
Thank you.
with the runner-up
I'm looking
color.
at that now.
Yeah, you made it fucking banana nerds yellow. I can't even see anything. I have it on dark mode.
Yeah, you gotta turn it to light mode.
Yeah.
Runs.
Banana runs, not nerds.
All right, so we have 9 remaining.
9 left.
We can get through this. Junpei, Luis, Curly, Kiryu, Gwen, the sisters.
You didn't highlight Aerith.
Oh, my bad. I thought there was a chance I might have missed someone. We have 10 left.
All right, 10 left.
Games, bro.
Voss and Tobias and Rasputin.
I think we can, as Randy said earlier, this category is usually here to highlight new characters.
Yeah.
And I think Kiryu is not a new character.
He's well done, but we also haven't played all the first couple of Yakuza games, and I know a bunch of fans were upset with how he was handled. I don't know.
Right. So
I liked it.
With that being, I think he has a very compelling story arc in this. Like again, he's the dog?
Dragon of Dojima?
The dragon. No, that's the Pope. That's the dog.
Yeah.
He's the Dragon of Dojima. Like he has this sterling reputation, but again, he has a reputation because he has like 11, 12 games of support. So, I said, I think his story arc in this game, because of Ichiban, kind of like levels up and evolves even more. But that being said, it's not his first rodeo.
All right.
So I think
if you guys are comfortable. Yeah.
What do you think?
So Kiryu, cut.
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Does that apply to Junpei or Aerith in a way that, or no?
No.
Okay.
I can offer up Rasputin here, just because again, tight competition. And if I'm only going for one character, my hat's in for Voss. So.
For Emmerich Voss.
Rasputin, I thought was. Yeah, exactly.
Do we want to do the?
So Rasputin, very good character, but yeah.
Do we want to do the name 3? I don't know if that would be helpful.
Yeah, sure.
You can see what crossover there is. Because this might be a bit spread.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be spread.
Because I'm going to go first. Mine are Voss, Gwen, and the sisters.
Aerith, Junpei, and Gwen.
Okay.
Aerith, Junpei, and it was going to be Curly, but I think he's the sum of the parts.
Mm-hmm.
Yada, yada, yada. So,
okay.
You guys have kind of like won me over with Voss.
Okay.
I'm going to go Tobias, Gwen, and the sisters.
Okay. All right. Andrew?
I could budge on the sisters. I could budge on that.
I'm going to say Voss, the sisters.
Okay.
and Aerith.
Okay. Interesting.
Also,
all right, so we can cut Luis, cut Curly.
Luis and Curly, okay.
Yeah,
what were yours?
Aerith, Junpei, and Gwen.
Okay, got ya. I think most of us voted for Gwen, actually.
Most of us voted for Aerith.
Oh, really?
Yeah, more than any.
Really?
She got the most votes.
Oh, shit.
All right, sorry, we said we could cut Luis and who else?
Curly.
Curly.
Okay.
I think, so I heard it. Okay, you were I heard Gwen a lot, too.
It's Aerith. It sounds like Aerith is a lock, and either between Voss or Gwen.
Yeah, Voss and Gwen. I do want to defend the sisters, but it sounds like
so do I. But
yeah, it sounds like.
But Andrew even voted for the sisters.
That's true.
Which was a left field.
I was trying my best to not just base my votes on the few that I had experienced and based on the arguments.
Yeah.
And the sisters do sound fun, even though I have not played. Thank goodness you're here.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a hard vote to cast.
I getcha.
The only argument I would have against that is it's relatively a short game and they're relatively a small part of it.
That is actually an argument.
Yeah.
That is an argument.
You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, they come in and out.
They come in and out, but it's like, yes, the overall, it's a short game. It's a short game. They're a small part of it.
The whole fucking game has funny moments.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I think that's a fair counter argument against the sisters. I think, yeah.
And unfortunately, I think just by numbers, Tobias probably has to go as well.
I think he's probably got to go.
But I think you made a good case for him.
Thank you. Yes, he's a very lovable character. And he's very Italian too. So it's like when you're hearing him, he's like, y'all know why we're here. We're trying to figure out the secrets of the exclusion zone. He's just like, he's very outspoken.
Very big.
Yeah, he's very big. And it's like he's constantly bickering with Ophelia, who is a very, she's a scientist type. So she's very bitter. Yeah. So they're constantly bickering with each other. So, but anyway. Whoa, what's up?
So now we have 4 left.
We've got 4 left.
Oh.
We have to cut one and then name one winner.
It's hard.
It's.
I think I can. There was a lot of support for Aerith. There was a lot of support for Voss, and there seemed to be me and you were the only ones for Junpei.
Yeah,
and I didn't do an amazing job selling him, and I could fight more for Junpei, but
I think
I'll take Aerith and Gwen
in a situation where You hate him for the first 50 hours.
The only thing I'll say is that you hated him. I loved him.
He's the Shinji from Evangelion.
Yeah. Get in the mix, Shinji.
So there's a trio of villains in the game. Mm-hmm. It's this weird hippie guy, this weird hipster guy,
techno nerd glasses,
guy, and then this goth girl.
I'm sorry, what a piece of shit. He throws grenades.
Yeah,
how much of a loser?
This goth girl, and Junpei is such a lovable oaf that he runs into this goth girl in
before you know anything,
before you know that she's a villain. Chitose, and
that's her name, right?
Pardon me?
That might be the name from Infinite Wealth.
Yeah, wait, hold
on.
Yeah, I mean, that is a name in Infinite Wealth.
Chidori. And he's such a lovable oaf that he actually gets her to quit the villains and fall in love with him.
For her to perish off this earth.
Well, yeah. Well, you can save her.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
Yeah. It's possible.
There's those branching story arcs, man, I'll tell you.
Is that it for Junpei?
Well, that's upsetting. I didn't know that could happen.
Somebody's gonna go home and reload a save.
No.
We can cut Junpei.
Okay.
As much as I talked up the characters of the Persona team, Aerith is just
sure.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
infallible. Is Aerith the winner?
I look at this.
We got your variety in, Matt. We had 3 new games.
I look at Final Fantasy as the true retelling of a story.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they are doing maybe ideas that came after the fact. It's almost like they wrote the book and now they're coming back to do the movie, type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or they made the video game and they're doing the video game again, but they have more members on writing and all this stuff. But I find this to be I never played 7, so I have no connection with the original on PS1. But it feels, based on her involvement in this, and as you said, she pretty much carries the whole friggin' thing.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like her evolution and the way they fleshed her out, at least from my understanding, is kind of awesome.
Yes. I mean, I'm back in Aerith, but it's up to you guys.
I mean, you had a strong argument.
You had a strong argument, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not gonna.
So Aerith,
I really like Voss and Gwen a lot, and but
I love Gwen.
I'm happy for them to hang here because I like it, and it's cool having a villain. In our team as well.
Voss is a great villain, and you do get to see proportionally a lot more of him as you get further in the game too.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and it's a good smart villain goes a long way.
I agree. I like that it's kind of he's, you have right, because Tony Todd. We should also point out.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Candyman fame. This is rest in peace. This was his one of his last performances.
Okay.
And his character, it's very. He's perfectly fits that role of. In
the tall man.
Game. Yeah. Very imposing figure, but I like because you have that. Voss doesn't have to be the muscle. It's a much more of a brain, more conniving.
Or the nerdy character. Nazi. Can we say he's the nerdy Nazi?
The nerdy Nazi.
No.
He's actually got different political leanings in a way that's kind of like.
The small glasses made me think he was a Nazi.
I mean.
He's a Nazi in disguise. What do we get? What's going on?
No, Voss is in fact a Nazi. The thing is that
but he's also
if he is
punched your Nazi today.
No, if he's the nerd, then he learned how to conquer jocks long ago.
Yes,
is really what it is.
I'm not saying he's not a Nazi. I'm saying he is a fascist, but he manipulates Nazis for a lot of personal gain. Also, which is like
I haven't. Unfortunately, I have played Indiana. I haven't gotten to his character reveal, so hopefully.
But he is a firm believer in the ideology. So yeah, it's.
He's out there measuring skulls.
I'm trying to.
Jesus Christ!
Holy shit! What is it called again?
Phrenology.
Yeah, that's right. There's a good
not
bit in The
intimately
Simpsons about
aware
that.
of it. I'm joking. Totally joking.
So we have our 3 characters.
All with Nazi glory.
Say her full name.
Sorry. Winner is Aerith Gainsborough.
Yeah, it's white enough for you to understand. Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't stumble on Emmerich.
Yeah, and with our runners-up, Emmerich, Voss, and Gwen. I have forgot her last name. I just
Gainsborough.
What a coincidence!
Do they actually say? Hunter, Dr. Gwen Hunter.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't want to. Didn't want to. I wanted to keep her title in there.
Yeah.
With respect.
She's an English doctor.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
She's the daughter of a newspaper president.
What?
Gwen Stacy.
Oh.
Gwen Stacy's the daughter of the police commissioner.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I thought she was, what's his name's daughter?
Yeah, the lizard.
J. Jonah Jameson?
Yeah.
No.
I get my Gwens mixed up from time to time.
So often a great character is involved in great moments. Not always, but which of them is the best? Which is why we're ending today with best moment or sequence. Currently on the board, there is
55. Drinks.
So you said there's 55?
55.
All right, this is going to be a doozy then.
Perfect.
All right, so we've got getting a royal flush and beating a run from Balatro. The most wanted, emergence, high rollers, and separation anxiety. That's 4 separate missions in Call of Duty Black Ops 6. The Animal Crossing minigame, reuniting with the old gang and the older gang.
Yeah.
So that's 2 separate ones.
I will explain.
Oh, all right, both from all 3 from Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. And what's that Animal Crossing game called again?
Fuck, I don't remember.
Something Island.
I want to say it's like Dankupan Island.
Yeah, something like that.
Starts with a D, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, we have Aerith's redone death scene.
Oh, you missed the Junon
Spoilers.
parade.
Oh, Junon Parade.
Yeah.
Cloud and Tifa / Aerith / Yuffie / Pro Date.
Yep.
I'm reading this verbatim. Other Cloud and Aerith date scene. They went out again. I thought that said Golden Shower. The Golden Saucer intro.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
Aerith flashback scene and the Loveless scene. Ooh,
Named after the best album of all time.
Yeah, and it's in the opening of the original game. Okay, then we have entering a flowed state, the ending and post-ending from All at Mad Jack, using a magnifying glass to solve properly, and watching your friends shoot themselves in buckshot roulette, escaping with no reinforcements, and launching a nuclear warhead in Helldivers 2, Chidori and Junpei's scene, the true ending, first using the Evoker, and the Ryoji reveal? Ryoji. All right, sorry. These are 4 from Persona 3 Reload. Then we have getting the high score, the race and its aftermath, and the opening title sequence in Indica.
I didn't move that. My bad.
Oh, you're fine. And the first time...
Here, I'll get it right now.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. The first time flying in an airship from Dread Delusion, realizing the farce behind the main plot in The Rise of the Golden Idol. I have the gross shrink level, also known as like the cat mouse level.
The cat mouse, yeah. No, it's
and I just wrote PlayStation Avengers Assemble.
Yeah, the final level.
Yeah,
it's actually it is. There is a charm to it.
I have throwing a killer party in UFO 50.
Yeah,
I've also thought about putting escaping that manor too because I
think we need to mention that manor at some point because it's a very very well done.
All right, well let him.
I put that
let
in
him
there
get through the reading.
I want to talk now.
So this is going to be a weird one that I will explain. I have that one audio Easter egg in Silent Hill 2. So some of you might know, but many of you probably won't. The Big Head Man flashback, and thank goodness you're here.
Yeah.
I have the joint interviews with Alexi and Hank on the history timeline of Tetris Forever. Alderman's death, running into yourself, and the Smasher Pass from Life is Strange Double Exposure. The ship and the plane, as well as the playing the beginning of Raiders of the Lost Ark and Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Taking responsibility and feeding Curly painkillers and mouthwashing. We'll get to make those sounds. Passing through into the land of shadow, fighting Mesmer, coming across Egon or Egon? Sorry.
Egon.
And fighting and defeating promised consort Rad.
Promised Consort,
Radon.
Okay, sorry. These are another 4 from Elden Ring Shadow.
You're allowed to trip over names from any FromSoft game.
Okay.
Yeah, you're forgiven for that.
Realizing how items work and the chasing sequence from Animal Well. And then our last game, Metaphor Refantasio, which we have the fusion/voice reveal.
That's a typo. It's Rella Betrayal. Not fella. My bad.
Luis reveal on stage and the Joanna execution. That sounds
Fellow betrayal is what they should call all backstabbings in like the mafia.
Fellow betrayal.
Woo. All right, where are we starting this?
Why don't we start with UFO 50 since you guys were talking about that during the reading of the thing.
Yeah.
So it's funny, because
Randy, tell me about hosting parties. Because you love hosting parties.
I do love hosting parties. So of the 50 games, there is one.
Party House.
It's just called Party House, right?
Party House, yeah.
The funny thing is, if we were doing that what we did a couple of years ago, we had our own personal category. I think like mine
would be like best UFO 50
best UFO
game.
50 game.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Yeah.
There's so many options. Like Mortal is great.
Yep.
I forget the Haunted Manor one.
Mine would be best hand in Balatro. And the
Okay.
answer is what's the one with all the suits?
Royal Flush?
No, just a flush.
A flush.
Yeah,
Oh.
usually I go for flush or
Two pair.
two pair.
Yep.
Yeah, two pair.
All right, good.
Two pair runner up.
Yeah.
let's
Flush
ju-
is number one.
Let's just say two pair pretty OP. Okay, but if you get the card that the diamonds and the hearts and the
Count
club
as the
count as the
same.
same,
Yep.
flush becomes OP. Also, if you get that card that you can form straights with gaps in them, then straights becomes OP. Straight becomes OP.
Hey, this is UFO 55.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We'll get back to that.
50
Yeah.
time UFO 55.
Guys, I
God
need to tell you something. I think I have a gambling addiction. No. No. Anyway.
But yeah, there's lots of awesome shit in UFO 50. There's like a whole there's a first person dungeon crawler and a clicker. But yeah, but house parties.
There's a clicker?
Yeah.
I might have to play
There's
that.
a clicker. There's an idle game.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah,
that's the one. Which is actually, I was very charmed by that. Can we call this game? It's a host 'em up.
Yeah, host 'em up.
It's a host 'em up, a competitive host 'em up.
Because Party House is my number one with a bullet.
A Party House is a deck builder, if we're being really
Yes.
literal.
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I
a
might have
host
to-
'em
I
up.
might have to play UFO 50.
It is actually.
Here's the crazy thing, though.
Have you played
I've
the
been-
party game?
I haven't played any.
I
Oh
have
my
yet
god,
to
it's
play
actually
it.
really fun.
I have yet to play it by myself. I've sank
really?
a half dozen hours into the local multiplayer mode of just this one game.
Can we play it
alone.
after this? Actually,
I would love to. It's
actually,
Yeah.
fantastic.
It's
dude,
great.
Dude, I'm surprised
down.
we don't bust that out at like actual parties because
Yeah.
it's like it's so much fun to just pick up and
Me
play.
and Becca just did for hours.
Yeah, no, it's
Before-
actually it's wonderful.
And been watching your party grow beyond your competitions.
Yes.
Is or even better when they get their shit rated by the cops.
yeah,
That's so
oh yeah,
fun.
dude, I actually
Because you have to follow the risk reward system. It's really
Yeah.
addicting and surprisingly like still like it's simple. It's inviting.
Yes.
But yeah, because it's you have to find the perfect balance of managing the money you earn, the limit of noise permitted,
Mm-hmm.
and the level of popularity that you like are able to achieve. And,
Yeah.
and you can also like increase the size of your party.
Yeah,
Right.
I'll say here to summarize briefly. Yes, there is a bunch of house guests, and they give you two types of resources: popularity and cash.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're basically
And some are plus in some areas, some are minus in other
yeah,
areas.
and you're basically trying to draw your deck, and each round you can add more people using money and or popularity, and you are trying to draw as many guests from your deck of cards without hitting 3 noise. Because if you get 3 noise, your cops raid you, and then the round is pretty much forfeit. You don't
lose everything.
You lose everything.
The
and
amount of times I've
You
had
risk
old
that door.
friends
Yeah.
take
Yeah.
the
Old
rap.
friend.
and it's
Yeah.
like and
you can hire security and throw people out. You can have
Yes.
guard dogs so you can see
There's-
who's coming in next.
Yes, and
yeah.
it's like various guests. It's like the security guard can kick someone out. So if you've got a high noise guest, there's also the rock star who gives you a lot of money and popularity, but
it's so much noise.
But it adds
yeah.
a lot of noise, and
Don't
it's just
worry.
like
Throw the
Your
drunks
hippies
out.
coming to knock that noise down
yeah,
one.
the hippies help like prevent fights from happening.
yeah. And so the goal of the game is you need to make enough popularity
to get those aliens. To
Yes,
come-
the most
come,
expensive card is the alien guest. You need to buy 3 of them and then draw all 3 of them at your party, and that's how you win. And that's it's like it's simple and it's goddamn it's so charming. I
Yeah,
want to play
it
it
really
right.
is.
I want to play it right now.
They're like
It's
the
so
rounds are
fun.
like 15, 20
I
minutes
say
long.
that. I say that stays.
We can keep it for now if you
I
want.
say
I
that
was gonna.
stays
I was
'cause
gonna let
I
it
really,
go 'cause
I really
there's a lot.
enjoyed it. I
Okay.
mean, listen, there's a lot of contenders, but I think it stays for now. Just let's
enough.
give it the honors. And The mansion one is essentially it is a point and click.
Yeah.
It's a point and click. It's quick. But it is an escape the haunted mansion point and click, and but unfortunately it does get dragged down by the combat system, which sucks ass.
That's a shame because it's just the right amount of obtuse puzzleness that you want from a game like that, and there are like kind of like there's only one solution in games of those fashions typically, but you can do things out of order and but yeah, it has this persistent enemy that you can't defeat, and it's quicker to just let them kill you so you can just respawn and go do what you were doing, and you don't need it. I guess that's why they wanted to make it more of a horror game, because otherwise it's not oppressive enough, but it's like the dying mechanic is nebulous, but otherwise it's great.
Otherwise it's I would say it's like a perfect playthrough, and it's a lot of fun. But yeah, shout out to UFO 50, they did a good job. The other one, since we're not going to probably be revisiting this, I will also say shout out to that one puzzle game where you need to kill yourself.
Pac-Man Splatoon one?
No.
That's Mortal.
Mortal
is awesome.
Mortal,
Mortal.
I would say is a very
fucking hard. I'm trying to beat it.
Very clever puzzle game I've never seen. But you basically need to use your you need to use your abilities.
It's like Lemmings, but real time.
Real time. It is a Lemmings platformer where you use your superpowers to either create platforms or bust through obstacles, but in using your superpower, you kill
yourself.
The
platforms you make are out of your body,
out of your bodies, and so you lose a life, and then another guy drops out of a helicopter behind you. So you need to be very, very conservative with
it's similar to a part from Call of Duty Black Ops 6.
Oh, really?
And the separation anxiety mission. Yeah.
We will get to Call of Duty. I have a lot for that.
Very simplistic, but also very addictive.
I say of all those, I say the host 'em up stays. It's worth.
So it came up already. Did you guys want to get into Balatro?
Yeah, I mean, I could make a million moments for Balatro.
Yes.
I just it's weird because getting a royal flush is it's something that's so hard that you just kind of have to luck into it.
Yes.
That's poker for you.
I know, but when you get, my favorite is former guest, your brother Chris informed me that you unlock different jokers in that game, and one of the ways you unlock one of the jokers is by discarding a royal flush.
No way.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So interesting.
So
and inventive of
the first time I got a royal flush, I didn't get to play it. I had to discard it so I could unlock. But yeah, I mean, that's just a moment where it's you spend all this time, like we said, buffing up 2 pair or flushes or straights, and then you just get a royal flush, and it's just automatically a bunch of points, regardless of what you have, because it's so rare.
Yeah, but then you get a card or a joker that lets you make a flush or a straight out of 4 cards instead of 5.
And then also the one Matt mentioned where flushes, that doesn't count for a royal, but flushes and straights can have gaps in them.
Or spades and clubs are the same.
Yep,
count for the same, and hearts and diamonds. So. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it loses its luster after that.
Mm-hmm.
When you get it 5 cards.
By the way,
raw,
your odds of getting a royal flush in poker are 1 in 649,740.
Though to be fair,
I know Balatro changes.
I was gonna say it's a 7-card draw, so but that probably increases the odds.
I would take that moment out in favor of. Beating a run is my way of not having 20 Balatro moments on here.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it's like we talked about, it's everything the first time that Balatro clicks and you understand the system of everything working in perfect harmony, you're like, oh, this Joker, a perfect example when the demo came out, before Balatro even came out, I didn't understand what, I was I would get cards that were rare, and it was oh, 2 times multiplier. And I'm like, 2 times multiplier sucks. And then I realized, it's not +2 to your multiplier. It's your current multiplier multiplied by 2.
Yeah.
And then it was just and then that opens up this whole thing. And then it's getting the perfect Joker set.
Yeah.
Getting the perfect cards in your deck and playing that one hand where the thing just ticks up and up and up. And you need 40,000 chips to beat the level, and you end up hitting 1 or 2 million.
Yeah.
And you're just I'm beating this.
Yeah.
And then everything just clicks, and you just start spending money.
Yep.
And you're just I got the perfect thing going.
Yep.
It's just all of the jokers in that game work so harmoniously that like getting a proper build to finally beat the game the first time is just like, I don't know anybody who made it to that moment in Balatro and then was like, yeah, this game's all right. Or it sucks. It's just like, you're just like, oh, fuck, this game is going to consume my life.
So do you want to just keep the one for now?
I want to keep, Andrew, you strike through Royal Flush and keep the beating a run.
Okay. I'm gonna interject and say, I'll be honest with you. It's like I could gush over Balatro and all those tiny moments.
We will.
Oh yes, and it's
we
like,
will when we get to the top 10.
I was gonna say it's like I could gush over Balatro, and because it's like it's not about. I'm trying to think of like one moment that I really love, but it's a bunch of tiny moments, and they're all good.
That's
and
why
it's like you could almost say the entire experience is good, almost like it's just a really good game.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's like
it doesn't play as well in moment or sequence, which is why I just put beating a run as a moment, because it encompasses so many of those tiny moments together.
Yes. Yeah.
But
in that interest, it's like I got to be honest with you. I don't see Balatro as a moment game. Do you think these stay?
I want to keep it for now.
Okay.
But I'm sure we'll get there, and I'll be like, it doesn't hang, and then we'll cut it later.
No problem.
I've got some cuts to suggest for not really a moment game.
Yeah, sure.
And I think it's going to be Metaphor, Refantasio, all of them, honestly. Because, like, you know, what would... And Austin, you can fight me on this. But it's like, I don't think... Like, there are a lot of things I really like about the game. I just don't think it's a moment game. Because even when you have something...
I was just gonna say, as I said, if we're going with the big RPGs, all the big RPGs I played, we'll get to Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is the moment or sequence game, and I don't want to spoil anything. I don't have to because Andrew hasn't beaten it yet. I will just say, the only one that I really want to point out is the Joanna execution.
So that was actually going to be. That was going to be the one that I cite as why I don't think it's a moment or sequence.
Is that a metal band?
Because that should have been a big moment.
I think it still is.
No,
it's just it's done in a way that I see what you're saying, but it's just like, oh, we're going there kind of thing. So for the people who haven't played Metaphor, essentially they come up with this game, which is essentially an election, and the church comes up with these rules, and the second round of it is go kill a human, which is what they call the monsters in that game. Mm-hmm. Go kill a human.
I think they said just a monster, so that way it was like whatever they could afford to kill, and like basically whoever brought in the biggest monster.
Okay, you have to bring the head of a monster, essentially.
Yeah.
And your group, instead of going after a big monster, goes after a high priestess in the church.
Hell yeah.
Who is secretly like destroying the town that she lives in.
Okay.
And you actually are going after Heisme, who ends up being your party member. He's like an assassin, but they think he's kidnapping children and killing them. What's actually happening is this priestess had a baby. The baby turned into a monster, and she is feeding other children to it in order to try to get it to turn back into a baby. You expose all of this. You tell her basically like, yo, I don't think God would want you to like feed children to your baby. And she's like, you know what? You're right. So then she agrees to go with you and admit her thing. And in a show of like power, the leader of the church is basically like, yo, we kind of can't let you go after having done this because it makes the church look bad. So publicly in front of everybody who's watching this election, they just cut her head off in the middle of like an arena full of people.
Hell yeah.
And I agree with Andrew. I don't think it's done as shockingly as that description would lead you to believe, but I do think it is like an up the ante moment in that game.
It is, and I think really why that moment really puts a point on why this is not a moment or sequence game is because we've got another one, Luis reveal on stage, and if we don't have to spoil it, then I won't, right? But there's something else that happens in that scene too, and I'm like, both of these should be these very like quick, shocking moments, right? Like what if it were, properly like directed in like a TV show or something, right? Like the Game of Thrones moment where, a very like beloved character that everybody loves just suddenly gets killed, and then they just immediately have to move on because there's danger there, right? And the fact that you move on so quickly from it generally makes it feel more powerful than if you sit and linger on it. But I think this game has to, or they feel they have to sit and linger on these moments long enough that they don't feel impactful anymore, and some of that might just be a byproduct of their engine or maybe the way they like to do things, but
and the presentation,
whatever it is, whatever it is, I do think it hurts those moments.
I'll agree with you. I'm okay with cutting all four of the metaphor moments.
Okay.
Yeah,
and I won't, and we won't discuss them
for a bunch of other reasons. Yeah,
just for fear of anybody. We don't need to spoil it if we don't have to. Yeah.
I'm gonna do some self-sacrificing on two that mean a lot to me, but way less to not at all for others. First is the joint interviews from Tetris Forever.
If you want to hear more about this fun budding friendship, listen to our 4-parter on Tetris.
So that's the thing. I put this in here because there is a ton of information out there about the creation and backstory of Tetris. The BBC documentary. There's two.
I got to interrupt because Austin took away a joke that I had written like weeks ago. If only you hadn't plugged the episode right there, I was going to say, damn, you guys should really make an episode about Tetris one day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
There is that BBC documentary, those 2 books, the Apple biopic, that video game historian video on YouTube, our own podcast, as you said, where we we went crazy in depth, but none of these things have Alexei Pajitnov and Hank Rogers being buds together.
Yeah.
And they are so cute. Like genuine friends for life.
There's hints and moments in the Apple movie that show them being buds.
A little bit. There is. It does kind of turn into, there's like a middle chapter. Yeah, where you get to see that kind of bloom. But you can really feel it in these joint interviews. There's a Hank joking about when he took Alexei out for sushi for the first time. It's pretty good. And Alexei recounting how suspicious Hank looked to the KGB when he showed up to Moscow, searching for that company headquarters. He's like, why is this like Dutch guy who's like living in Japan and representing like an American company? Like, this is so fishy. It's wonderful. And they even play on a giant Tetris machine with one another at the end. It is nigh impossible to witness stories of relationships that positive in this field. So, I admire it.
Yeah, they usually end in death.
Yeah, it's just almost the ending of every company or it's just
especially one as troubled as that one.
Yeah. So I have an Easter egg in here from Silent Hill 2, which
wait, sorry, you were with the Tetris one, you are nominating to keep it still?
No, I'm saying it can go. Okay. Mostly because it is. I kind of consolidated a lot of different little interviews into just one thing that I want to talk about. But
I'll also call out, we had Matt adding some last minute additions during that little bit. So
yeah, but it was games we haven't touched yet. It was Indica and Dread Delusion.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So this one I have to explain because does anybody know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay. So, and the only reason I have this in Silent Hill 2 is because it's special to the remake. It's not, because otherwise I'm not going to nominate any moments from this story that everyone already knows.
Oh, it's new to the remake?
It's a callback. Okay, it's a very specific callback. Because there's a few of them in this game. They make jokes about there's a joke about the Comic Sans sign from HD Edition. And there are also characters that will pull Maria pulls the old outfit out of the closet from the original PS2 game, and she's like, because fashion was way different.
It's like in the DMC remake when the mop falls on his Dante's head and he has white hair and he's like, ugh.
But this one is so particular that I find it crazy that they even did it. Okay, so in the OG game, there is this fucking bizarre glitch that a minuscule amount of players could run into when they entered a particular room in the apartment complex. Oddheader covered this. There is a recording of a whispering Japanese actor who's doing a warm-up take, and it would just suddenly come through your speakers.
Yeah.
The company doesn't know, there's just the file just played, and they don't know how that happened. But it was seriously unnerving. It took, for years, nobody could even confirm its existence until it got properly recorded and uploaded online, where it was loosely translated. It's damn creepy, but the thing about it is forever it was just playground room. Yeah, because nobody could prove it. But as a nod to this, this kind of this chapter in Silent Hill 2's lore and legacy, they ripped that exact sample from the PS2 title and inserted it into the same room in the remake without telling anyone. And again, only a rare number of players would experience it. And it happened to me.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and Donkey apparently too. But it's like Alfred played through the whole game and he said it didn't happen to him. I've talked to other people that have played. Yeah, so
I mean,
like,
I made it through the apartment complex.
and it didn't happen to you.
Didn't happen to me.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And it's like, yeah, I wish I could play it, but it is weird. And it's like somebody who's it's like, I think the line read is like about his wife or something like that. But they never ended up using it. Or ended up using it in the full game. But are you gonna try and find it?
I'll try and find it.
Okay, I am gonna cut it, but
yeah, no, that's like my favorite shit.
Yeah,
right. So it's especially like with so much pressure on the line with Bloober in this release and how little faith I think the game industry at large.
Okay.
Yeah,
that was it. That was it.
Yeah,
I will
dope.
put this in Discord so Andrew can hear it because he couldn't hear that.
Okay.
but they put that in the remake.
That is a now, like I would say, now notorious Easter egg from that game.
Mhm. So we can cut that one though.
Yeah.
So
I love it, but
in the spirit of
it's also an old one, you know. It's been out there for years.
It's the callback to
Yeah,
it.
it's the
Yeah,
callback.
it's them purposefully putting it in.
Yes.
Yeah.
When they
I
didn't
get
have to.
So in the spirit of cutting things that really only resonated with me, I noticed there wasn't a whole lot of love for Animal Well on this.
Yeah, I'm surprised that hasn't come up more yet.
So
It's almost like the game concept.
Shut the fuck.
Whoa, dude.
I know the two of you have played.
Sorry,
it.
that was a vocal warm up.
Yeah. Sorry, it wasn't. Sorry, it wasn't 100+ hours of Japanese high schoolers.
Hey, go fuck yourself. You like Persona 3
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Hey, Andrew, did you play Animal Well?
I did, and I liked it. And I'll let Sean describe this first before I rebut it.
Okay.
I forget what I put.
You have two.
Yeah, I did. Oh, there were the
realizing how items work.
Realizing how items work and the chasing sequence. So the chasing sequence.
Yep.
At the end of the game, I guess you could say, there's this giant spoilers, like cat entity.
I saw that in the trailer.
Yeah, so that's actually like the last like you wake that thing up by getting to this part, and then you basically have to run with this item to this a part of the map that's across the map while this thing is chasing you screen to screen.
Pretty cool.
So it doesn't stay on you like when you screen transition. It isn't like on you. So you can actually put some space between yourself and it by using these portals. But it catches up quick, and like the jumping mechanics and the way that another sequence or moment here is using the items. It's like when you get double jump, it's not just a double jump. You have to blow a bubble, and then you have to jump on the bubble.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So,
that's kind of cool.
So to that point, like that chasing sequence is very stressful, and like it's like race to the finish.
Is it like the what are they called in Metroid Dread? The Emmys?
Kind of. Yeah. Now that you mention it, I didn't even make the connection originally, but but the thing is
I'll actually raise you that the chase sequence here is better than the Emmys in
yes, I'd hope so.
Yeah.
In Metroid Dread, and like, look, I know you guys were not a big fan of it, but I really did like Metroid Dread, but the Emmy sequences, the biggest problem with them was that you had no idea where they were until you entered the room, and they could be on top of you.
That's what pushed me away from
this. There are two chase sequences. There are two chase sequences in this whole game, and this is the ending one. I agree, it's the stronger of the two, because the first one was mostly a tutorial, right? And this is sort of a final exam, so it does it feels pretty satisfying from that regard. But there have been a lot of really satisfying chase sequences in a lot of different Metroidvanias, and while I do think that this is a good part of that game, and while I did enjoy that game, I think I agree with you.
The chase sequence in Ori is amazing.
And out of these two,
it really is. But
what did you have more you wanted to add, Andrew?
I've got more to add.
I was going to say the chase sequence I thought was totally serviceable. I don't think it's going to be best for the year. Realizing how items work, I'm because I'm so divided on it, I think we have to cut it. Because on one hand, when they try to make you accidentally find out how all these items work, right? Like trying to diegetically, like you will just suddenly discover how this thing works. Is what
I guess we should say there's no dialogue, no written out text,
right?
Really at all. Just when you pick up an item, you get like a description.
The only thing they've ever put on the screen is like hit this button on like 2 different screens in the game, so that way you know how to like do the base functionality. But as far as the items work, the game is designed to hope that you accidentally come across how they work. And when you do, it feels great. But also, there aren't enough guardrails on there to make sure that I diegetically find out how items work. So you can, let's say, go most of the game without finding out how the fast travel system works. And it takes the wind out of my sails when I finally do realize how I was supposed to use this thing that they gave me. And I'm like, oh, that's a real bummer. So it's like, when the experience was hampered by them not telling me a thing because they really didn't want to tell me, then I wish they could have not told me better, you know? So that's why I feel pretty strongly about cutting that one. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. From my perspective, it was totally, like, it was different, and I did, like, sit there and spend some time and then eventually figure it out. So that's why I put it on here, because I found that it was so brilliant. And it was like, I guess, intuitiveness, I don't want to say is like on a scale or something like that, but it is, I could see how, you know, people maybe wouldn't just like kind of figure it out and work it out in their head or, you know, whatever. So like, why are you supposed to know to throw the frisbee and then jump on it? You know what I mean?
Exactly. And that is something I found out by accident, and it's not explicitly, I don't think it's not explicitly required to beat the game or something, or where I found it wasn't guaranteed that I would find it, but it does feel great when you discover it that way, but if it doesn't happen at all, then it's just frustrating. So
I got you.
I'm glad that Animal Well is getting, it's like, I'm kind of kicking myself because it was, I love Animal Well. I'll say this. It is not a single moment game.
That's fair. I mean, there are other categories where it might feel more.
So, and it's like I think this isn't a moment game, and I think these two should be cut. Because that game is another game filled with 100 tiny aha moments. I think it's learning, like you said, it's like learning how to use an item that you didn't know. Like it's like, oh, this is a use for this item. It's, you know, finally cracking a puzzle that you had been confused over, or like a puzzle you had walked in front of 1,000,000 times, only to suddenly realize, like, oh, I know how to do this now.
Baba is you.
Yes. It's uncovering the entire map. It's just discovering the shortcuts and secrets. It's all these things. That is a game of discovery.
Yes.
So it's not about one discovery aha. It's
about the journey.
It's about the entire thing. And it's like this. I think this is the same thing with Balatro. It is not about the one aha. It's about all of them. And so it's like, I'm going to be pushing for this to be somewhere on our Game of the Year list.
Okay.
I'm going to be fighting for this because this is like on my short list. This is probably in my top 3 for the year. I love playing this game. And
I think for me, when the only reason I added it here is the this is phenomenal. That was, I guess it was like a personal moment for me where I was like, oh, this is really smart. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't remember specifically if it was designed by one person or if it was a very small team, but
it's
regardless.
Small team.
Yeah.
Regardless of that fact.
Small file.
Yeah.
If anything,
I was just like pretty impressed by the, like, coming up with these mechanics for one, and then something like stumbling into like a dual purpose, because one of the things I mentioned wasn't, like, as Andrew said, wasn't necessary to like beat the game, but when you use it, it's like, it's very enjoyable and yeah. So I guess it was more for me.
The reason I joke, but the reason I couldn't get into Animal Well is like the zero tutorialization, bang your head against the wall till you realize how this thing works does not work for me.
I get it.
I can't do that.
I get it. I eat that shit up.
In retrospect,
I understand. It was the same thing with Outer Wilds.
Which is also,
I've heard comparisons between the two. Those kind of games don't work for me, and I understand why people, I applaud their brilliance, but it's just like, here's an item, figure out how it works. I'm like, I could look it up.
Yeah.
But then what's the point?
Right.
I should just not play the game because the game's not made for me.
Because then you've now subverted the entire point, which is discovery.
Exactly, I agree with you, though. With Outer Wilds, it didn't stick for me, but this, for whatever reason, did.
Garbage trash.
Which one?
Huh?
Which one?
Excuse me?
Which one?
Outer Wilds.
Hey, Austin.
That game makes me so angry.
Hey, Austin, did you add the boxing bell clip to the soundboard yet?
No.
You should be adding that soon. Like by next recording, okay?
All right. So with those, I'm gonna do a little bit.
Both cut.
Okay, both cut. I think we can remove the ones from Mullet Mad Jack and Buckshot Roulette. Two games I adore. Yeah. So the Mullet Mad Jack ones. The flow state is like, imagine the Tetris effect, but with murder.
Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah.
I don't have to imagine it. I did it.
Yeah. You can seriously just lose yourself in it. It's hypnotic.
There's a thematicness to the hypnoticness too, because the whole point of the game, the whole point of the game is that you are doing this glorious murder for the delight of people watching a live stream, and then you're doing it, and you're just entranced by the blood and the gore. You want to know the
meta layer? I streamed that game to people in the Discord, so it felt like I was living it.
Is it a metaphorical
barrage of stimuli
flow state? Like, is it just a frame of mind you enter, or is there actually like a power up that you get?
No. It's a frame of mind thing. Okay. It's like the.
I remember people watching me from they're just like, "What am I staring? What am I looking at?" And I was like, "Yeah."
It's like all those people that watched it are like, "This game is crazy," and it's that thing where you can't exactly explain it, but you enter this state where your eyes kind of glaze over a little bit, and you just enter into like.
A flow state.
You just lock in, and you're just like, none of the information that is being thrown out that people watching you are seeing. You're just ignoring all of it.
Yes,
I think you're just. I know. Just mercilessly destroying robots in the bloodiest ways possible.
I thought they were billionaires.
Not the henchmen that you kill every level. Just the bosses are billionaires.
Listen, I know what the flow state is intimately. It was in the hit film from 1995 Hackers, where Dave Murphy was up on this pedestal playing a game on like 40 different TVs, and it's like a Wipeout clone.
Yeah, or something.
Yeah, that was Wipeout.
Yeah.
So, I mean, which is brilliant. I regret this is one game that I really, really wish I wanted to hit up.
Before next week, you got time.
Yeah, before next week. But I think it's like, it sounds like it makes a brilliant statement also about the overstimulation.
Yeah.
I would say
absolutely.
The overpresentation.
It is a commentary
on the overpresentation of information on digital screens. It's like
you're never just reading or watching one thing at once anymore these days.
It's just too much like how HUDs have become way too much information and constantly like screaming new information in your face, and all of it is completely useless as overstimulating.
You're just absolutely destroying these. Like, the robots are. If they could feel pain, oh boy!
You're like chugging a soda with one hand and smashing a wrench into the face.
Yeah, just shoving a dagger through a robot's head and then ripping the head off. And then you get to the end, and then the streamer girl who's watching you just goes, "You did it!"
Yeah.
It's just like,
and the ending fight is great. The last battle on top of the skyscraper.
Yeah,
and then the following car chase is pretty sweet. Yeah. Certainly they actually changed the pace a bit from how you're doing your killing before, but then, and then the post game is like the
post game. Like I said, there's a twist where the girl who has been guiding you this whole time is actually
the whole point was just to
the evil one, and you're not getting your sneakers, and then you have to go up an endless tower to get your sneakers.
She's trapped you for eternity.
This sounds familiar.
Yeah.
All right, these Buckshot Roulette ones are great, mostly just because of like how satisfying it is. Like the funny thing about the magnifying glass and the saw, it works from two different ways. Like, if when you know it's coming too, like the oh fuck when you're on the opposite side of it.
When they pick up the magnifying glass and then
you're just eating it.
And then there's that brief moment of silence, and then you see them pick up the saw. You go, oh fuck, it's a live round. I'm done.
And the watching your friends shoot themselves, it kills me every time. It's like a Family Guy 2-frame fall.
Yeah.
Like, it's like the way you just go flying back from the table and then you're jolted, awake. And we did the 4 of us against each other, and the 3 other people like just break out in laughter when one person beeps it. Like, so, but yeah, we can. It's not going to be able to hang with all this other stuff. So,
all right, I want to what I wanted to do was let's talk about the Elden Ring DLC, Shadow of the Erd Tree, because I see a bunch on here. And
that's I think of all the games this year, is that the one that the majority, like everyone's played but me, I believe.
There's a couple that everybody's played, but one person. But
yeah.
We've all played Indica. Yeah.
I put all these on here, so yeah, I'm open to cuts.
I think the first 2 are the strongest here.
True. Yes.
Because we've got passing through into the Land of Shadow. That basically just means entering the DLC, right?
Right.
I take issue with that one a little bit.
Yeah, I agree.
Just because it's beautiful, but it's mimicking passing into Elden Ring from the tutorial area.
Yeah.
No, right.
But a little bit, yeah. I agree with you.
I like that. I understand that comparison. Obviously.
I mean, it's a great moment. I'm not denying that.
But much like Elden Ring's opening sequence, where you do open that door and you're outside, the vastness, you know, like they worked on this for 2 years or plus, and just the scope of it and like all that's there. And Elden Ring itself is very vertical. I mean, the Souls games as a whole are vertical, but Elden Ring is vertical to another level. And then also the DLC is vertical to another level. So seeing that was I don't know. It was just a very enjoyable.
I agree.
Like walking through, and I do understand that it's like kind of. It's not very. What's the word? It's like uproarious, or like, you know, there's no like yay or nay.
Not a lot of fanfare.
Right. That's exactly what I was trying to get to.
But that's kind of what makes the moment.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I totally understand.
And you just sit there in silence and stare at the vista, and just go, "Oh, we're doing this again."
I was just recounting all of my
the
moments.
Shit. Here we go again.
Yeah. I was just recounting all the moments of the year where I had that like, oh, this is wow. You know what I mean? So that was one of the ones that resonated with me.
Yeah, I had another moment too.
Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning that after we played, 100 hours of Elden Ring and saw all those different like vistas that they set up in that game, that they still managed to impress us again when we entered this one. It's like, oh no, they still got it. Like exactly. It's like they didn't run out of steam. They didn't run out of ideas. Like no, it's like they were still able to wow us all with that scene. And it's like what a crazy idea for like those floating graves and everything. Like it's all I mean, it's fantastic.
To skip over Mesmer for a second, I think we kind of covered the Egon thing in character.
Right.
It's great, but in the grander scheme of the moments in that game, it's just kind of charming.
This is right. This at least from like a community perspective.
Yeah.
Egon or whatever.
The memes.
He is right. He is the Pope Turtle.
Yeah.
Right.
I have a plushie of the Pope Turtle.
Right. So Bale, like watching, streamers and their whole chat when like the streamer gets to fight Bale and their whole chat lights up, caps Bale, like 90 exclamation points. So but yeah, also you have no idea what the fuck he's talking about when you come across him, if you come across him in the beginning, and then seeing how that culminates, I just thought was very very fun. But yeah, again.
And then defeating Radahn is just like, that's a moment that exists in every FromSoft game, is just finally defeating.
Pre-patch Radahn.
I beat pre-patch Radahn.
I should have put pre-patch. So
you should get a special trophy or achievement.
Yeah.
For that.
I'm gonna nominate cutting that one though, because
that's what I'm saying. It's just, that's a moment in like every Elden Ring game.
Yeah, but the other part too is that if we're going down to a great moment being a boss fight, I think even if Mesmer isn't as challenging, he's way more fun.
Right. Yes.
I have that fucking voice line burned into my head.
Yeah. It's I think
those
more
stripped of the grace of gold shall die in the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
More for
he says that every time he kills you.
Oh my god.
For the Radon one, it was more just like a sigh of relief, like a weight lifted, because pre-patch, that fight was complete bullshit. As are all, almost every single boss fight in these games.
Sure.
But the Souls series has a reputation for like upping the ante. With every game, the final boss fight just goes a little bit more and more and more.
But I think that like Radon is hard.
Not
obviously,
to mention
because he's the last one. But like, I can think of like a couple different boss fights in Shadow the Erd Tree that are more memorable from a presentation standpoint. I think like Mesmer, like, they do the thing, you get to the halfway point, and then a cutscene plays, and then the boss enters its second phase, and it's like when Mesmer stabs himself in the eye and rips his own eye out, or like pulls his own eye out and crushes it, or like
them Shabruri grapes.
Yeah, the one boss that is just the little guy with the sword in his head, and then he takes the sword out of his own.
Edra.
Yeah, in the mansion.
Yeah.
Like a lot of those are, I think, more. Or what's the Twin Knight lady's name? I always get it. It's an R. It's not
Renala. Or it's like
R'Lana.
I was just about.
It's
Renala.
like it's the inverse of it,
Renala's in the base game.
Yeah, it's actually R'Lana.
Exactly.
R'Lana.
Yeah.
In fact, that is
R'Lana.
probably my favorite boss in that.
I also,
actually, that was very memorable.
And not to keep, and I don't want to keep it, definitely. I'm just, as far as that boss fight, two games of essentially looking for, and again, I totally forget because there's so many M names. No. Do you know, Andrew? I feel like you would know. On his back, who's the person that we're basically looking for?
Mikola?
Mikola? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Mikola. Yep.
Yeah. And then seeing that, and then like again, the lore implications of what Radon is, how it's Moog inside Radon's body, and
Oh wait, is that really the case? That was the case?
Yeah.
I was always wondering. I was just like, dude, damn, Moog was thirsting for Mikola, and Mikola chose Radon. That's a harsh burn.
Needed
chose
that vessel.
Chose a different brother to be incestual with, huh?
Yeah. Well,
God.
But
you can only pick one.
Dude,
what a great fucking game.
Incest is fine, but polygamy or
dude,
no, can't do
okay,
that.
so
George
it
R.
was
Martin.
actually it was Moog in Radon's body. Huh?
Yeah.
I was like, dude, Moog was thirsting for his brother.
I mean,
for his
that's
sister,
the reason
brother.
why the DLC starts by going through that egg sack behind Moog in the first place.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, I and also like the thing about Mesmer specifically is that like Mesmer is kind of the Melania of Shadow of the Erd Tree, but you have to fight him.
Yes.
Whereas Melania was optional in the base game, and like I think that was a moment for a lot of people where it's just like, oh no, we're gonna design bosses like this that you gotta fight, and you're like, ah, fuck.
Plus, he was bad fucking ass. Like, what a great boss design.
Yeah.
And like his dialogue.
I mean, he's on the cover.
Yeah, right.
Of the game,
but
of
his
DLC.
But his dialogue was so like, God, what a great character. So
yeah,
but yeah, all in all, it is DLC, and I'm not really kind of disqualifying that, but I just I think that it's worth talking about because I think
we cut everything else and keep fighting Mesmer. Oh, Matt added 2.
I added 2, and I just wanted to make a couple statements.
You just want to acknowledge them?
Yes, I wanted to also just broadcast my thoughts on this as well.
We'll get to it. And disappointing.
No, it's okay.
I nominated it for disappointing.
Okay.
Whoa.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I actually thought that was going to be my unpopular opinion. Fine then. I will not. I'll shorten this. The 2 that I added were the map just keeps going and still no dog. Because when I think about the 2 things that left the biggest impact on me when I played through, it was fun, but the biggest impact was, as always, that game is a masterclass in level design and map design. And it's like, the real thing that I remember about that game is you think you think you're just like, oh, this will be quick, you know. It's like I'm like maybe like I got half the map explored, and then you realize you're like, oh my god, the map just keeps going.
Yeah.
What you see on the map is maybe like a third of really what there is to explore.
Yeah.
And then it's like you go. There's a lot of plateaus in that game, and then you realize like, oh my god, you could also explore in between the plateaus, the rivers, and there's like a bunch of caves, and it's like
underground,
caves underground, and it's like there's just entire parts, and you're just like, that I loved. And I got to be honest with you. I think that moment came when you're in the southwestern part of the map. You're on the beach. You're clearing out the Azure Beach or whatever, and it's like you get down to the very tip of the map in the southwest, and there's a cave down there, and you go into like the tomb, the tomb of the giants or whatever, and you just look around, and this cave system is massive. It's like it is literally like a hollowed out mountain underneath the earth.
And then you get to the end and you're like, where's the boss? And
where's
they're
the
like,
boss?
just jump off the edge.
Just jump off the edge. And it's like, when I got into that cave, I realized, I'm like, oh my God, this game, they packed so much area into this game, and I loved it. And that game, by the way, that area gave me the creeps too. The giant tombs, that is like one of those things that just kind of made my skin crawl when you realize what you're climbing on top of. Like, like caskets the size of skyscrapers. You're like, and it's like it gave me the willies. But I think that is, granted, that is every Soulsborne game. All of the map design is always, and it's like, that's what I loved about Elden Ring 2, is how good the map was. But I just want to acknowledge that. And of course, I just want to acknowledge the best part of all of these games is the lore and the atmosphere is so serious. And this is one of those games where the game is so serious, but the player base is so silly. And they're such a good, and of course, the famous line, I wish I had a dog. Why is it never dog? And of course, still no dog. And it's like, and it's just like, and it's like, that is, it's such a
Elden Ring 2.
The player base is
dog
just,
companion.
The game is so melancholy, but the player base is so warm. And it's like, I love it. And I just love, and that's what I saw. That was the last thing I read after I beat the boss of the DLC. I just checked the messages. It just said, still no dog. And I'm like, fuck yeah. And it's like, those were the two things that like I remember about those games, and it's like, otherwise, I got to be honest with you, wasn't that memorable to me. But I'll save those thoughts.
Yeah.
So we're only keeping Mesmer?
Just keep Mesmer and cut everything else.
I say, so here's another game that the bulk of us have also played is Helldivers 2.
Yep.
And it hasn't come up a lot yet, but I think these are very funny. And Matt, I saw that you added the naming your ship.
Yes. Yeah.
Which I just remembered after reading that. Mine was the Song of Justice.
Song of Justice, yeah. I will
the Ombudsman of Liberty.
Yeah, yes. And it's like, that is, so just to explain, it's
I would add to this moment also going on to your friendships and seeing their names.
Because the way it does the reveal is so funny. Because you kind of just hyperspace in.
Yeah.
So a giant ship, it just says like, the punishment of family values.
The Fist of Family Values.
Yeah, the Fist of Family Values.
Yeah, that is, I don't know who had that, but it's like,
Conrad.
So when you name your ship, you pick from a very long list, admittedly.
Yeah, blank of blank.
Blank of blank. So it'll be like Vanguard or like Sword, and then the second one will always be like
liberty and democracy.
Yeah, it would be. It's like a hypo-jingoistic, democratic term. Just very patriot coded. So it's like family values and democracy, liberty. So you can just be like the shield of liberty, but you can come up with a lot of just really, really fun names. I think Fist of Family Values is like such a good, example.
So escaping with no reinforcements is great because it is something that has happened to all of us at some point, and that game is so stressful. Some of the most intense moments of the year by far are that like getting by the skin of your teeth to the point that you're diving into the ship just to like you're screaming at your friends and then it just turns into like victorious cheering when
the people that I played that game with, we have a tendency to and I'm sure everybody does, but just kind of turn on each other. And it's like it's like
because I mean friendly fire is a huge part of the game.
It's like growing up with close age brothers and sisters, I'd imagine. Where it's like, you hit me first. You hit me first. So it's like
there's a melee button in that game that is essentially useless for fighting enemies, but it's good for just pushing your soldier friends down.
And that would it would typically start that way, and then it would evolve into like a grenade launcher situation. But what was always the funniest is like just dropping dropping your payloads or whatever on your friends when they were just like not there or not paying attention or just waiting.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's an accident.
But also, I don't know if anybody else had
or when
this.
someone calls in and barrage missiles.
We called in, what is it, the evacuation.
Yeah.
And then I think we did a total cycle of like us killing each other twice.
Yeah.
And then everybody went down because we weren't paying attention, or not everybody. 2 of us went down because we weren't paying attention to the incoming, enemies.
Yeah.
And then it was oh shit, and then it's like I don't think I've
when you're just mashing the button to get more reinforcements, and it's
when
just
it's no
icon
reinforcements, and you every time I've gotten onto a ship, no reinforcement, I've been in tears laughing.
Yeah.
Did
you see the video recently where these 4 guys escaped and then the ship crashed into a drop ship on the way out and blew up and it killed them all?
No way.
I didn't even know that could happen.
I didn't know. Yeah. No,
but it definitely feels like it's designed on purpose. Like it feels directed. Like the game knows, which is great work on their part because they know. It's almost like the Left 4 Dead thing, right? Where it's like it's been quiet for a little too long.
Yeah.
No. Like let's fucking ruffle some feathers and then
Yeah, I think I've been saying for a couple of these games, this isn't a moment game. This is a moment game. Helldivers 2 is a moment game.
It is so.
It is a moment game, and I think you've captured any of the orbital bombardments is just a moment. I agree, and I think that's the one that stays. I think the launching a nuclear warhead.
No, that's the one I was actually going to fight for.
That's what I'm saying. That stays.
Okay,
yeah.
So you guys all launched a ICBM in that game, right?
I can't remember. Unfortunately, I haven't revisited it.
There's a type of mission. This is my pick for like the best moment shared with people, and it's because there's a process where you have to unlock these latches and then you got to program it, and then when we did it with Dan. Former your friend of the show, former guest, that he had us all salute the missile as it fired off, and when it fucking explodes in this like mushroom cloud, the sound wave hits everybody,
and you get knocked over.
Yeah. It's so good.
Mm-hmm.
The weight at which they make you feel is incredible. Like the whole sky lights up. It's gorgeous. But you said now there's an actual there's a new.
Yeah, there's one where I think I haven't played it, but I've heard that there's a new thing you can drop down that'll just nuke the map and kill all of you and every monster and basically reset everything.
Right. So Matt, you were saying to keep this one, right?
I think this absolutely stays.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
100%.
I would also
drop in the
news. Nuclear warhead.
Yeah.
I would also like to. We don't have to add it, or I just want to shout out the missions where you have to destroy the propaganda.
Yeah.
and it's just the TV screen that's just saying like. The bugs aren't our enemy. It's all for oil.
It's all for oil.
Well, there's also the ones where you steal their oil too.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. No, there is a sinister undertone. To the hyper patriotism to that game. A very sinister undertone.
So I'm gonna talk about Persona 3 Reload now.
Are these new moments?
No.
Here we go again.
They're not new moments, so that's why we can probably cut them. But I just want to
for somebody who loves teenage drama as much as Randy does.
Yeah, was your Silent Hill moment a new moment, asshole?
Technically.
Yeah, well, these were remade, so they're kind of totally new moments.
I don't know.
So the Chidori and Junpei scene, we kind of covered.
Heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking. We kind of covered it in character a little bit. It's just basically like the goth girl who Junpei's so charming and dumb that he kind of convinces her to not be evil anymore. But because of that, she then tries to stop her cohorts and dies.
Yeah.
And there's a scene of Junpei essentially admitting like, you're the first person I ever fell in love with, and now the world is taking me away from you. It's very heartbreaking, but
yeah. Well, I read this scene resonates with me, or this arc resonates with me because I too have wanted to throw it all away for a big titty goth girlfriend.
Yeah.
So
don't we all?
In some senses, I did. So
I was gonna say.
This is such a heartbreaking scene because of Junpei's arc and just how like optimistic he is, but nothing fucking goes his way.
Yeah.
So there is a certain point.
This is his breaking point.
Yeah, he starts to have like a depressive slump
Mm-hmm.
towards when this scene comes up, and he's just like not himself. He
Mhm.
doesn't want to talk. He's disappeared. You can't really ever find him, or he's in his room and you can't really engage with him or do any of the activities that you would normally do with him. And then, it is just like this guy who's just like his optimism is crushed left and right.
Mm-hmm.
And then he finds a girl that he wants to like kill the world for, basically.
Yeah.
And then she ends up dying.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a very heart-wrenching scene.
The one character who, through all of this talk of the end of the world and everything going poorly, is just like, oh, come on, guys, we can do this.
Yes.
And then the game is just like, we're going to break this dude.
Yeah.
And he's good. He's the last pillar, and we're going to knock it the fuck down. And you're just like, oh,
yeah,
Christ.
in a super depressing way. So.
To that end, the Ryoji reveal, everybody in this game is a little bit more optimistic than I think we would be in a scenario where we know that the end of the world is coming and can't talk about it with anybody. And essentially what happens is partway through the game, a new student shows up named Ryoji. And he's like basically your character, but like more popular and everybody likes him. And so there's like a bunch of jealousy stuff with that and him and Junpei, and it doesn't matter because he's still your friend, and like you go on vacation with him and you have a great time.
Oh, right.
And then the new year hits because this game takes place
During a school year.
So the new year hits.
But not at the beginning of a school year.
Oh, yeah. So the winter break, I think, hits.
Yeah.
And essentially Ryoji sits you all down. You fight a boss. And there's a very touching moment with Aigis, but you fight a boss, and then Ryoji basically is like, okay, so like I'm not really a student. I'm actually death. And I am here to warn you that the end of the world is coming, and there is nothing you can do to stop it.
Yeah.
I will give you two options. Option A, you kill me, and if you kill me, you will forget about all of this, and then you can live the rest of your lives the next 3 months not knowing that the end of the world is coming and just living your lives and being friends with each other. Or you cannot kill me and try to stop the end of the world. The game gives you the choice. If you kill him, the game ends.
Yeah.
There's a false ending. Yeah.
Like Far Cry stuff?
Yeah.
Which is funny.
Yeah. But you're not supposed to kill him. You're supposed to be like, no, we can stop the end of the world.
Right, that classic trope of
and then
we know too much.
And then all of this shit that you're doing, like going to the arcade with your buddies or going out to eat with your friends, is all tainted by this this looming cloud of like, yeah, March rolls around, we're all gonna die, including everybody that we love, and a bunch of characters' dialogue. I mean, it's not like there's multiple strings of dialogue, but a bunch of the characters' dialogue after that point is just like, yeah, what's the point? The world's coming to an end. Like, everybody gets way more depressed, and it's just like...
Which is kind of... There's this strange, like, thing that's, like, affecting, like, high school kids or people in general. It's basically apathy.
Apathy, yeah.
So it's like these monsters are doing it to them, or the resurgence of monsters in this parallel world, or, that you visit at midnight or whatever, and it's like it's infecting more and more kids or more and more people. So like the overarching like theme in this game is apathy, just kind of like preparing them for the end.
Yeah.
So but it is kind of like tropey in the sense where it's like,
sure. I mean, a lot of Persona shit is tropey.
Right, of course. Like that's what they do
just
well.
Tropes done really well.
Yeah, exactly.
Using the evoker is just a moment. Dude, it's right at the beginning.
Yeah.
And we all know Persona 3. Every Persona game has a way that you summon your Persona. In Persona 5, you rip the masks off.
Right.
In Persona 4, you take your glasses off. In Persona 3, you take an evoker, which is a gun, put it up to your head and pull the trigger and essentially kill yourself. And your persona honestly, comes out the other side of your head.
For a stylistic choice, I feel like this would really resonate with you, Randy. I feel like
I've seen the original.
Yeah,
I played through that with.
So it's so badass. I feel like as soon as I did it, because we were talking about the game before I ended up started playing it, but it's like you get kind of numb to it.
Yeah,
because it's like
it's a thing that they do every battle.
Open battle mechanic, but just kind of thinking about like
The first
you have
time
to shoot
though,
your fucking persona out of your head
because you arrive
spiritually.
You arrive right when they're getting attacked, and you basically have to help
Somebody
drive
gives you a gun.
the shadow away.
Yeah.
And it starts with Yukari sitting against her door, holding her gun up to her head and shaking and being like, I can't do it. And then she drops it, and then your character just picks it up and just goes persona and blows his own head off, and then the fight starts and the jazz R&B music kicks in, and you're just like, fuck yeah.
Yeah, Suicide is dope.
Which is what I got from this game.
Yeah, same.
No, but it is, and obviously Persona has a lot of, and Metaphor also, they have a lot of animated cutscenes, and this is done in an animated cutscene, and they're beautiful and awesome. So, and then the last one, the true ending, you essentially find out that your character, in the final battle, your character uses all of his energy in order to stop the end of the world. And then but when you stop the end of the world, it's essentially like you guys are going to forget each other.
Right.
You're going to move on as the high school students you were before you met each other. And so like all your friends so then there's a bunch of scenes of like the rest of the school year playing out of people being like, I think I know that guy. But like they don't talk to each other in the same way that they did.
Yeah.
And then graduation comes up, and all of a sudden Aegis, who is a robot who isn't affected by this memory loss, has been trying to figure out a way to get everybody to remember each other. And she figures it out at the last moment, and they all remember each other, and then they all sprint out of their own graduation and go up to the roof of the school where you are laying down, and you're essentially like talking to Aegis, and she's explaining her whole monologue about life and its meaning and whatever. And then your character's just like, my eyes are getting a bit heavy. And then it just comes up with this choice that just says, close your eyes or keep them open. And even if you click keep them open, you can't.
Right.
You fall asleep, and then you die. And so the ending of the game is just you.
But at least
dying.
you got that
dying knowing that they all didn't forget each other.
Yeah, well, you die. You die like as all of your friends are coming, that they finally remembered you. And there's cherry blossoms dropping, and there's this sweet piano song playing, and it's very sad.
They tackle, I mean,
very few games have made me tear up. This year, and this is one of them.
If you would have told me an anime game would have like taught me lessons and hit me emotionally, and I would have never believed you. And
all right, you bunch of weebs. What's next? I'm kidding.
Well,
do you want to keep that, or do you want that to go?
If we keep any of them, I would keep the true ending.
Yes.
Okay.
We can cut the other three.
Okay. Do you feel the same, Sean?
Yes.
Okay.
How about Dread Delusion or Astrobot? Maybe you want to do Dread Delusion?
I'll talk about Dread Delusion. Yeah.
Okay.
I would
there's
say
two of these because you added
two of these.
You added the Hidden Island. I don't know.
Yes, I added the Hidden Island, and Andrew talked about the first time playing the airship.
Okay.
I love playing this game. I don't know if there's any one moment I can point to that made it like that was that haha moment. It was absolutely the entire experience. So I am not so sure either of these moments stay. The first one is first time playing in the airship, and I added the Hidden Island. And Andrew, did you find the Hidden Island?
Which one is the Hidden Island?
There, when you finally get the airship,
hidden.
Underneath the main island at the very center, just way down, there is a single tiny island with nothing but sand, a skeleton, and a note on it. And when you read the note, it's unrelated to any of the plot. It is a short story, presumably written by one of the staff, that's Lovecraftian. It's a Lovecraftian short story, Lovecraftian horror story. Unrelated to the main plot, but it was just a fun moment because I explored every corner of that game because, like I said, it's very contained, it's tiny. So I was able to see.
That's also just how you play every game,
which is how I play every game. But the reason I loved it in this one is because it didn't take me 60 hours, and that's what I loved about it, and that's what made me want to stick with this game for so long. There was less to see, so I wanted to spend more time in it. Yeah, but I was just curious if you'd seen that. I thought it was a nice moment and also a reward for people who had truly wanted to see every corner of that game. I'm like, this is it. But the airship is a lot of fun. The overall plot and pacing and everything about that game, phenomenal. I will be talking about it probably a lot on for the game of the year, quite frankly.
It's pretty high on my list too.
It is a good game. I love that game any more than I had a right to. I'm so surprised, but are
you both in agreement of these moments going, or?
I don't think.
Well,
I
I hadn't found the hidden island, so I can't really share that.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
No, don't worry about that. I just wanted to gush about that. But
cool.
But yeah, the airship is a lot of fun. But I'm fine with cutting both these.
Oh, really? Because here's actually how I would sell the first time flying in the airship.
Yeah.
Is that if you guys have ever played have you ever played the first Crisis?
Yes.
Yeah,
I have.
Okay. So, you go through this entire island chain in Crisis, and at the end, the second to last level, which was cut from the console release of the first time that they put that game out.
Right.
On console.
Yes, I didn't remember
But at the end...
Well, it's been remastered now, so...
Yeah, they send you through this island in a VTOL, and you fly over... I mean, obviously they use different assets so that way they can render it at different scales, but they send you flying over all the levels that you had traversed for the preceding 10 hours.
Yeah.
And putting that into perspective as you recognize all these things that you had been traversing on foot is a great feeling. And I think Dread Delusion is that too. But the difference here is that every single part of this map that you can explore in basically any direction at any time.
Yeah.
It all has something about it that makes it very recognizable from a distance.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you finally get the airship, which has been foreshadowed for the entire game because the very first town has a dock for an airship, right? When you finally get the airship and you see this entire game world with every recognizable thing that you can see from a distance, but you get to see it from basically a diorama perspective.
Yeah.
And then suddenly it is that same feeling from Crisis, except everything is even more recognizable as you go from spot to spot.
As you go through spot, yeah.
I think that hit...
That's cool.
It hits hard for me personally, yeah.
So that is very much, a throwback to, it's very Final Fantasy coded, because a lot of...
with airships.
I don't know who started... Yeah, I don't know who started this... this mechanic, but if you play a lot of 16-bit RPGs, especially Final Fantasy, but Chrono Trigger I think does this as well, and Secret of Mana, about 2/3 of the way through so many 16-bit JRPGs, you get the airship, and it's for that exact moment because you've been spending 40 hours globe-trotting this map on foot, and then you get the airship, and suddenly it's you're oh my god, I'm crossing the planet and going back to places that took me hours to travel from. It is very much that escalation moment, that feeling of, it's escalating everything. Because now what
truly struck a chord with me with Death Stranding.
That's kind of what it is meant to be. It's you've spent all this time mainly traversing planets. Now we're gonna escalate it. Now you can go back anywhere, and it's a very, very good pacing and plot device, and also that unlocks islands and places you couldn't go to before.
I think it hits harder in first person, in Crisis and in this. And
it does.
Both of those games pay a lot. They pay a lot of attention to sight lines and what you can and cannot see from certain parts on the map.
Yeah.
And Crisis did it because they were actually discrete levels that they were hiding load times. But Dread Delusion does it because they want you to come up with your own sense of direction. So it's when you can't see everything around you as opposed to an overhead view in those old JRPGs, I think the moment hits a lot harder in something, that you're playing primarily in first person.
I agree. I think you said it perfectly. It literally and metaphorically elevates the game when you're finally able to see all these places in diorama mode. I agree. It is a moment, and it's well done.
Do you want it to stay for now?
You know what? Sure, I'll keep it for now.
Okay.
Why not?
If we could...
okay. Do you feel strongly about the hidden island while we're here?
No, I just wanted to gush about it.
All right.
Okay.
I think we can roll into Astrobot.
Yeah.
I do not think that Astrobot has any profound moment or sequence. I think it is.
I put these two
start to finish a joy.
Oh yeah,
and I
absolutely.
don't. The only argument for this game I feel has to come up in where in the top 10 it's going to land.
Yeah.
And not to kind of muddle it and
it's the best. It's the best 3D platformer since Mario Odyssey, and it's the best. It's the closest anybody's got to competing with Nintendo. But
I'm sorry, but I just ran through my mind. So Nintendo has a game that is pure joy start to finish.
Yeah.
Now PlayStation has one. What's Xbox is going to be about?
Halo Combat Evolved.
Yeah, they got that out of the way early.
Yeah,
no, it's not a 3D platformer.
Launch.
It's not a 3D platformer.
Link's Time Sweeper.
There we go.
It's a joy from start to finish.
There we
Also,
go.
the real answer is Psychonauts 2.
Yeah, Psychonauts 2. I I think if you're talking
it's
about
more than a platformer though.
It is, but if you're talking about Mario Odyssey versus Astrobot and Xbox needs a competitor, Psychonauts 2 is their platformer. Yeah.
I will say with these two,
they own Banjo-Kazooie now.
It's not
that's right. Yeah.
It's not first party. They bought that, but
they buy everybody.
yeah. And how far has that got?
Whatever.
Tanking system
Astrobot will be
sales.
Microsoft
We'll get
next
bought
year.
by them at one point.
Yeah.
But
yeah, these two, I'll just spitfire then, just because like they would be high on my list. I don't think that I'm not gonna go to bat for them harder than other stuff. So I'll save my fighting elsewhere. But I assume you guys all beat it.
Yes.
The end.
Yeah.
So the Avengers moment is basically like you get to fly through this celebration of PlayStation's history in a very like gangs all here.
Yeah.
Like each console generation gets its time to shine. Like even the Vita, like it's sweet and it reminds you of a better era.
real quick,
Sony
Randy,
used to be punk rock.
you love video game history. You love
I do.
Yeah,
very much.
an ode to
And I
video game
love their
history.
fetishization of like their platforms.
Right.
And, yeah.
So I gotta
Goodness.
say it
all
hurts.
the franchises that they'll never bring back or touch again.
It hits hard, but it doesn't hit as hard because it's PlayStation, huh?
No, that's not true. That hits very hard for me.
Okay.
But the funny thing is, it's like I was a diehard Nintendo kid, and Sony was the PlayStation was the enemy.
Yeah. That's why I was saying
I've
that.
switched sides long ago.
They're
but
also better at acknowledging their weirdness.
that's the crazy thing. Imagine if the next Mario game came out and it was like a museum of their they wouldn't do that.
They wouldn't do that because they have to put the naked pictures of Mario, or no, Mario and Luigi kissing.
Mario Goatsy?
They'd have to put that impact on pop culture.
And the people that want to.
It's funny you mentioned exactly that, though. What if Mario did the same thing? Because now I have not played Astrobot, right? But I do think there is a difference between Sony trying to do PlayStation nostalgia and Nintendo or Disney doing their own nostalgia. And I think the difference is almost everything that Nintendo and Disney do is for children. And the stuff that you've got out of PlayStation, a lot of it is aimed at older audiences. And I do think that effect is less pronounced for me anyway. I can only speak for myself, but I think it's less pronounced when it is not harkening back to an innocent childhood.
I agree.
You know?
And it's funny because they do it.
Okay.
They do it so earnestly and so sincerely in Astrobot. But yeah, it's like when you find a bot that's the dude from Incredible Crisis, no kid is gonna know what the fuck that is.
Rapper the rapper.
Yeah, like oh my gosh, Vib Ribbon.
Also,
like it's so it's they do get weird with it, but it's funny you mentioned the Nintendo thing because it's like Nintendo has a lot of like they just recently opened that spot in Japan, the actual museum, like the museum. And it's like, and I saw pictures and it looks like a lot of fun, but I was like, there's a bunch of their history that they're not like actively refusing not to like. Acknowledge, especially
like Mario Paint.
Like at least in there's some of their failures, like Virtual Boy and stuff like that, and Wii U.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. And the Virtual Boy that blinded children.
Right, but the PlayStation 4 nostalgia I'm talking about is like, what if Disney made a museum and there was a whole place dedicated to like Brother Bear the movie? You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
Or like, where you're just like, oh yeah, you did that, and everybody forgot because it was
Disney's
a failure.
not regularly talking about Atlantis or Treasure Planet.
Exactly.
I'd be less interested in a Disney museum dedicated to what Disney did for kids, but what it did to kids.
Yeah.
Walt Disney himself specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Do not diddle kids. It's no good diddling kids. Sorry, God.
But what is it like and Microsoft is funny because they have like they're the most dedicated to backwards compatibility, but have less history. They just haven't existed that long in the game space.
Overcompensating.
Well, maybe. And but the other one too, the grow shrink level. It's just such a cool mechanic. I wish it was used more.
It was
they do
very
it solely for that single level.
They do bring it back for in the Christmas
I haven't played
DLC
that yet.
or just like the bonus content. It's like they bring back all of the items, but it's just one room. But it's like
stupid. The monkey one sucks,
dude.
Yeah.
Interestingly,
Sponge is great.
Yes,
Sponge is good. I didn't like the dog and the rocket ones. I found them just very irritating.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe the time one. I wasn't too big of a
Really?
fan of
I like the time one.
I'm bummed you couldn't use the mouse, the size shrinker to go into the alien's butt and then fight him from the inside out.
I do it. I do like when you first try growing, you just slam your head against the ceiling.
The ceiling.
Just like Just like the Ant-Man joke.
I also think the other thing too.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, we
the other thing
it.
too is I bet that level was probably harder to make than any other level in the game because they basically had to design 2 stages on top of one another that worked for both. And they because they play with scale like those classic like Mario 3 and 64 worlds. But like if they were gonna do that again, they're just like this is too much work. Just make them do the monkey thing again. But yeah.
What a great game.
Yeah, and a great game, and that's an awesome level. But those can go.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's like I think I don't know if there are moments I don't know if I feel too strongly about them.
Let's talk about.
I was gonna say I can nominate one to cut.
All right.
Okay.
Am I the only one who played Rise of the Golden Idol here?
I played it. I did not beat it.
Yeah,
I know you plan to.
I plan to.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
So it's impossible to talk about a moment or sequence for this game that doesn't answer give a puzzle solution away.
Yeah.
So basically, in order to talk about this, I called the moment realizing the farce behind the main plot. I do have to spoil a part of a single puzzle. I think that's the most concise I can be about it.
That's fine.
But basically the way the game goes is that it takes place in the 70s and they are researching this magical item that was in the first game. And without giving away too much of that let's just say that this item has the ability to give people godlike powers, right? Very godlike abilities. And they are discovering some of what it can do, and some things they're getting right, other things they're getting wrong. And when they start to realize this immense power that they have at their hands, right, some of which is new to this game and wasn't in the previous one.
Okay, yeah.
There's all this shadowy cabal, this organization, what is going on? What are these people after? There are all these shady deals. And then finally, their grand scheme at the end of the game is to sell more soft drinks.
Oh,
it's that's what they're going to use this all-powerful item for. Yeah, exactly. It's and every time you're putting together more of the plot, you have these aha moments. But not only do you have this aha moment, but I also was laughing my ass off.
That is actually
oh my god, they're just trying to sell soda.
That is actually, I got to be honest with you, that absolutely sounds hilarious. That's ooh, damn, that makes me want to play it more now.
It's very good. Okay, but I think there's stiff competition on here. I will nominate it for cutting.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Austin,
let's tag in.
Do you want to talk Call of Duty together?
I was gonna do Infinite Wealth first.
Okay.
We can do both.
No, you do Infinite Wealth. I got a lot written for Call of Duty. So
okay.
You did Infinite Wealth, and then yeah.
So Infinite Wealth. Sean, how would you sell the Animal Crossing minigame? I think Sean covered it in before we were talking, and it's just it's
on
like a Dragon
surface.
as these 2 games. I can't speak for Yakuza 0 through 6, but Like a Dragon and Infinite Wealth have this ability to give you these mini games that you're just oh, that's stupid, and then you play them for 20 hours.
Yes.
In the first one, when you run the Cracker Company and it's like a Pokemon mini game.
Yep.
With shareholders.
Did not want to stop until
I had to get to the top of the fucking Nikkei stock market. Yeah.
It's also the quickest way to earn money, I think, too.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, now you actually do my weekly one. I like. I love.
Game within
it's
games,
literally a business. It's like a business,
like Tycoon Sim.
Yes. I love paper trading mini games in games. So
that's
it's
all it is. Hire employees.
Yeah, and it's I don't know why, but that's such a fun mechanic.
But that's it.
So you have this island. From a story perspective, you have this island where this cult is dumping all of their trash. And Ichiban gets washed up onto this island, and he discovers that it used to be a resort, and the dude who owned the resort still lives there. And Ichiban, being Ichiban, is just well, why aren't people coming? And he's well, there's a bunch of other resorts in Hawaii, and Ichiban's come on, we can do this. Yeah. And then there's just it's Animal Crossing New Horizons in the engine of Yakuza or Infinite Dragon or Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth.
Yeah.
And you build up a resort, and then people come, and then you have to cater to their needs, and then you unlock more stuff to make your resort better. And at a certain point, you essentially something like 8 or like a week into this, because it's done in a day-night cycle, a week into this, your team finds you, and they're just like, all right, let's go continue the story.
Right.
And
whenever you're ready.
Whenever you're ready, and then you can keep going and just play it like Animal Crossing.
You would think you'd want to go back and continue the story, but since it's kind of a forced play mechanic, once you learn everything and you go, oh, this is way easier and much more interesting to manage than the surface gives off, which is that game in a nutshell. Every single mini game has I don't want to say deep and intricate, but very addicting and
deeper than you would expect for a mini game in a Japanese
and there's
crime
multiple
video game.
like this game could be its own thing.
Yeah,
they could make a spinoff, charge $30, and it's Dondoko Island.
That was the thing I was most surprised about, was because remember they showed that in like a video presentation. I was like, oh, is this like their big expansion that they're just announcing before the game came out?
It's just a chapter in the game.
And you know what? I want to make I am super excited for Like a Pirate.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Because I saw him making sushi and I was like, that's going to be fun as hell.
I saw people real quick making jokes about how like in the walkthrough like that they've shown of the Like a Pirate game where you can already do way more in that than you could in Skull and Bones.
Yep.
Like you can actually invade other people's ships and have like combat. Like,
and we will get to Skull and Bones in a little bit. In next week's episode, we will get to Skull and Bones. And then I personally, and I don't know if you agree with me, if I'm nominating one, I'm nominating the Animal Crossing minigame.
Yes.
From that game.
I think it's in order that you listed them.
Yeah.
Animal Crossing was on top?
Yeah.
Okay. Put that on the bottom, and then in order, I think reuniting with the old crew is third.
Okay.
Of moments in that game.
So reuniting with the old crew and reuniting with the older crew. I'll go over them real quickly. Essentially, I said this in character.
Yeah, there was
you have the new crew from Infinite Wealth, and then you have the old crew from Like a Dragon, and there's a certain point in the game where everything separates and you reunite with the old characters, and now you have two parties, one with Kiryu and one with Ichiban. The only thing I'll add is that there is a thing in the beginning of the game where the girl from Like a Dragon, Ichiban goes on a date with her at the beginning of Infinite Wealth and proposes to her and freaks her out, and then you spend the rest of the game wondering, like, not hearing from her at all, and then there's like a reconciliation there, and it's very funny and well done. And then reuniting with the older gang is after a certain point, Kiryu is running around with the people from the last game. Ichiban is running around with the people from this game. They're switching it up, switching spots, depending on where the story is. But then Kiryu, you get towards the end and you're like, well, we got to go fight the final boss, essentially. And Kiryu's like, we can help.
Only do it if we get the help of Majima and...
Yeah, and so then he goes to like he hides on a fish truck and drives up the coast of Japan to this random shack on a beach in the middle of nowhere, and then you find all of the characters from the first 7 Yakuza games.
Yeah, I think there's 3.
Yeah, it's Daigo, Majima, and Saejima.
I think that's it.
And these guys are, like we said about Kiryu, these guys are like legends,
is the whole history.
Like the unkillable Yakuza, and they're all just sitting there retired in a shack fishing around a space heater.
Yeah. Because of what happened with the in Japan with the Yakuza blowing up. Like, they didn't really have anywhere to go, and their way of life is totally just fucked.
And it's just like Kiryu admitting to his old friends that he's dying, and then like them kind of just reminiscing, and then it all manifests to where you go to the last level, which is essentially like you have to climb this tower and get to the dude at the top. And at one point, it like the game's like, oh, we're fucked. There's like a helicopter that's shooting at us with a minigun, and like people with rocket launchers, and it's like we can't beat these people with our fists. And then, like, the 3 guys from the old Yakuza games just show up and just start taking down helicopters with their fists and knives and shit. And you're just like, all right. And Majima's just like, you guys keep going. We got this. And he just starts, like, brutally murdering people with a knife.
Yes.
Yeah.
But in order, I would say the reuniting with the old crew, it's just from the last game, so you don't have much of a story arc. But and again, neither Austin and I have played the series past or before 7. So
They do a really good job of making you feel the connection.
Feel
the connection between and the impact of reuniting with these people, even if you haven't played them.
Again, the ending made me cry.
Yep.
So it's a fantastic.
Is Dokapon Island staying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And the other two are cut.
Yes,
Dondoko.
Exactly.
Dondoko. Dokapon is, I think, a totally different game.
All right, Call of Duty time. Because I'll be damned if one of these doesn't make it on our list.
Same.
This is the most batshit fucking campaign. I have to describe. So me and you
the most interesting.
It's nuts. And
in years.
The first interesting level. You did do the gala, Sean, right? The Bill Clinton's.
Yes.
Yeah. Most Wanted is what it calls.
Fuck it. You do like a ramp on a motorcycle, and like
that's where it crescendos into a fucking car chase.
And it's like larger than life.
Yeah,
I don't know. It was great.
A lot of these levels can go completely off the rails. This one, this level has its own mini campaign inside of it in terms of like the hills and valleys it builds. In the beginning, you pull up in a van with 9 Inch Nails playing as you load your gear. Really sets the time there, the tone, and then you infiltrate Bill Clinton's fundraiser, I think. Yeah. There's multiple routes to sneak around. You can like swipe keys or fuck with artifacts at this like auction. You can blackmail a senator with a sex tape.
Yep, love that.
You can sneak into a coat check.
Yep. Yeah, you can flirt with the one guy's wife.
Yep.
And this later culminates in like a shootout on like the roof and in the basement. You get like captured. Yeah, you escape with your team and it's awesome. But Emergence. So this is absolutely the strangest left turn I've ever seen this series do in one of their campaigns. I want to read this message I sent to Austin verbatim after I finished it. This when he asked if I got to the level, and I responded to, quote, "You mean the one where it turns into a BioShock game and you take Far Cry drugs and fight zombies in the building from Control?"
I was just about to ask. All right, now I got to keep playing this.
Yeah. and you just went, yup.
Yep.
Yeah, they seriously found a way to combine their single player campaign with their zombies mode and somehow have it work.
Yeah.
Not just it becomes zombies eventually, but what this is it's like a Doom thing, kind of, where you're in this underground. It looks like the Control building.
Yeah,
you're in this underground government building,
and it's not linear. It becomes like a small Metroidvania.
Oh my god, I did do this.
There are bosses, and you get a grappling hook.
Oh my god, you get a grappling hook, and then you have to go through 4 different departments and find keys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the one department you go into is just a normal-looking office, like a break room, kind of, with a bunch of conference rooms and a bunch of mannequins everywhere.
Yeah,
and coffee mugs.
And you just go up
There's
and
like
you grab.
Whispering and
they're
shit
like,
too.
you need to grab these 4 folders and put them in the folder in the filing cabinet or whatever, and then we'll open this door. And you're like, okay, and you hear behind you, and you go, what? And you turn around, and all the mannequins are standing
like
still.
Condemned. Yeah,
you turn around again, you hear. You turn around, the mannequin's still not moving, but closer to you. Weird. And then you find out the whole mechanic of this is that the mannequins are zombies, but they only move when you're not looking at them, like a Boo from Mario.
Yeah.
Oh my
so
God.
then you just have to go around this level and collect these folders while fighting mannequins that only move when you're not looking at them.
And zombies and demons. And you're high off your ass on drugs and your radio is disconnected from the rest of your squad.
Do you know why I had such an issue remembering this level?
You thought it was a different game?
I thought it was a totally fucking different game.
At one point, my roommates walked by and they were like, what? And I was like, yeah, this is the story campaign.
Yeah.
Dude, that is so crazy. Yeah, that mission is so nuts.
And then shortly after that, there's some open ones, but there's a mission called High Rollers, and it's basically Ocean's 11.
Yep.
You do a casino heist. And it's great, and incomparable in structure to Most Wanted, but like I actually think even cooler visually.
Yeah, it was really well directed in the way that it like played
stakes.
out. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Oh god, they where has this team been?
I know
Did you guys play Cold War?
I
play Cold War because that game is not equally as insane, but it's also.
I like how
insane.
They've surpassed Infinity Ward though.
Yeah, Raven, dude.
Yeah. It's Raven.
It's
and
Raven.
They've been making awesome
the
games
people
for a
that
while.
made Hexen and the reboot of Wolfenstein from 2009.
Singularity.
There's Singularity. Boom. I was like, there's a reason why Raven stuck with me.
Yeah.
Singularity was
of
awesome.
the bunch, though, like this might be my favorite. The final showdown in this game has essentially there's two set pieces running parallel to each other at once.
Rock'em Sock'em Robots with Bill Clinton.
No, this is very Inception. You outside in the real world, you're holding off the soldiers from invading your house fortress, the one that you go to in between,
yeah. The mansion.
levels, the mansion. But while in the inside, you're battling like demons in the antagonist's mind as she like relives periods from her childhood and life.
You capture her and then you give her MK Ultra drugs that and then you can dive into her mind, Inception style, and see her fighting her own inner demons, which you actually have to physically do
fight with her.
And then you have to fight through the blockages that she has in her mind in order to discover her past, in order to discover
and it
why.
jumps back and forth. It's also pretty humanizing for Call of Duty. You see her as a child and everything, and how she gets kind of roped into like all of this.
Why she joined the CIA? Why she then defected?
Yes, and then it jumps on the outside to this like basically tower defense mission where all these people are just raiding on your compound.
I love that we've entered, and I feel like they've touched on this before, but I love how we've entered the full no mask. The government is corrupt.
Yeah. Call of Duty used to be very pro. I mean, it's still it's so weird that
Black Ops kind of never.
Black Ops hasn't been. You're
right,
right.
But this is like you have the guy who your director is the one that's like kind of the figurehead of the whole thing and whatever. So spoilers.
So it basically it sounds like Call of Duty has basically come full circle and is now just a perfect dark sequel.
It's that level of like disconnected from the real world.
Just a total parody on it.
It's very
alternate history.
It's very like there are parts of it that feel like an immersive sim. Like immersive sim light, there are parts that still feel like Call of Duty.
There's parts that are like Far Cry.
There are parts that are very Far Cry.
It's just this big zone
like
where you can go
in the
wherever.
last game, there's in a mission where there's no guns in the whole mission, and you just have to sneak into the KGB base and delete some records from a computer.
Okay, I think it's called the Kremlin. The KGB
yeah, the
base.
Kremlin. Yeah. Sorry. You have to sneak into the Kremlin and delete records from a computer, but again, you have to do it like 800 different. There's 800 different ways to do it.
I was pointing to the Tetris box.
No,
with the Kremlin on it. I'm sorry.
That is
St.
Basil's
this high up guy in the KGB will like be like, get me coffee, and you can like poison his coffee and steal his key. And
the Kremlin still feels like the Russian word for taint. I can't.
All right, so
dude, my Kremlin really itches.
It's funny because I most people would probably say emergence, but I think
I say emergence.
I think separation anxiety has the most story.
So while I haven't played,
but I'm okay with emergence.
I haven't played that level.
Yeah, you played emergence.
I played
though.
emergence.
Yeah.
Like again, I totally disassociated it from Call of Duty because it is. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it isn't. But
it's not.
Also, it is though.
Yeah. It's the least Call of Duty Call of Duty's ever.
Separation anxiety sounds like the icing plus cherry on top of like an already really well executed campaign.
It finishes off so strong.
So
you're arguing the point where it goes off the rails to the point where it just completely like the culmination of it going off the rails.
The fact that it like the way that it went off the rails, and again, they've had so much shit to not even really parody, but just to use as like source material, like MK, and I know it's been used before, but just to this degree, to this level, is absolutely fascinating. Again, I'm gonna have to go with Emergence just because.
All right, let's do Emergence. Let's nominate Emergence.
So highlight Emergence, strike out the other three.
Okay.
God, what a I really need to finish this.
Oh, that's dude. This damn. You actually, those all seemed like fantastic scenes.
And there are good missions that we didn't bring up that are just normal, like
the
normalish color.
The one where it's basically like it's like the first level of Time Splitters 2.
Yeah.
Or
and so wait, you just went through a bunch of things. Which one is Emergence?
Emergence is the one where it's the one where you're in the building from Control and you're fighting zombies and mannequins.
The mannequin.
Very
Bioshock.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Do you want to do the thank goodness you're here?
Sure.
Matt, do you want to describe the big head play?
Yes. Okay. So
Sean, you know what we're talking.
So it's like I will say the game is you're going through the town. It's
a joke generator.
Yes, and it's like you're just following a bunch of characters and like their various arcs over the course, and it's like a small British town. But one of the characters is just a guy with a big head, and he is very resentful of it because he has been made fun of his entire life for it, to the point where like his girlfriends have broken up with him over it.
He sees his reflection. You throw a plate at him or something, and then he sees what he looks like, and then it goes.
Oh yeah.
It goes through his entire childhood of him getting bullied in school.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then he meets a girl who accepts him for it,
and
then divorces him.
Yeah, later on, she's like,
in life, she's like, I just can't keep lying to myself anymore.
Yeah, I can't keep
Your
lying.
head's just so big.
It is incredible, and he's just very deeply. He's just
It's like
angry.
so ashamed. It's so sad.
And angry, and he has a great redemption arc because there's another character.
He meets like a club.
He meets a club, and it's like there's a guy,
big
and his name is Big Ron, and he loves, and he has like a pie store. He makes big pies. And it's like there's this entire thing where he's like, I've been big my entire life. You don't have to dislike yourself because you got a big head. And the ending is so heartwarming. And it's so funny.
And it also there's a good. Something that's very funny. So the game, and I've never seen a game do this before. So you know how in movies you can say fuck once and in a PG-13 in a non-sexual context, but if you say it twice, it's an R, right?
Yeah.
Games is a little bit tougher. Teen rated games.
Not if you're the Social Network.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. That's true. And 1408, I think, as well. A couple have done it, but it's like the rules are a little strong. So the funny thing is, when you go to the play, thank goodness you're here. It does have an M rating, and it says for strong language, and there's like no cursing throughout the entire game. Mm-hmm. And then the very last line in this big head, like arc is
they're all admiring
Matt Berry, just being like accepting him for who he is, and then it goes silent after everyone cheers for him. You just hear Matt Berry goes, "That is fucking massive."
Yeah. Just as you're leaving the room, it's fucking massive.
Bury the lead. It's like
that's the last line of that
2
arc.
hours of gameplay to like this punchline.
It is.
I want to protect him at all costs.
Oh god, yeah, Matt. It's oh god, it's so good.
Best use of a swear.
Best use of a swear. And I re-added the sisters as a contender because we put them down.
I put them on characters.
But it's like
if it falls closer into moment,
it is technically also just one. Also another just long punchline.
Yeah,
and
it's such a good ongoing gag.
And it's just like you think it can stay as contender.
I'll keep the sisters. We already described what it was, so
yeah, you can only keep one.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Keep the sisters. I think the sisters stand.
It's
a very
funny, ultimately.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's do
another big one.
We could do mouthwashing or Indiana Jones.
Yeah, let's do those two.
Okay.
Which one first?
Let's do mouthwashing.
Okay.
So Matt added the cocktail, which I agree with.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
I added feeding Curly painkillers. I feel like that's a weaker moment.
Yeah,
it's just
between these two.
Just the visceral sounds of it are unnerving.
It is very early on. We're like, oh, it's going to be that kind of game.
Yeah.
So, but no, I think compared to these two moments,
it's a moment that keeps happening that you definitely, after the first one, you wish it didn't have to keep happening.
Yeah.
I think you have to do it 3 times in total.
Yeah.
So every time it's a little bit worse than the last, except for the last one, where it's like somebody's like, I don't know who it is, if it's the main character or Curly, but there's like a like afterwards because it's like it's setting in.
Is he even getting relief?
Right, exactly. It's just like
I know
setting
the implication
in.
of just like this dude who's just wrapped in bandages and can't talk.
Oh, also the reason they're giving him
painkillers
is because he's wailing in pain.
Yeah,
the rest of the time.
The rest of the time.
And it's a big giant metal ship. It echoes.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's so
But sorry,
the cocktail, which I think is a very good addition.
I was surprised we were going to do the turning the valves.
Yes, in fact, I will say, you know what? Yeah, we'll get to the taking responsibility last. Because it's like, for taking responsibility, I will say that is kind of the big turn in that game. So it's like, I don't want to spoil it too much because it's a short game and it's worth the story, but we'll get to that in a second. The cocktail is, there's a sequence where you have to get a person very drunk because they are blocking your access to a room. They're being very secretive about a room, and you're like, we need to get in here, and he's insisting no. Okay, so...
And he has the keys.
And so you need to get him drunk, pass
and he's
him
an
out.
alcoholic.
And he's an alcoholic, okay.
Already wasted, but still has the presence of mind to know not to let you in there.
The real sinister part of this mechanic is the fact that the only alcohol on board is mouthwash and rubbing alcohol.
Yep.
There's the name, yeah.
Yeah, and rubbing alcohol. And so everybody's been getting drunk off of mouthwash.
What else are you going to do?
Yes. They're stuck on a ship, and unfortunately, that's a bit of a spoiler for the story. But it's like,
fine.
Yeah.
but they've got basically an infinite supply in the cargo hold, and there's nothing to do but get drunk. But
Yeah.
but anyway, they needed to be a little bit more potent, and there is some rubbing alcohol in a medical supply cabinet, and then to add a nice touch. You take this very much 1984 fake sweetener stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if you read 1984, but they all eat saccharin. There's no real sugar.
Mm-hmm.
But it's basically saccharin just to cover up the taste of rubbing alcohol a little bit. And
Right, where you have this whole system where like there's like a dispenser for food and you go through a catalog and it gives you recipes and you put them in this machine and then out pops whatever the recipe adds up to. And it's like throughout the game, you're doing it to make like birthday cakes or dinner for people. And now you're just kind of like, you have to make the non-alcoholic version of the cocktail with like juice and the saccharin sweetener stuff.
Yeah.
And then you have to then also add vodka. Which the vodka is not actually vodka. It's rubbing alcohol.
It's rubbing alcohol. And it's, to top it all off, I think the thing that made it perfect is that you put it in this nice like curved Mai Tai glass, and the mouthwash is like this like cyan blue, and the sweetener is a red, so it gives it actually. And then you put a little umbrella. And it's like if you didn't know what absolute poison was in this, you would actually think it looks pretty appetizing. It actually looks like
something I would drink.
Yes, it looks like a Randy drink, and it's like there's just something so sinister about the fact that it's like. You were using
it to him.
You were using this to knock this man out instantly,
and he asses out.
And he asses out instantly.
You're also like
on the floor.
You know his weakness,
and also it's like and you know you were purposely feeding an alcoholic.
Yeah, you're exploiting his addiction.
Yes, the worst alcohol you could ever drink.
Yeah.
Hey, you say you make a birthday cake. I say you make a leg to saw off.
Oh my god,
what's the difference? You know.
So.
Yeah, and then taking responsibility, as Matt said, is
I feel like is the magnum opus of this game.
It is the turn.
Think
yeah,
it's the turn. It's the true descent into madness.
Incredibly well written. Exchange.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
and also not the type of story you see told in this medium.
No. This way.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
And this way. Yeah.
You have to abort a fetus inside of a giant like pustulous growth with radiation, which was a bit unsettling.
There are many parts of that game that are unsettling.
I just think when you hit this point, because what happens is like the game scrambles 2 words for like the 2 previous sequences, and then it finally says take responsibility, and essentially this leads you into like the decision that got us here and what happened and why, and it's and again the way that it's directed and written, and it's why this game has come up multiple times. It is
why this game won Best Narrative.
Right.
Yeah.
This is the moment that probably.
Yeah. It's incredible.
I think it is the moment that stays.
So
and,
highlight taking responsibility. Cross out the cocktail. But
I'm glad we were able to discuss that without revealing too much. I think that was a very tasteful discussion.
So my only dig against taking responsibility is just that it's kind of the reason why this won Best Narrative.
Yeah.
You're right.
There are other games that can shine in this category.
Yeah,
but
that's fair.
But if it is the best moment,
it's the best moment.
Yeah,
from that game for sure. And
yeah.
All right, now I'm gonna pull us out into this like the exact opposite. So you haven't gotten to the ship or the plane yet in Indiana Jones, right?
No, I took the ship over.
No, a different ship.
No.
Yeah,
no. You'll know
the
the ship when
balloon.
you get there.
Yeah, you'll know. Okay.
Oh no, not that kind of ship.
It's the snow-covered one that was in the previous.
I thought it was an airship.
Yep.
It was not an airship when you were asking. It's an actual boat?
Yeah, well, it's definitely like a sly nod to the Philadelphia experiment.
Oh.
Okay. So
okay.
Yes,
I know what this is then.
Because this is a ship on top of the mountain in the Himalayas.
Okay.
Yeah.
The one that's covered in ice.
Out of curiosity, are there people fused into the ship? That's part of that myth.
It is.
There are people frozen there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So and I'm glad you wrote these together, Andrew, because they happen back to back. And for me, this is where the game like truly takes off in terms of like its pacing. So they go full blown Uncharted and embrace the swashbuckling, as Chris makes fun of me for that term, sense of action and adventure from the films.
Before that though, there's a very good because the rest of the game up to this point just about was very immersive sim and find your way around. And
oh, you talking about the scorpions when you escape the?
Well, pyramid? No, I'm just saying just preceding this sequence in general. Part of the ship is just a really good linear level, right? Like a linear
I like that.
First-person shooter level if you want to play it that way, or a stealth level if you want to play it that way. Like it is just like it continues to have good level design. It's just not the same kind of level design we'd seen thus far. And
it changes genres for a bit. Yeah, and it makes it stand out. And also,
exactly.
Yeah, and you get so this is light spoilers for you, Sean, because there's tons more after, but it's you get to learn.
Well, wait, we don't have to. We don't. Do you think it's possible to discuss this moment without saying what the Great Circle is? It might not be.
I don't know if I can. That's why I like it so much. So what you know what the MacGuffin finally is. And
part of me actually wants to plug my ears.
What it does.
Part of me actually wants to plug my ears because of how much I'm enjoying this.
Really? Okay.
Because I like.
Okay,
I want you to be able to.
I can take a stab at. Yeah,
Andrew, take a try, and then
Andy. Have you ever seen the Bad Motherfucker music video by Biting Elbows?
No.
Okay.
Did it play on VH1?
Is that what the Great Circle is?
Yes.
Okay.
The guys that directed Hardcore Henry, so you know what I'm talking about, Austin.
Okay, yeah, I think that gives me enough context to know you can talk about it without spoiling what it is.
All right.
Okay, so
all right, yeah, no, I have an idea now too.
All right, so after going through this really great linear level, which is a nice change of pace, they reveal what the MacGuffin does, which all that Indiana Jones and other archaeologists knew is that this was some great white buffalo, like this unattainable thing, like the white whale. Like this is the thing that every archaeologist wants to understand what all these texts are referring to, and then you find out what it does mostly anyway. In this level,
and it's cool because the characters are also united at the same place too, together.
And then exactly, and then you run into some Nazis. An action scene happens, and then suddenly this ship, which is on the top of mountains, on top of snowy mountains, starts to slide down the mountain. So you've got this really
sliding
crazy
down the Himalayas.
It is sliding down the Himalayas. You've got a platforming sequence on the side of this ship, this tanker basically, and then. Oh, without saying too much else,
something happens.
This is spoiler free for Sean. Something happens. Then you are in the middle of a war scene, and then you end up taking off in a plane, and then people are gunning at you. You're jumping off the wing of one plane onto another, and there's a turret sequence, and it's but there is a little bit of downtime between these two moments too, so it's not all
also Andrew,
the
the reference to the Ninja and Raiders. Did you? You know what I'm talking about?
I'm blanking on that.
When the guy pulls out...
I know what the Ninja and Raiders is.
When the guy pulls out the sword and runs at you.
This is boring.
This happens in the middle of... So you're running through... 1 minute, you're on the top of the Himalayas, then you're running through Shanghai.
This is just pre-plane?
This is
during
this
ship
is pre-plane. So when you're running, this is while Japan, the Japanese are bombing China in World War II, and it's fucking bonkers. So you're running through. There is this one I'll spoil because it's not story related. At one point in the middle of these these buildings, you come across a Japanese soldier with a sword, and he just charges at you.
Okay.
And if I know you're saying you're trying to avoid using firearms, but if it's any moment in the game that's telling you just fuck it, man, pull out the revolver and just
shoot him,
just to move on. It's a good 30 to 40 minute chunk. And it's I want to nominate this one. This is in my top 3.
Yeah, no, it sounds about
Oh well, then that really takes away from me adding. Playing the Raiders of the Lost Ark in the beginning.
I want to combat that.
Yeah, because it's
a horrible tutorial.
Well, it doesn't set off what it doesn't basically tell you what the game is.
As far as a nostalgia porn.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's fun to see.
How better of a fucking way to get you introduced then again, if you're not a fan of the series, haven't seen the movies, this is lost on you.
Yeah, it's like when you do the trench run in Rogue Squadron.
Yes, which is the first level.
Yeah.
Sean, I'm going to push back against that because I think the reason that this intro works is because everyone knows exactly how it goes.
Right.
So what I think this sequence does really well is that they're bragging about how good they made the game look.
Yeah.
And B
it's a
is
flex.
that they can introduce you to some. they can introduce you to some of the most common verbs, like swinging from your whip and pushing things aside and things like that you're going to be doing.
It would be
to that end, it does serve as a tutorial.
But it would be, because it's funny, because I was going to push back on it too, because I was like, you're right, it doesn't, it's so at odds with what the rest of the game is, but also it's like, if the game just dropped you in the Vatican or in that fight in the university, like, that wouldn't be a good...
I mean, it puts it in the timeline, I'm assuming, after the first movie.
They're also establishing that, right. Yes. It is in between
because he returns
and Temple.
And yeah. And then the love interest with the journal and whatever.
Yeah.
So,
but the stuff with the ship and the plane is so exciting.
We cut this in favor of the ship and the plane. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, they've already made, like, they feel strongly about it. The only reason I put this is, again, it's nostalgia porn. It
sounds like there's not a lot of moments in between the beginning and the ship thing.
No, there's a lot of moments. I'm going through them currently.
Very boring.
No, the first time you meet Emmerich Voss,
I haven't gotten there.
He's a dude. It is.
Sean is very happy at us, Andrew. For
no, I can come back and I can vouch after meeting Voss.
I'll have plenty more to say when we get to best game.
Same here.
Okay. And I'm gonna try and play more of it.
Should we do Indica before or Life is Strange before Final Fantasy?
No, I want Austin to get Final Fantasy out of the way because I've been looking at this chunk of sequences. I'm like, I know it's gonna take 20 minutes. Let's get it done.
I think.
All right. Well, if we're gonna jump into it and everybody just wants me to get through it as quickly as possible, then
well, I said that. I don't know how they felt. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude.
I think even as a non-original player of 7 on PlayStation 1, I have a question. Is it the Aerith death scene? Is that kind of like the
falling from the sky with the sword? Well, you said redone.
Yes. Okay, so let me get the cuts out of the way. Okay. There's 3 that I wanted to acknowledge, but I don't think. So Junon Parade is this interesting thing where you have to... Did you play this?
Yes.
Okay, you have to dress up as the enemy and join these and basically do like a color guard thing, you know, the thing where you're spinning your rifles. And like the whole point of this is that the villain of the game is going to bring the winners of this on stage, and that's when you're going to kill him. So this is an assassination attempt.
Yes.
So Cloud wants to get invited on stage so that he can kill the villain of this game. And
well, 2 villains technically.
I mean, not Sephiroth, the other villain. But you essentially, like, you are a former soldier, so you're very good at this stuff. So then they just, like, you just kind of weasel your way into it, and Aerith and Tifa join you, and they dress like soldiers so that people don't know who they are.
But you're the captain.
After
running into, like, another, like, a higher captain, like the 7th Legionnaire or something like that, you run into them, and you do, like, a little, like... a
demonstration.
A demo for it, and then she's like, great, you're ahead of the 7.
Yeah, and so they just give you a bunch of soldiers who just follow you loyally, completely.
Which you have to find.
Yeah, you have to find them.
I found
not
everyone.
knowing that you're Cloud and you're actually their enemy. So you've been fighting these soldiers this whole game, and it really humanizes them in a way that, like, I appreciate.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And, like, even after they discover that you're Cloud and that you're only there to assassinate their boss, they're still, like, conflicted about turning on you.
Yeah. They don't like their boss?
They don't. They just like you.
Yes.
So
much. Okay.
Yeah. And also,
wow, that you fully delivered.
The actual parade part where you're doing the spinning of the rifles is a music rhythm game, just like the Honeybee Inn was in the remake.
I saw that.
Yeah. That's really
awesome
good.
Part.
Loveless is completely new. So the director of Final Fantasy just really likes My Bloody Valentine's album.
I was going to say, I wish I would have referenced it earlier. I was like, Loveless, isn't that My Bloody Valentine's?
Wait, so Sean, you played have you played the original Final Fantasy?
No, I just said I didn't.
I'm
sorry. Gosh, I pulled a Matt there for a minute.
You're good.
No, so the opening cinematic, the CG one from the PlayStation game, when it zooms out, there is a poster for Loveless.
Oh wow!
He just needed a poster. That made an opera house look like it had an opera. So,
right,
and he just named it Loveless because he loves the My Bloody Valentine album
and everything.
But is it? But it's not that album cover.
No, it's different. It's
different, but it's the same
color. Okay,
and like you said, the same font.
He named it after the album.
Yes,
okay,
you can tell.
But then in this game, they then wrote an entire opera, and the conceit of this scene is
it all shoegaze?
No, you go into this opera house, but then the whole thing is that they like nominate people from the audience to play the parts. So then you then have to.
I definitely haven't done this.
You get nominated as Cloud to be the main character, and then you have to pick. There's a princess.
Is he in a dress
who
again?
you fall in love with? No. And then there's like another character, and then there's a villain. So you can pick like. You can pick Yuffie, you can pick Aerith, you can pick Tifa to play the princess,
and Barrett.
But for the villain, you can pick Red 13 and you can pick Barrett.
No Kate Sith?
No. But then you essentially you then could choose who you get to kiss, including the villain. So there's scenes in this game where you kiss Barrett and kiss Red 13, and there's also scenes where you kiss Yuffie and Tifa and Aerith. Well, Yuffie you don't kiss because she's young. But it's just like a really awkward scene. But then, like, again, the whole thing is done in that music rhythm style, press the button, QTE button at the right time. But it's just like, it's so over the top and unnecessary in this game. It's just full of moments like that, where it's like the honeybee in again and again and again.
Yeah, like I was saying before when we were talking about earlier, it's like this is what they really wanted to do. And they're just filling in the gaps with all the stuff that they couldn't pull off before.
Yeah, and then the Golden Saucer intro is just, you have to play Punch-Out
against Mr. Satan?
Not Mr. Satan, against this like muscle guy who owns the Golden Saucer.
I'm just saying that because he reminds me of Mr. Satan.
He does remind me of Mr. Satan. But so you play Punch-Out, and then there's like a dance number, and then they let you out into the Golden Saucer, which is this whole part where you have to just basically play a bunch of mini games. Also, you have to find a hotel room, and you go to every hotel, and they're all booked except for the spooky hotel.
Oh my god, this was my favorite
the
moment.
fucking bellhop that just you ring the bell and it just drops down upside down from the ceiling and scares them every time.
Yeah, I don't know if he's like wrapped up in a rope, like he's like being hung from it, but the fact that he just upside down descends from the ceiling and like. I don't know. I absolutely love that. That whole room.
It's so stupid.
Yes.
And there's like a part where you get your hotel room and then Cloud, you can investigate it, and you just like open the dresser and like a thing pops out at you and goes, and it's just like
and you hear somebody knocking on like a false door.
There's just fake knocking on doors you can't open. It's just like it's like a shitty haunted house but a hotel room.
Yes.
That's very weird.
And they use that to like punctuate the emotional moments.
Yes.
So then I will use that to get into the dating, which is that when you go to the Golden Saucer once, you do all these mini games, you go to the Golden Saucer again, and that's when the Loveless scene happens. And after the Loveless scene, or no, that's not when the Loveless scene happens.
I was going to say.
You go to see Loveless with, so this whole game, you're flirting with your team, right? And you can, this manifests in somebody knocking on your door and inviting you out on a date in the Golden Saucer. And if you spend the most time with Tifa, Tifa knocks on your door. You spend the most time with Aerith, Aerith knocks on your door. You spend the most time with Yuffie, Yuffie knocks on your door. You don't spend enough time with anybody, Sid, Kate Sith, Red 13, and Vincent knock on your door, and you go on like a bro date.
What?
Wait.
I want to go on a bro date with Vincent.
Hold on. Do you go back to the Golden Saucer for this point?
Yeah, this is the second time.
Oh. Okay, yeah. So the first time you don't see Loveless, it's closed.
Yeah.
And then the second, I feel like did I miss Vincent or something?
No,
so
you can't
why
miss
wouldn't
Vincent.
you spend the most time with Tifa?
Because I thought I went on a date with
Okay,
Aerith.
good.
That means you spend the most time with Aerith.
Yeah.
But where the hell is Vincent?
Vincent's there.
I've not seen Vincent.
Okay. Well,
anyway,
so
sorry.
You go on this date, and if you go on the date, it's very like
Goth Daddy.
It's very fan servicey, very rewarding. You go on the date with Tifa, Cloud and Tifa finally kiss. You go on the date with Aerith, they like hold hands and she rests on your shoulder. You go on the date with Yuffie, it's again very awkward.
It's like all the fan fiction just gets put into the game.
You can also go on a date with Barrett. So it's
cool.
It's Barrett and Kate Sith, and then the other one is Red 13, Sid, and
stop touching my gun.
Yeah, exactly.
Pervert.
And then so there's like 6 different extended sequences that are like 20-30 minutes long, depending on who you spent the most time with. A date with Tifa, a date with Aerith, a date with Yuffie, date with Barrett and Kate Sith, or a date with Red 13, Sid, and Vincent. And you like, it's just like, it's the game acknowledging, it's like, yeah, we know you guys have all had crushes on these characters for 20 plus years. Here you go.
We know you're all pervs.
Yeah. Now,
really happy.
I nominate that one
with my
now
Barrett impression.
the other Cloud and Aerith date scene. Actually, I have to do the death scene first. So,
they do it in the underworld.
Aerith flashback scene. The Aerith flashback scene. You play as Aerith as a child, and you essentially learned what happened to her actual mother and why she is like an orphan and why she, lives with the mom.
Aerith.
Yeah, very sad.
Yes,
very touching.
Wait, so Gainsborough is her adopted last name?
Gainsborough is her adopted last name. Yeah,
she doesn't have one.
No, her real last name is unpronounceable in human tongue.
Yeah, she's an ancient.
Right.
And then
Means Earth.
So the redone death scene is essentially Aerith is praying at the like she is in the original game, and she's and you as Cloud see her praying, and then you have a flash of what happened last time, quote unquote. And so you as Cloud then have to start running toward Aerith, and as you're running, you see Sephiroth
with the sword,
just dropping down, and you run up, and then
break space time.
Yeah, essentially, you run up, and Cloud takes his Buster Sword and knocks Sephiroth's sword out of his hands, and it lands next to Aerith, and you go, "We did it!
The splitting,
we saved her."
Yeah,
and then Sephiroth takes out a materia. The game glitches, cuts to black for a little second. The little ghost guys go up.
Not everybody talking about
and then
this
and then all of a sudden you go back to Aerith, and there's just blood coming down.
Nothing.
It's inevitable.
Nothing in her. The sword's not in her.
The sword's not in her, but she's bleeding, and then she collapses into Cloud's hands, and then there's a whole scene of you being like, "But I saved you. I don't get this." And you're having a conversation with her, but Barrett and Tifa and all the rest of them are surrounding you crying. So essentially,
it's like Final Destination.
Cloud is caught in another timeline where he is refusing to believe that he did not save Aerith, and he is having a full-on conversation with her from another timeline.
Right.
But in the timeline he's actually in, she's dead, and everybody is mourning her.
That's pretty. Yeah.
It's like when he turns evil and kicks her in that pool of material.
So then that cuts to the other Cloud and Aerith date scene, which is that after she dies, Cloud goes to sleep, and he wakes up in the land from the remake, and
the living universe.
Yeah, and Aerith knocks on his door again and says, "Hey, let's go out." And this is after you understand Sephiroth's whole plot and what he's trying to do with the black materia.
Mm-hmm.
So then you essentially go out on a date, and you go to like a candy stall, and Aerith's like, "I want to try this candy," and then you like buy her a plushie, and you buy her like a necklace, and it's like a normal date, but the clouds in the universe are all fucked up and black, and you realize that you're actually in a date with Aerith in a timeline where she is alive, but Sephiroth has succeeded and the world is about to end. And she is just trying. She is trying to show you, without acknowledging to Sephiroth, she is trying to show you what the consequences are of your failure. And then,
or the failure of not letting her die.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Exactly. Yeah.
She has to go.
Yeah. And then,
how much time is between these two? Because it seemed like one segues into the other.
Between the death scene and the date scene, it's not that long.
Okay.
It's the same with the Loveless and the other date scene.
Okay, because the only reason I was bringing that up is that it's like, if you feel like they could be consolidated in a way, I mean, if
I don't think I would include the date scene in with
it. Just one sets up the other.
But so I want to now, hearing that pitch, I'm conflicted between the redone death scene and the first date scene I talked about. One is a heartwarming moment,
and
the other is like the moment everybody bought this game to re-experience.
That's the thing. I know I said it earlier, because the date scenes sound really fun, but I think redoing that death is like, that's one of the most memorable moments in all of video games.
Yes.
Right.
And to like reapproach and reassess that, and
I mean, they did still like that. Overall, it is still that scene just
but it's such a subversion of it. It's like a
presented
remix
in a weird way.
And then they also fuck with you.
Well, that's why
that
we knew it was,
they cut to a part where you then play as Zack, and Zack's alive, and him and Aerith are dating, and not Cloud, because Cloud is
weird. Now it's like the other Futurama universe.
But then
like
spoilers, you get to the final boss, and the final boss, Sephiroth. Surprise, surprise. But then you merge the timelines, so the boss has 3 phases. The first phase you fight with your actual party. The second phase, your party disappears and Zack appears, and then Cloud and Zack fight Sephiroth together. And then the third phase, Zack disappears, and then you go into the timeline where Aerith is alive, and you and Aerith fight Sephiroth.
Oh.
That's kind of cool, though.
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
like the way, like
Which moment is that
string
tied
theory.
to? I'm sorry.
that's not a moment because we will talk about this more in Game of the Year. But that last boss fight is excruciating from a mechanics standpoint.
So I mean, ultimately it's your choice, but I think the redoing of Aerith's death is the most powerful.
Okay.
I was also going to say the Aerith's death sounds very powerful. Yeah, that was my vote too.
That's interesting because I thought you were against it. When you originally said it, it's such an iconic scene. I thought you were against the idea of like
so I'm saying
recontextualizing.
I'm saying this as a diehard fan of Matrix Resurrection. Like I like playing with expectations and in a way that's like, well, you remember it this way, but like
that's also the premise of this remake trilogy. So
true,
it is, which is very funny because it's literally called, the first entry is called Final Fantasy VII Remake, which is like almost a.
All right, so we'll do the death scene.
Okay,
and you can cut the rest.
All right. I know we spoke about this a lot in.
I just want to wrap up and say, if you have played the remake and you have not played Rebirth, by the time this episode comes out, it will be out on PC. Please play it. It's so good. It's very long.
Do you think they're
going
to do like an intergrade thing?
That's kind of what the PC port is.
Okay.
They don't have to because they're not between console generations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and Intergrade was justifying the PS5 version of the game and also putting in some DLC, and so you could just upgrade the game with the DLC if it came to that, you know?
I don't think
it's
they're
not
doing
like
DLC this time.
Persona 5 Royal sort of situation. Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah.
All right, so we got 2 biggies.
Let's do. I was gonna say let's do
Indica. About Indica.
And Life is Strange.
And Life is Strange. That's it.
I think those are the 2 left, right?
Yeah. So with Indica, I mean, we have 4 here because I know Matt, you added 1. The opening title sequence is probably not going to win above these, but
that's my top.
Really? So the credit scroll. We should point out like
just drops you in.
Cinematography is not a term that gets like really connected with video games much, but like everything about the lighting and composition and framing of that, like
this is the whole what's in it, right?
It's so cool.
The whole scene where you're like walking through the rooms and it's done in like a
side
2D thing. Like,
Mm-hmm.
It's just so inventive and like
I've never seen anything else like that.
It's such a good intro to that game too, where you're just like somebody tells you to play. Like Randy told me to play Indica, and I was just like, oh, I mean, if Randy likes it, I'm sure I'll like it. And then I played it and I got to that intro and I saw it and I was like, yeah. That's what I'm in for.
You guys were like talking about it, and I was like confused at certain aspects, but yeah, it's like the indie film scene and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, but yeah,
they also like. I mean, I think the very first thing that you do when you hit start is that it shows you the retro thing for like a second. You have to collect coins.
Yes.
You don't understand why, and then it goes. Then it goes to the what's in it, right? Does it go to the what's in it, or does it go to the bucket? What's first?
The bucket. I thought about putting the bucket.
No,
I think it goes to the bucket.
Yeah, it's bucket sequence first.
Then the pixel
then
stuff.
What's in it?
I love how agonizingly slow that is. So funny.
It's
you played it more recently.
Yeah, it's falling sequence, bucket, title roll.
Yeah.
Or titles, that awesome part. And then what's in it?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
What's in it?
It's been a few.
What's in it?
We talked about the non-Euclidean level design before. That's a thing that games have done in the past. I think it's really well done here.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's my least favorite of these 4.
Same.
All right.
You added that. I don't know if you.
I think I was trying to think of like there's there are better sequences. I was trying to think of just like, okay, what else on here? Like in terms of gameplay, what was the most memorable to me? I'm a big fan.
I would put the bridge one. When you're moving the bridges.
That's what I was talking about.
I didn't like that puzzle. I found that kind of boring.
The puzzle itself is meh, but the visuals of it are crazy.
Well, that's speaking of visual. Part of
she was getting cussed out when she started moving stuff.
Yeah.
So Andrew added the race on here, and I like because there's this sudden switch to the pixel art style and a sharp change in gameplay. It basically turns into Super Sprint for the NES, and then because this is one of 3 flashback sequences, right? That
but like all
together when you're
all of the flashback. Yeah, the flashback sequences all have this like much more upbeat tone to them, even though it's like
until that abrupt punctuation of like brutal violence.
Yep.
Exactly, and I think that's what really made it, is that it's like you have this very like happy-go-lucky gameplay mode,
and the music
to illustrate
too.
this, this part in the past, and up to this point you had just seen the retro game aesthetic being. Being used to like tell these like happier parts of the story, and then very suddenly it is not happy anymore. And this is actually kind of what I was getting at. Why I just
when he gets bisected with a fucking shotgun.
It's like it like the moment in this was so sudden, you didn't have time to dwell on it, so it had that impact, and that's what I was getting at with the metaphor stuff. It's like this nailed it, right?
I was still trying to get over the fact that I was just dodging wrenches, and then next thing you know, I'm fucking blood and guts on the ground.
Playing Fogger. Yeah, the getting the high score, which I think is the perfect way to describe that.
Is that the ending?
Yes.
The ending,
the very end.
The fucking upgrade tree just
So, so wait, how long were you guys earning?
10 grand.
No, I went to 20. Dude.
I was like, there's got to be a fucking
45.
You're able to so you're able to earn endless points, number go up, but the more you click, the more you upgrade your tree, which we've established does nothing. But then it's like you have to spend them. Like,
oh shit, I didn't even put this together.
The longer you're
I didn't. I forgot about that because I just was like, oh, you lose all your points because of what happened. I didn't even realize that was happening because you spent all this time, not even really all this time, but everything just goes back to 0. Mm-hmm. So when you get to that part of the game, I just like twitch muscle, tried to just like sit there and do it as quickly as possible.
No, I did the same thing. I got so addicted to it.
I caught we've already said this game is a statement of how effectively it ties that metaphor into how people play video games. Yeah. So I kind of knew what they were doing, but then when it hard cuts back to you with like breaking the rosary,
also,
what do they call that?
It's a rosary.
It's a rosary, and you just kind of stand there in an existential crisis. It's so nihilistic,
also,
and that's the game.
It's a really quick thing that I noticed that wasn't brought up. But did you guys realize she would grip her rosary so much?
Oh, she'd bleed.
She had blood in her hand.
Yeah.
That was like a nice little touch of like the desperation of like holding on to faith.
Yeah. And then until she realizes she's wasted her life in a broken system of devotion that never rewarded her back.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think I think that was like them choosing to, reveal the message of their story that way through the game mechanics, I thought was great. And even though I put this moment down because I loved it, I still think they undercut themselves a little bit by letting you know on the loading screen that the points don't matter.
I wish they didn't do that as well.
That, right?
Yeah.
So I actually kind of like that.
No, it shows its hand. Like it should trust the player.
I love that it keeps hitting this point through as the game. Like it starts. She's just starting to question her faith a little bit, and then like there's a handful of loading screens in between the beginning and the end, but I just like that it just keeps hammering this point home. Like it doesn't matter.
Doesn't your upgrade tree doesn't start from 0?
No, you're already in there.
Yeah, which is
you already lived a part of your life.
It ramps up significantly. Like the beginning of the game, I don't know if this was intentional or not, but in the beginning you level up a lot quicker and you kind of get to explore the useless skill tree. Yeah. But then towards the end, they dole out experience and the bar fills very slowly. I don't know. That's probably a commentary for religion and faith, and
most assuredly
as you age or something.
Yeah.
And we should also point out that like the heaviest like part of this is that this comes right on the heels of her wrestling off like an assault.
Yeah.
Basically, Like and through like kind of dissociating, like it's what she like.
Oh yeah.
She's
embraced by Satan's lanky, or is that after? I forget.
That's after.
Is it? Okay.
So you flee the prison and then you end up at like it's like a shop or something.
Yeah,
It's
like a pawn shop.
Mm-hmm.
The
And
dude's
you
in the
pawn off the
trombone.
artifact.
So was that not a trombone? Which you definitely need 2 arms to operate. It was just a curvy ass horn.
There's a lot
He's
of
like, I've already
shit
conquered the guitar.
Yeah.
And he's hiccuping because he's drunk as fuck.
He has disinfected.
Wouldn't give me more than 5 rubles for it.
Well, definitely this will be sticking around.
Yeah.
Well,
so out of all of them, I guess we're gonna say the ending.
I think getting the high score. It sounds like as a group collective. I love that intro sequence with all my heart. But
what do you think?
I say intro.
How do you guys?
I
feel?
think it was it was definitely like a very funny way, and it just kind of shows the like.
I'm not upset about the other one though.
Sure,
I'm trying to think. Man, that each intro sequence is like.
I know, yeah.
I also have to point out the how amusing it is that we decided we can't decide if the best part of the game is the beginning,
the very beginning,
yes.
the very end,
the beginning, the middle, or the end. Yeah, and it's just like
Yeah.
that speaks volumes to how high quality this game is. I genuinely I don't know which one to pick. They're all good.
I'm gonna say what maybe. Yeah, even though I do think they cheapen that ending moment a bit by putting it on
telling you ahead of
time.
Yeah.
And I understand Sean's perspective, and that's probably the perspective they had when they built it this way too, right?
Yeah.
But I think the fact that they convey their story through the interactivity is like it's in the upper echelon there with only like a couple of Metal Gear games as far as like games that have managed to find a way to express a moment like that through your input to it. You know?
Best button press in all or quick time event in all of games.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Is like, yeah, they found. This game innovated not only as like a story and what they could do in a game engine, but also how they could use the fact that it is a video game to tell the story more effectively. And I think that's why I'm going to give the edge to getting the high score.
All right, I'm fine with getting the high score.
Life is Strange.
Yeah.
All right. I'll do Alderman first.
Oh, I wanted to talk about Alderman.
Okay. Well, it was funny because initially I wrote watching the cop explode. The issue though is that I wish this moment paid off more. Because
it doesn't. Pay off.
When it happened, I audibly like, holy shit. I was like, so yeah, I could tell. I know Sean, Andrew, but the game involves 2.
No, tell me about this episode.
Parallel universes side by side. Max can jump between them. The one where your best friend Safi's alive and one where she's dead, and there's a detective investigating her murder who suspects you as being responsible, and he's right in being suspicious about the coincidences, by the way.
Yeah.
But he's tailing you. Earlier he interrogates you and your pal Moses, but once he catches you in the middle of opening a rift to the opposite dimension, he sees himself on the other side, and he attempts to interact with the nega version, and they both painfully merge into a swirling ball of energy and explode, not only killing him, but erasing his entire existence from each timeline permanently. He's essentially unborn.
Yeah,
that's American.
He
just thought when he sees himself in the
and as much as this as a dick this dude was, even a rough and tough cop doesn't deserve a fate like that.
No.
And the problem with this,
do you get to see a picture and he fades out of it?
It's like it's never referenced again or referred to for the entire rest of the story.
Having not played this game, isn't the point of this to teach you how the rules of the game work?
But that they kind of ignore those rules.
That's the thing. It's like the single point of the sequence is to present the consequence of what would happen if another character did the same thing, but you can't. And there's only one Max, so it's like you can try and save him. It gives you the game fucking recognizes it and makes a note of you doing it. And so that's why it's like something had to have gotten cut.
Yeah.
Like,
and also,
we just made that cop suicide his existence.
Yeah, like they kind of just write him out of the story, but it's a great moment. It just doesn't pay off.
Also, I mean, me and Randy talked about this a little bit. There are a number of
allusions to the first game.
I mean, I will just call it straight up plot holes that they don't fill in, and it's like they do a good job moving the story along enough that you don't pay attention to them.
Right.
But also after this cop explodes, they never really go back to the police investigation at all.
They don't. That's the most glaring one to me because the game actively
you erased it from existence.
Like the game killed
What,
someone.
There's not another
in front
cop they can send?
No,
to
he was the only one.
Yeah, and they're like, well, dude, you know, it's like I feel weird, but for some reason I feel like the cop that we sent was unborn, so we're just not going to look.
David
into this
Madsen
anymore.
had an arc. Yeah, they were just done with this guy.
I wish that before the portal closed, like his badge fell off and clinked on the ground.
Right, that would have been good.
But
keepsake.
So I'm cutting that one personally.
Oh man,
yeah,
damn.
But
I agree.
because the other two I think are better. The running into yourself, which this occurs at the end of episode 3, and it's a good cliffhanger to 4. You return home one night to find that your house was broken into, and then you discover that the culprit is yourself, or at least appears to be. You chase after her into the woods, and I was hyper to see where the shit was going because I had no idea.
Yeah.
And then it goes full X-Men, and it's revealed that your best friend is a shapeshifter.
Yeah.
Which
Hell yeah.
because the final choice in this game, which none of us had, is basically me and Matt made the comparison last night. It's like you are Professor X
And
and
Magneto.
she is Magneto.
And she's Magneto.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
turn
we'll
into
see.
a big-titted supermodel. Go ahead, do it.
But the one I do want to call out the most, and I initially had it as romancing both Amanda and Vin, but it absolutely culminates with the Smasher Pass part, which is this might be my personal vote for honestly for the year, and I'm not to like saying this as a bi-poly person. I find it very frustrating that the majority of video games practically never allow you to romance more than one character. That's changing more and more. I think Baldur's Gate, right? 3 has some characters.
Persona 3.
Some cut you off and some don't.
There's a certain configuration of characters that you can romance that are okay with it.
Okay. That's cool.
But so if you know
Also
which
very
ones you can make it
lifelike.
happen.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Also very lifelike. Some are okay with it, some are not.
It's true.
Like, I like that.
So imagine how elated I was to see that the player doesn't get locked out of an option when pursuing the other and can in fact hook up with both in the same night. And it's 2 paths, 2 universes. No problem. it's pretty hot. But part of the section 2 is like in the midst of this like impending apocalypse and all this like misery, you get to sit at the bar with Vin and take shots and play Smasher Pass. And that sounds, on the surface, that sounds crude or objectifying, but it's the way it's done is actually kind of like...
Well, it is objectifying.
I mean,
you're doing it with the other characters in the game, but it's all leading up to him flirting on you, and then the last one is himself.
Yes. It makes it very
It's kind of
endearing.
like this weird thing where the game using its diversity to its favor, where it's like these 2 characters who have had this weird sexual tension the whole game, and then they're using this game to like figure out each other's sexualities.
Yes, as well. Yeah.
Yeah, where it's like, so what about the trans character, Smash or Pass?
Right.
And it's like, Smash. And it's like, okay, what about the bartender? Because
Right.
not in this universe,
Yes.
you haven't hit on Amanda. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, Smash. And it's
Yeah.
like, well, what about this guy or this girl?
It's such a clever way to not just have you choose, like,
yeah.
basically say whether you're straight or bi or...
You like
What's
cornholing or what?
contrasted with Amanda goes deeply into a lot of like, I've been burned in the past, so she's very upfront about
Yeah.
intentions, and that contrasts very well with Vin not being very upfront
Yeah,
about it, and using
exactly.
these little games to like figure out where the two of you are
That's
at.
why it's like you get to see a side of him in a way that I really appreciate. And it's a good break from all of the, like I said, the like downerness of like everything else that's going on.
Yeah.
Does any character like butt stuff?
Probably, yeah.
But I want it explicitly.
And
talked about.
also, there's an adorable drawing of the 3-way kiss in your journal afterwards.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm also gonna point out, it's like there are like 4 straight characters in that game. It's like there's not many.
No,
yeah, yeah,
a lot of
I
a
think,
lot of gay and bi characters.
yes,
but
nearly all of them.
But it's like, and also, I should point out, like, it's like the scene is very well written and very well performed. Like, it's
extremely,
yeah,
yes.
and the way that like the pacing of the dialogue and how you answer.
So
it's just
do you want to do that one?
That's the
your
one I want.
choice.
That's the one.
I just want to say, running into yourself, the conversation that you have after that with Sophie is my moment from the game.
Matt said that
yes,
as well.
that is actually.
Last night,
I'm glad you said that.
I love
sitting
that
by
conversation.
sitting by the fire.
Yeah,
I'm gonna gush with you about it right now because I want that to be. I think first of all,
I was going to put those both together.
First of all, I was very worried because the game was asking a lot of questions and I was like,
not getting enough answers.
Don't go all gas and no brakes and try and wrap it up at the very end of chapter 5 with a pat ending. It's like I was worried, and then that happened, and I'm like, okay, cool. Not only is this a wonderfully written conversation, but you're giving us some answers while still you're funneling us into an ending now, not later.
They found a way to do it without it just being like a list of like it is a narrative dump, but it's done in such a way that it doesn't feel like it feels
also
organic
like breaking the tension where it's just you've just realized that your best friend has been fucking with you the whole game, and there's this air of like tension about like where are we
talking to you as other characters,
and then but she's talking about it playfully, but then there's some real moments where Max or Safi's like, this happened, what the fuck was that about?
And it gets also into like the ethics of their powers and the responsibilities of using them. And you pointed out, Matt, when we were discussing earlier, it's like one is from a place of like Max just kind of wants everything to work and like to work out, and like Safi is coming from a place of spite and revenge, like
but also
the people that hurt her.
Also, Max is coming from a place of somebody
I've done this before,
who knows what the consequences of their actions are, and Safi's coming from a place
this
where
comes
they
at a cost. I've seen it.
And also it was just very refreshing. In most superpower narratives, when two people with powers either meet each other or bump into each other, there's no discussion about like, hey, what is this like for you as a person? When did this happen? It's just granted, it's like, oh, this person has powers. I'm like, it was so cool to just be like, it's like two people with superpowers sat down and be like, so when did this start happening to you? What's it like? And it's like, I'm trying to think of it. It's like, I don't think I've ever seen a narrative where it's like,
no, that's the part that every superhero story cuts out.
Except for the X-Men.
That's true.
That happens in the X-Men.
Yeah,
it's very X-Men.
I agree. I would actually, my best moment, I think, and I'm glad you recognize it, how good that was. I would say it's like, it would be, I called it chapter 4 intermission, but it's basically it's confronting your best friend. It is what, or maybe like conversing with your best friend.
Here's the thing. I love that conversation too, but I just didn't, by the end, I don't like Safi that much. And that's the problem.
I think that's my favorite moment. Smasher Pass is very close behind, and the thing I'll give to Randy is that the things that I really loved about Double Exposure was the interpersonal stuff, not so much the power stuff. I feel like where it falters a little bit in the end is the power stuff. So like the Smasher Pass thing pays off better than the conversation we're talking about.
Because it's not tied to any supernatural stuff.
You know what? I mean, quite frankly, it's just like, I would like to give credit to the.
I just wanted to bring it up because I love that conversation.
And it's like, I think genuinely, if I'm telling the genuinely the best moment, I think that is it. If you really want to, I would say the benefit of Smasher Pass is it is also a nicely self-contained and amusing sequence, and it's also,
and like Austin said, it tells so much with so little.
It tells so much, and it's also it tells so much so little, and it also it's a nice break from the tension. You're having a fun game with a coworker, and it's like it's also a real moment of human interaction. So
even
it's like that's fine. I'm fine with
I was
that,
like, even if it doesn't make it into the top 3, will you guys accept me highlighting?
Yes, I accept that.
All right.
I just wanted to highlight that conversation because that was my personal moment.
No, I'm glad you recognize how I'm like I recognize how well done that scene was, that couch scene was.
If they came back around to the exploding cop, I would have.
To be honest with you, I was kind of hoping you weren't going to cut watching a cop explode. I think it just has such a zing to it. Watching a cop explode, best moment. Watching cop explode from Life is Strange.
I mean, that begs all kinds of questions. To be honest with you,
so we did it. We have now gone through every game.
And only took like 3 hours.
I know. So what are how many? This is going to be our way of like seeing if there's crossover between our votes, because I think we got to do
14. We have 14.
All right, so we got to do a round robin.
Okay.
Just to catch the listeners up, we have beating a run in Balatro, the mission Emergence in Call of Duty Black Ops 6, the Animal Crossing minigame in Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, otherwise known as
Pot Island or whatever.
Yeah.
Dondoko.
Aerith's redone death scene in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, launching a nuclear warhead, or ICBM, in Helldivers 2, the true ending of Persona 3 Reload, getting the high score in Indica, the first time flying in an airship, in the airship, from Dread Delusion, throwing a killer party in UFO 50, the sisters from Thank Goodness You're Here, Smasher Pass from Life is Strange, Double Exposure, the ship and plane sequence from Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, taking responsibility and mouthwashing, and fighting Mesmer in Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erd Tree.
So I think we need to do a little bit more cutting before we do.
I'm proposing beating a run.
I'm proposing.
I think it's
taking
with Balatro.
Animal Crossing minigame.
Okay.
I just
UFO 50. I think we go here too.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think fighting Mesmer can probably go.
Yeah.
I agree.
Maybe taking responsibility too, as well.
I disagree.
Really? We already awarded mouthwashing. Best
that's kind of my thing. Is we already gave it narrative.
All right, so let me ask you a question.
Launching the nuke in Helldivers.
Let me ask you a question.
Hey guys, I'm sorry. We're moving way faster than I can do this.
Sorry.
we're cutting Animal Crossing from Infinite Wealth.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. Really?
Okay.
I don't think it hangs. There's it's a very enjoyable system.
It's also in the context of Yakuza, it's not as surprising as we're describing.
No, it's not weird. It's not weird at all.
It's not that weird for a Yakuza game.
Real quick, I wanted to argue taking responsibility as mouthwashing got its laurels. I seriously think getting a high score in Indica is like a top 3 contender.
Yeah,
I don't disagree.
Right.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then why does mouthwashing just get moved or booted? Because Indica's already won something.
Well, let's keep mouthwashing for now, so we can get Helldivers 2. I think can go.
Yep.
I think.
I'll also make a cut.
Okay.
I think Aerith's death scene can go.
Wow.
Okay.
Because she got best character.
See,
I think that like a lot of the moments that I described about Final Fantasy VII all revolve around Aerith, and I think the fact that we gave her best character,
she got her roses.
Because I'm looking at this, if we're about to go around the room and do a top 3, I don't think I'm gonna pick that, and the only one that played it all the way through. So
fair enough.
She likes lilies, right?
I don't remember what flower.
All right, so we've now narrowed it down. We've got I'm gonna say the games because otherwise it'll take too long. Call of Duty, Persona 3 Reload, Indica, Dread, Delusion. Thank goodness you're here. Life is Strange, Indiana Jones, and Mouthwashing. You think that's enough for us to vote?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, 2's gonna be hard because I'm looking at
all these.
Are we doing
2 or 3?
I'm looking at all these with 3 in mind.
Yeah,
we're doing 3.
That's what we're doing.
We've been doing 2, I thought. So we're
doing 3.
All right,
do 3.
There's a lot of them left. So.
Okay.
Who wants to start?
I can start.
And also, who wants to keep track?
I can start, and I can also try and keep track.
Okay. I mean, I have a laptop. I'll keep track. You start.
Okay. I'm going with Emergence.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we can. I don't think anyone else is gonna pick it, but I'm gonna go with Emergence, High Score, and Smash or Pass.
Okay.
I'll go next.
Okay.
I'm in for Emergence, High Score, and taking responsibility is a loose third.
Okay.
Matt? I'm going to go Smash or Pass.
Okay.
The Sisters and the ship and the plane sequence.
Okay.
I'm really fighting. The Sisters is just one of those things where it's like, I wanted to get a nod so bad because it is such a charming. The game deserves a call out, and in this, like, it would be this category because it's a game of moments.
Andrew,
High Score, Airship, and Ship in the Plane.
Okay. I'm gonna do. I think I'm with Austin actually.
High Score,
I'm gonna
Smash or Pass.
High Score, Smash or Pass, and Emergence.
Okay.
All right, so purely on votes.
Persona 3's out.
Persona 3's
Nobody said
out.
it. Yeah, that's what I was. I was battling in my head between Smash or Pass or the Persona 3 ending, but
Persona
I figured
3 is like a tie for 4th for me.
4 people voted for High Score.
So yeah, I mean, let's just get to the cuts. If we're going on 1 vote or 0, it's Persona 3.
Yeah.
It's Airship.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then it's the Sisters.
Yeah.
And it's taking responsibility.
Yeah.
If we're just going off on that.
Yeah. Which leaves
4.
Which leaves 4. We have Emergence, High Score, Smash or Pass, and the Ship in the Plane.
Yeah.
So
Actually,
out of those,
okay, hold on. I really like the ship and plane.
Uh-huh.
So I was gonna say,
I really like the Persona 3 ending.
Yeah. You just cut that though, didn't you?
I know, but that's because it was my fourth.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, you know what?
Well, yeah.
I'm gonna say Emergence, Smasher Pass, and then the ship and the plane.
so what'd you get off of?
High score.
score.
Oh,
High score.
okay.
Yeah. I think the reason I didn't pick that one is because well, listen, we've
All right,
already
I think Airship is gone.
Airship is gone.
Airship's gone. The sister's gone. Taking responsibility.
Can I wait? Can I argue? We have already given best narrative to Indica, and
Nope.
also wait.
No,
What?
it went to
Mouthwashing.
mouthwashing.
No,
Yeah,
what did we,
Indica won aesthetic.
we already gave Indica best aesthetic and nominated it for best narrative.
See, that
Deservingly so.
But my argument is like narrative and this moment from mouthwashing.
Consistency versus
Well,
moment.
so this moment from mouthwashing is the thing that makes the narrative, and we've already given it credit for that.
yeah.
And
I don't think that
if-
should disqualify it.
I don't think so either, but to Matt's point, like, if we were doing, this is why I'm okay with getting the high score for Indica, because if we take the title sequence,
Yeah.
if it was the title sequence, then the argument of like aesthetic,
Mm-hmm.
it already being
Oh,
rewarded
yeah,
for
yeah,
aesthetic,
yeah.
but
Okay, I
the
get what
high
you're
score thing
Yeah,
is
this is how
much
it
more
handled.
thematic and mechanical than.
And then as far as narrative goes,
All
there's
right,
more to
then-
a story than
Then
just
you know
its
what?
ending.
I'm gonna go Emergence, Smasher Pass. I could go either way on the airship or the ship and plane or
High score.
high score. I don't know. High score is pretty.
You know what? To be honest with you, I could go either way on either. I think Smasher Pass belongs on here, and I think Emergence belongs on here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think
If
we're just
if I flip my vote,
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna be the ship and the plane.
Okay.
Okay. Flip it from what though? Taking
He's saying
responsibility.
from taking responsibility.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Are we
there's
cutting
only
the
one
sisters?
vote. Only four of us.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
four of us have played
sisters
it.
are
and nobody voted.
All
gone.
right,
All right.
Andrew. Since
Yeah.
you said the Dread Delusion, the plain one, and that got cut, what would you pick from the four that are left? I don't remember.
So
what
it's
your three
so
were.
of the ones, yeah, okay. So based off of everybody's arguments so far,
Yeah.
and of the ones I didn't already nominate, it's Smasher Pass, Taking Responsibility, and Emergence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of those, here's the thing: I don't know that I can really evaluate mouthwashing without having played it. So I don't.
Yeah.
I think like
Fair.
maybe that moment hits really well when you played it, but I think it's very easy to convey to me why Emergence belongs on this list, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
All
yeah.
right.
So
So
I
we're-
think I would have to go for Emergence.
So we're at a standstill essentially. We need to figure out number one, and then
Yeah.
what
That's
is
gonna be
getting-
the hard part.
Well, so we have
Yeah.
four, and we need to
Yeah.
get down to three, but I don't know if anybody's going to relent on any of the four of these.
So I'm like I said, if you can, Andrew, you could take off taking responsibility.
yeah.
All I want to say for how we get started with this,
Mm-hmm.
I think, my personal feelings, Emergence is number one.
I agree.
I'd say
Ooh.
high score personally. but-
That's tough. Yeah, I mean, I think Emergence is the best level of the year.
I have no
Yeah.
context for Smasher Pass,
Mm-hmm.
and I have no context for but that's a sequence.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
sequence of events
yeah,
is total chaos.
yeah.
Okay.
And it's such a a departure from the realism of the game itself.
Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't be unhappy with any of these winning. I mean, I know we still have to narrow it down.
we gotta
but it's
narrow it down. Yeah.
Well,
is
I-
it too bold? Is it too bold to say that I think Emergence and High Score are locks?
It sounds like it.
And
Yeah.
Based
Okay.
on votes
And that we're
purely,
cutting-
yes.
Based on if this is a democracy, I think we're choosing our third.
we're cutting either Smash or Pass or the ship and the plane.
Yeah.
yeah. Which
We're being very democratic about this, I want to add. Because I feel like around this room it could go either way with the top three.
Yeah, how hard does Smash or Pass hit? Because that's what it comes down
The
to.
this is the most apples and oranges discussion ever because it's
Yeah.
like we're talking about a very intimate character moment,
Right.
and contrasted against
Bow,
this,
bow,
this
bow.
bombastic action
Action
set piece.
Yeah.
And it's like one is
Yep.
more fun, but the other is more emotional. Like it's like I don't know.
Let's judge on execution. How well done is the ship in the plane sequence?
Very good. And I'll say too.
And how on brand?
And Austin. So Austin. So Austin made a snide comment before that he's let down by the pacing of Indiana.
I mean,
Jones
so am I. To be fair,
yeah. Sure. Yeah. He probably.
I wish the rest of the
more
game was
sequences like what we got. Yeah, like what we got out of the ship in the plane. And I'd even say that's fair. I could have done with one or two more of those maybe.
That's how
over
I
the course
feel
of the
too.
game.
Yep.
However, I'll say that there are other set pieces later in the game. There's one that's smaller scale that comes later. Randy, you probably haven't gotten there yet. And I feel like that. Yeah. I feel like it does really well for the pacing. There is a much larger set piece toward the end that I think thematically and everything, and the way it looks and sounds and everything, I think it fits in well. But it feels like they ran out of time on the gameplay end of things, right? So it did not make this list. But that being said, it's like this one I think like fires on all cylinders, right? Like the gameplay of it is fun. The appeal, like the visual appeal of it is like bombastic and exciting and whatever. And yes, it feels very Indiana Jones, like all at the same time.
This is what you'd show in your trailer, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying it's like there are other set pieces in Indiana Jones, and the reason why I put this one down is because it didn't miss at all, right? Like I feel like this one just nailed it.
So I basically feel like it comes down to Randy.
Don't Sophie's Choice me.
I kind of, unfortunately, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, but you're the only one who's seen both, I think.
Yeah, you're the only one who's seen both.
Yes.
So.
Really?
Yes. Yep. And I have to be completely transparent. I have no context for Smash or Pass. What you guys have described feels very impactful, but you're
not gonna like my answer.
I have no connection. Of course, I'm not. Because
I'd be willing to let go of the high score for both Smash or Pass and the ship.
Yeah.
See, that's what I said. I said high score wasn't a lock,
but I'm not letting go of Emergence, which maybe that does make it.
Yeah, I agree with Randy because it's like I mean, again, it's like how many ways are we going to say Indica is a good game and it has a great story? It's like
I know, but
it's gonna come back under Game of the Year. It's gonna come back under Game of the Year too, and it's just like.
But but once again, like the same thing I said about mouthwashing, which I haven't played, is like just because it won narrative doesn't mean it shouldn't also have the best. Moment,
I agree,
right? Like,
and that's why it's like I'm afraid of cutting
narrative and does not. Yeah,
I'm afraid of cutting Indica and regretting it. So I don't know.
And listen,
I'm not
best aesthetic. Doesn't matter what the other categories are. Best narrative doesn't matter what the other categories are. Whatever the best is needs to be crowned or acknowledged in second or third place.
Emergence is that's all I was fighting for. I feel like I'm really good at this.
No, Emergence has to.
Because Aerith won the last category.
I think Emergence might win.
I'm just feeling it right now. I don't give a shit about
okay. I'll say this.
We did a good job of fighting for that. If me and you, or no, Sean also saw it. Yeah.
You know,
dude.
Listen, if people aren't budging,
I thought it was a different game.
It turns into a different.
If people aren't budging on the ending of Indica, like there is fierce, like no, this needs to stay.
I don't want to throw a wrench into the works. I'm kind of with Randy. I'm totally okay with cutting Indica for the other two.
Oh no, this really divides the math out then.
Yeah, because I'm almost to the point. Like I desperately want Indica to be a runner-up.
Okay.
Okay. Here, I'll propose this then.
Where does it bend?
If people are gonna lose sleep about the Indica thing, I am not going to lose sleep if Smash or Pass does not make it into the finalist. But I think
I'm gonna have to say, if we're like Andrew seems very set on the high score thing, which I love as well.
Maybe high score should be on there because it's something all five of us can connect.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
I said this, like, if we go around the room, it's like, obviously I'm going to pick the three I played, right? I didn't play the Indiana Jones thing. You guys did a phenomenal job selling the ship and the plane to the point where I did not like the beginning of that game. I was ready to give it up, and now I want to get to that point to see it.
Also, you didn't get the Voss, did you?
I didn't get to anything. Dude.
Yeah, dude.
They told me to take pictures of plaques on walls, and I went, I don't want to do that. Yeah, and then I shut it off and played more Call of Duty.
I get it, but then you like open a fountain, and then that's really cool and like so on brand.
Look, I understand.
And then Voss is a great.
We can get into a conversation about my issues with Indiana Jones later.
I sacrificed my love of Vin so I could get Smash or Pass on here, but now it's like I don't know.
Damn, we are deadlocked right now.
All right. Maybe maybe I could say goodbye to Smash or Pass because it's like I love that moment, but I think I want to see more games do stuff like that.
Yeah.
That like the Indiana Jones and COD level. Like there's so like because here's the thing: high score, Emergence, and the ship and the plane. Maybe less the ship and the plane, but like the other two like completely subverted what I thought those games are.
Right.
And where it was like or what video games are, I guess.
Right.
Because like I wasn't prepared for them, and it was like Smash or Pass was a thing of just being like, this is what I come to Life is Strange for.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I got you.
But also the ship and the plane sequence is what I would come to an Indiana Jones story.
Yeah.
For
That's you want more Uncharted.
Yeah.
Can I? Let's do this. Okay.
But it also works because of what's surrounding it. Like that scene wouldn't stand out.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it wasn't.
I'll say this. Let's approach it from a different angle. Okay. Who is down for making Emergence the winner?
Yes.
Yeah.
Me.
I think that you convinced me. That sounds wonderful, and it sounds like it just seems like one of those the best level. As you said,
like
first person.
It's the best
It might
Call
be
of
the best
Duty
Call of Duty
level.
level.
Yeah,
maybe.
in like a decade.
Second to No Rush.
Yeah.
It's like it's prototype in first person.
Kind of. Yeah.
In a
It's
weird way.
weird. Yeah.
It's
all right,
so
cool.
bizarre.
I'm absolutely surprised that High Roller didn't make it. Considering you talked about
No,
it.
High Roller
No,
is
it's
awesome,
dope.
but
That's what's
but it's
great.
not otherworldly.
It's
No,
not
like,
otherworldly. Okay,
But that is such a dope scene.
It doesn't change genres in multiple times in the way that
Yeah,
the
it doesn't
Emergence
just
does.
suddenly turn into like
It's not like
Dishonored or something.
horror and BioShock and all these different and
part
it's
immersive
nothing
sim,
you've
part
ever
horror
seen.
game, part first person shooter.
Okay.
Yeah.
so now we got 3 left, and we need to kill
Two.
one of them. We need to kill one of them. So we've got Smash or Pass.
I
Getting
think
behind.
Indica has to stay.
I think it sounds like people are fighting hard for Indica, which is like, okay, that's fine. I think it's like, you know what? It's like it.
I know
convinced me.
Indica got its dues. You're not wrong.
No, but you know, it's
so
like
did Indiana Jones and Life is Strange.
That's fine. I'm glad that Emergence is got the recognition. So I'm fine with Indica staying on there. So now we're left with Smash or Pass and Indiana Jones.
I'm fine with Smash or Pass going kind of for the reasons Randy said. I'm fine with the ship and the plane being the other one.
I feel like if we're talking about most memorable sequence, it is a literal sequence.
It's the scene.
Yeah.
It's the scene I would show my dad.
Yep.
Like
there you
it's
go,
the thing.
yeah.
It's
They
the
pulled
game.
it off, Pops.
Yeah, it's the game I'd bring home to mom and be like, look at this shit.
Yeah.
Look at the ass on this.
Even though, like personally, I'm more moved by like the romance stuff and. But okay, I think it's decided.
I think it's decided. Yeah.
It sounds like Emergence took one.
Yeah.
It sucks because we really needed some gay stuff on this.
Just
joking.
Listen.
Also, just for this, I'm writing this in. What would I call this? Like, is it just the ship and the plane sequence? That sounds so silly, but
I mean, I call it the ship and plane sequence or the ship and plane chase.
No, because it's more than just a chase. Ship and plane sequence is fine.
Ship and plane sequence is fine.
People who know will know. Same thing with getting the high score. You know.
Is this?
Yeah,
part
same with
after
getting the high
Giza?
score. Yeah.
yes,
Oh.
this is after Egypt.
This is after
Yes.
Egypt. Yeah. Oh, I can't friggin' wait.
And directly after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm right to the point where I think I need
You
to
gotta see the scene with the scorpions because that's also pretty funny.
God, what was I gonna say? You know what? If you had actually kept watching a cop explode as the moment, I honestly would have fought for that. To be honest with you, I honestly thought it's just like I would have fought for
total
harder.
obliteration versus.
I like having because
cool
here's the
stuff.
thing of the 3 that we have. We have one that's action-packed crazy. We have one that is quiet and intimate, and then we have something that is fucking weird as shit.
Yeah.
So
you know what?
I
when
like
it comes to the weird stuff.
it's
You
so
gotta
it's
take a
so,
pass. No,
it's
just
so
kidding.
interesting because
kidding, I'm
Randy will describe it this way, but outside of recording has described Life is Strange as like a warm blanket of like an experience, and I totally agree with that. But Emergence almost brought a tear to my eye because I was like, they made a fun Call of Duty campaign again, man. I'm so excited.
In an age that like the first person shooter is like the single player first person shooter is like dead or struggling.
Didn't last year's Call of Duty campaign, wasn't it like
no, it was dog hours?
It was awful. I played
I had it in our fantasy draft and it got me like a 50 fucking it was.
I remember starting it and being like, oh, okay, it's the same old shit. And then it's only like 3.5 hours.
It feels like I said this to Randy when we were talking about Black Ops 6, but Black Ops 6's campaign feels like they tricked Activision.
It does. To make it a Bond game?
It feels like Raven probably showed like the one level that's like Call of Duty over and over.
That's the one that stands out to me because it's like the only level in the campaign that's not that interesting.
I know, and then the rest of them are just like, okay, sneak into a Bill Clinton function and then play Control for a little bit, and then you're gonna sneak in, and then you're gonna go. There's an open world.
Yeah, there's an open world place where you get to take like a little Humvee and drive to these little camps.
It's totally like Far
And then the end of it is fucking Dishonored. Like you're like, what is happening, dude? But it's just so fun.
All right, boys. I think that's it for now.
That's it.
So just to recap our winners for this episode. In the beginning, there was best aesthetic, best aesthetic.
Aesthetic.
Art.
Yeah. So it's our winner was Indica with the runners-up Mullet Mad Jack and Diesel Legacy, The Brazen Age.
You got it.
Then there was best narrative, which went to Mouthwashing, with runners-up Indica and Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth.
Mm-hmm.
For best character, Aerith Gainsborough from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Made up last name.
Runners-up.
Adopted last name.
Voss from Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. And Gwen from Life is Strange Double Exposure.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally, best moment or sequence goes to the Emergence mission from Call of Duty Black Ops 6. With following close behind, getting or achieving the high score in Indica and the ship and plane sequence from Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
Whew, Day wonderful. 1 in the books.
Yeah, that concludes our awards for today. And be sure to return for our part 2, where we will discuss best surprise, most disappointing, worst game, and then a collaborative top 10 best.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a bloodbath. That's when we'll bust out. Matt's,
worst game where I somehow try to retain being friends with Austin.
I will only remain friends with you if you go play Outlaws and Skull and Bones and then come to me and tell me Suicide Squad is worse than the two of those.
Yeah. I genuinely have no idea what's going to happen because it's like I think we all have different number ones.
Yep.
So that's
I think we do, yeah.
That's going to be.
Yeah.
Until then, though, let's rest up. And Austin.
Plugs. Thank you for listening. If you want to hear our normal content, which is not us arguing, but us telling stories, you can go find that at hotbuttoncast.com, as well as all the podcast services. And if you want information on upcoming episodes, you can follow our socials, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. X, Instagram, and Facebook at hotbuttoncast. And that's it.
Yeah.
Who wants to throw a party?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to invite aliens.
It's a party house.